Chapter 28. The Brightest Days. Capone could have called it quits then. He could have taken off for the Bahamas or Havana. These were civilized places where a man could drink a highball without breaking federal law, as he coyly commented. They also were places where a man stood a pretty fair chance of dodging the law. He could have gone on the lam and never returned. Though he hardly could have realized it yet, the St. Valentine's Day massacre had changed everything for Capone. Before the bloodbath in the garage, he had been a well-known criminal. Now he was a star of the highest order, his name a synonym for gangster. The Tribune, in an editorial, noted that he had had most of the breaks and must regard his career as a success. Even the police attention is in a way flattering. Life has not held much out on Mr. Capone, and as he sees it, the brightest days are still ahead. Unfortunately for Squire Alphonse, as the Trib playfully called him, he had no clue that a vast and powerful machine was lining up to ensure that his best days were well behind him. After missing his court date, supposedly on account of his illness, Capone continued to bellyache about being forced to abandon his palmy environs, telling one reporter that the raw spring climate of Chicago at this time will be dangerous for one in my weakened condition. His lawyers appeared in federal court on March 10th in Chicago and asked for a delay of 30 days. The judge granted 10. Although the subpoena said Capone was wanted for questioning on charges related to bootlegging in Chicago Heights, the U.S. attorney had the power to ask him about anything. At the time, police investigating the massacre were focusing most of their attention on 4 of Capone's men: Jack McGurn, Fred Burke, Rocco Finelli, and John Scalise, and prosecutors wanted to see how much Capone knew about their connection to the slaying on North Clark Street. George Johnson promised that Capone will be handled like the hoodlum that he is, but he declined to say if the feds intended to arrest the gangster upon arrival. Finally, on March 20th, the hoodlum returned, and he did so with uncharacteristic stealth. No phone calls to reporters and no press conferences this time. Since the newspapers didn't know when he would appear, neither did the public, and there were no crowds gathered on the sidewalks around the courthouse. Wearing his trademark pearl gray fedora, Capone strolled into the federal courthouse through the rear entrance on Dearborn. Only after he reached Johnson's office did word reach the city's newsrooms that Capone had returned. Reporters scampered in pursuit and caught up to him outside Johnson's office. "How did you get here?" they asked, as if feeling snubbed. Capone said he and his brother Ralph had driven up from Florida and spent the night in Indiana. He said he had left his brother and a few pals on the other side of the state line and had come to town alone this morning. The reporters fired more questions. "I'd rather not talk," he kept saying politely, although he did let slip a few harmless comments and did agree to pose for a few photos with his attorneys, Ben Epstein and William Waugh. Capone looked good, snappily dressed, of course, but also tanned, well-fed, and with an easy smile on his face. He had lost hair and gained weight since his appearance in the same building 3 years earlier for the McSwiggan investigation, and the effect made him look older than his 31 years, but he still appeared rugged and hale, every bit in his prime, without a trace of gray hair or a wrinkle on his forehead. As word spread through the federal building and then out into the loop that the city's most famous figure had returned home at last to answer the government's questions, crowds began to cluster, first filling the halls of the courthouse and then crowding the sidewalks and streets around it. Police were called to help control the throng, which was estimated at about 1,500 people. Most of the gawkers were well-mannered. They were working men in suits and ties and hats. They hoisted no cameras, shouted no crude remarks. One asked for and received an autograph. but the rest wanted only to catch a glimpse so they could go home to dinner and tell their wives and children that they had seen the great Capone. "I ought to go into vaudeville," Capone said. "Look at the crowd I get. I seem to be a sort of freak." At one point, a custodian for the building came into the waiting room where Capone and his lawyers sat and reported that a gaggle of reporters was standing in the hall. He didn't want them there, and wondered if Capone would consent to having his picture taken in the anteroom of George Johnson's office. Capone said to bring them in. A shuffle of footsteps came down the hall, and the anteroom filled. Capone turned his right cheek toward the cameraman and began to smile. He was still preening and smiling when Johnson heard the commotion and burst into the room. He shoved his toothpick frame past the photographers and stood in front of Capone. "Get out of here! Get out of here!" he shouted at the cameraman, angrier than anyone in the press corps had ever seen him before. "This isn't any photograph gallery for hoodlums." The photographers lowered their shoebox-sized cameras and turned to leave. "So long, boys," Capone said with a laugh. Johnson went back into his office. He would keep the mob boss waiting. All day Capone sat, his lawyer's fees rising by the hour. If the tactic was intended to harass, it worked. Capone had hoped to answer Johnson's questions and head back to Miami. That wasn't happening. Lunch came. Capone retreated to his attorney's office on the 9th floor of the Marquette Building for a kosher corned beef sandwich and a glass of milk. And when he returned from lunch, he waited some more. After almost a full day spent waiting, late in the afternoon he was finally summoned to the grand jury room, where he answered questions for about 80 minutes. An assistant U.S. attorney announced that Capone had in fact been granted immunity in exchange for his testimony. No one outside the room would ever know what was asked or what he said, although one newspaper said Capone's answers were mostly, "I don't know," and "I don't remember." When it was over, Johnson ordered him to return 6 days later to answer more questions. Capone was furious. For another week he would have to remain in Chicago. For another week he would have to guess what Johnson was up to. Were the feds trying to tie him to the St. Valentine's Day massacre? Were they trying to get him for contempt of court on the suspicion that the note from his doctor had been bogus? Were they planning to ask him questions about his taxes? Capone read such speculation in the newspapers, but didn't know. Neither did his lawyers. They continued to say that their client had no connection to the slaying of Moran's men. They swore that he had truly been sick, and they further offered that if Johnson wanted to make an issue of Capone's tax debt, they would be happy to negotiate a payment. But Johnson wasn't showing his hand. The truth is that he didn't have enough evidence to bring charges of any kind against Capone. He had no proof that Capone was involved directly in any of the Chicago Heights bootlegging operations, and he knew that the Bureau of Internal Revenue had not made much progress in its investigation of Capone's tax liability. If Capone had filed false returns, a case could have been built quickly and easily, but Capone had filed no returns at all, which made matters more complicated. Johnson's best bet, he felt, was to charge Capone with contempt for failing to appear in court on March 6th, but he was politically astute enough to realize that arresting the nation's most infamous criminal for submitting a false note from his doctor would seem ridiculous, like locking up Jesse James for jaywalking. He needed more time and more evidence. For now, the best he could do was make Capone uncomfortable. Chicago was thawing out from another wicked winter. Chunks of bobbing ice on Lake Michigan grew smaller by the day, and mounds of soot-blackened snow melted from even the darkest alleys. The spring of 1929 was a time of great hope for most Chicagoans, the last great spring of hope they would enjoy for many years to come. The Cubs, now 20 years without winning a World Series, had picked up Rogers Hornsby, one of the game's old-time best players, and seemed like strong contenders for baseball's championship. 3 grand new structures, the Civic Opera House, Chicago Stadium, and the Palmolive Building, containing the city's most prestigious set of offices, were set to open. Planning for the big fair continued too, of course. At the same time, the pursuit of Al Capone was becoming something of a local obsession, an entertainment for newspaper readers, a terrific career opportunity for the scribblers assigned to the story, and a booming industry for Hollywood screenwriters. For the law enforcement officials determined to stop the gangster, all the attention was embarrassing. While U.S. Attorney Johnson proceeded deliberately, others pushed for quicker action. Some of the city's business leaders thought Johnson was being too cautious, that the feds ought to take their best shot at Capone, even if it wasn't precisely aimed, just to score the public relations victory and to get him off the street. A few of them decided to see what they could do to speed things up. They sent for a man in New York who had recently quit his work as a doctor because he had become obsessed with guns. His name was Calvin Hooker Goddard. He was a slender man, his head pale and oval-shaped like an egg, and he wore wire-framed pince-nez spectacles. He had graduated with honors from Johns Hopkins Medical School, served as a first lieutenant in the Medical Reserve Corps during World War I, and returned to New York to teach medicine. But he'd always been fascinated with weapons, and in 1925 he quit teaching and signed on with Charles Waite, founder of the Bureau of Forensic Ballistics in New York. Waite believed, as did a number of scientists before him in Europe, that forensic ballistics would soon revolutionize police work. It was a simple concept. Waite and Goddard would examine 2 bullets simultaneously using a comparison microscope. If the bullets were marked with the same dents and grooves, they said, then it was a sure bet they came from the same gun. Forensic ballistics would revolutionize crime fighting in much the same way fingerprinting did, they said. But bullet identification had several advantages over fingerprinting. Fingerprints smudged and could easily be wiped away with a rag or a handkerchief. Bullet markings, on the other hand, were permanent and unchangeable. On the subject of bullets and shells and powder, Goddard told a convention of fingerprint identification experts in 1927, there ought not be any guesswork. It is so or it isn't so, and there are instruments that have been devised to bring out absolute proof one way or the other. But like so many trailblazers, Waite and Goddard had the right idea, but didn't know what to do with it. They tried selling their services to local law enforcement agencies, but the cops didn't like being humbled by these fast-talking New Yorkers with their fancy microscopes. They tried training police officers, but they found that most departments couldn't afford the new equipment needed to make use of the science and, in any case, didn't see the wisdom in taking cops off the street to give them science lessons. When Goddard and Waite did receive assignments, they often wound up working for nothing. Police departments called them in to help with cases and simply neglected to pay when they received the bills. When Waite died and other partners abandoned the work in frustration and poverty, Goddard plugged along, seemingly in despair. But then along came the St. Valentine's Day Massacre to give him the break he needed. Days after the incident in the North Clark Street garage, he received a call from Bert A. Massey, a member of the coroner's jury and president of the Colgate-Palmolive Company, asking Goddard to come to Chicago at once to investigate the killing. He would have unlimited access to the evidence gathered by police and the coroner, and all his expenses would be paid by Massey and another Chicago businessman, Walter E. Olson, owner of the Olson Rug Company. Goddard packed his microscope and boarded a train for Chicago. Upon arrival, Goddard asked to see the evidence. 70 empty shells were recovered from the floor of the garage. He examined them one at a time, scratching numbers on the inside and outside of each shell so he could keep them carefully organized. He knew from marks on the shells that they had all been fired from .45 caliber automatic weapons, and that the weapons had all been of the same make. Figuring out the make was easy. Only 2 American-made weapons held such shells: the Colt automatic pistol and the Thompson submachine gun. But the tiny dents on the shell heads were so deep that only the super-fast bolt of a machine gun could have produced them. So Goddard concluded that all the shells had come from Tommies. Then he studied the lines scratched in the shells and detected 2 different patterns. That told him 2 Tommy guns had been used. 50 bullets had come from one of them, 20 from the other. In all likelihood, he noted, one of the gunmen had loaded his machine gun with a 50-shot drum, while the other had loaded a smaller 20-shot clip. Both of the gunmen had fired until their weapons were empty. Turning his attention to the 2 empty 12-gauge shotgun shells found on the floor of the garage, Goddard was able to discern from the dark splotches on the inner walls that they had been loaded with buckshot and smokeless powder. At that point, he began considering the victims. Adam Heyer's body, he noted, had absorbed 14 bullets, or bullet fragments. James Clark's, 7. Alexander Weinshank's, 6. John May's, 3. Pete Gusenberg's, 1. Frank Gusenberg's, 7. And Reinhard Schwimmer's, 1 bullet and 7 pieces of buckshot. Convinced that he had a good sense, ballistically anyway, of how the men had died, he began the more difficult job of trying to determine who had fired the weapons. If the gunmen really had been police officers, he theorized, they still might have the weapons used in the attack. So he rounded up as many Tommy guns as he could, ultimately getting hold of 5 from the Chicago Police Department, 1 from the suburban Melrose Park Police Department, and 2 from the Cook County Highway Police Department. He loaded the guns with the same kind of bullets used in the massacre, fired them into trash cans filled with cotton, and removed the bullets so they could be compared to the ones recovered from the garage. He did the same with more than a dozen shotguns. None of the marks on the bullets or shells matched. Police boasted that Goddard's tests proved that cops hadn't perpetrated the massacre, even though Goddard had said no such thing. All Goddard had proved so far was that the guns used in the massacre had not been found. Next, he tested more than 24 weapons that police had confiscated from criminals. Again, no matches. By the cops' logic, this would have proved that hoodlums had not committed the crime either. But as Goddard knew all too well, this new science was much better at eliminating suspects than identifying them. He had half the evidence he needed to identify the killers, but the other half would be much more difficult to come by. And worst of all, it was completely out of his control. If Chicago police had done a better job of sweeping the streets and collecting weapons on February 14th, it might have been a different story. Frustrated, he returned to New York. From time to time, police in Chicago would send him another machine gun for testing, but none matched. "We seemed to have reached the end of a blind alley," Goddard wrote. The banner headline in the Chicago American trumpeted, "U.S. arrests Capone," on the afternoon of March 27, 1929. Never mind that America's most notorious villain was arrested for the trifling contempt of court charge stemming from his bogus doctor's note, punishable by no more than $1,000 and a year in jail. Never mind that he spent a mere 10 minutes as a prisoner before winning his release, and never mind that he needed only $500 to post bond. It was still a great headline. Capone ducked his head as he left the courthouse. The photographers trying to take his picture got nothing but hat. He snared a taxi, went back to his room at the Lexington, and packed for the trip to Miami. It must have galled Johnson to see Capone go free, to see him packing for another Florida vacation. It must have frightened him, too, that Capone might take off for Cuba or Mexico and never return. Had Johnson blown his chance? Had he been too conservative in charging Capone with nothing but contempt of court after all these years of cat-and-mouse pursuit? Why not go for conspiracy to commit murder? Why not force Capone to answer questions? Why not press him under oath to tell what he knew about the murder of his rivals? Even if it was a stretch, why not take a shot at connecting him to the St. Valentine's Day massacre? Maybe it was because Johnson and others in the federal government knew Capone had nothing to do with it. Maybe it was because Johnson and others in the federal government knew Capone had nothing to do with it. Chapter 29. Have you got Capone yet? Every morning but Sunday, in all kinds of weather except the nastiest of rains, President Hoover liked to go out on the White House lawn with members of his cabinet and toss around a medicine ball for exercise. Over time, the White House physician helped the president establish a set of rules to formalize a game they called Hoover Ball. The court was 66 feet long and 30 feet wide, divided by an 8-foot-tall volleyball net. The ball weighed 6 pounds. Teams consisted of 2 to 4 players, with 1 or 2 substitutes allowed on each team. Points were scored when a team failed to catch a ball, failed to get it over the net, or sent it thudding out of bounds. Running with the ball was not allowed. It had to be thrown from where it was caught. Good sportsmanship is required, the last of Hoover's rules stated. Points in dispute are played over. The president compared his game to tennis or volleyball, but said his invention made for more vigorous sport than those other better-known games. Stopping a 6-pound ball with steam back of it, returning it with similar steam, is not pink tea stuff, wrote the New York Times. At the start of his administration, Hoover was still refining his game and still teaching it to his cabinet members. But he also used the time on the grass court to shape his administration's agenda. At the start of each morning session, according to a 1931 Chicago Herald and Examiner account, Hoover would ask, "Have you got Capone yet?" And when each game was over, and the men, weary-armed and soaked in sweat, went back inside, the president would reiterate that he wanted Capone in jail. The Herald and Examiner's account of the dialogue was confirmed years later by Elmer Eig, head of the Internal Revenue Bureau's Investigations Unit. Eig claimed that he heard of Hoover's daily exhortations from Andrew Mellon, the silver-haired and much-esteemed Treasury Secretary, who was probably too old to catch a medicine ball, but may well have stood on the sidelines and jotted notes on the president's orders. Wrote Eig, "I couldn't help wondering why a Treasury Department unit charged with fighting tax, customs, and narcotics frauds should be assigned to nab a murderer, a gambler, a whoremonger, and a bootlegger." But Eig knew the answer. Hoover, a pragmatic man, understood that the federal government had limited jurisdiction and little experience when it came to busting murderers, gamblers, whoremongers, and bootleggers. Tax cheats were another story. Hoover wanted Capone imprisoned to reinforce 2 points central to his mission as president: that he was serious about reforming America's dilapidated justice system, and that prohibition would be enforced as long as it remained the law. Hoover, who enjoyed a cocktail before dinner, had declared that he would abstain from all alcohol in the White House and expected abstinence by his cabinet members at all government meetings and social functions. Under Coolidge, alcohol had been served at informal gatherings, although not at official White House events. Hoover also had announced that he would not bring his pre-prohibition wine and liquor collection with him to the White House. On April 22, 1929, speaking to a room full of Associated Press editors at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York, Hoover gave the first major policy speech of his presidency, calling for a nationwide campaign against crime. It was one of the most powerful speeches of his career, perhaps suggesting that the White House staff was no longer trusting him to write his own material. He called crime the dominant issue facing the nation, and said solving the problem is more vital to the preservation of our institutions than any other question before us. He was careful not to blame the gangsters and bootleggers. A surprising number of our people, otherwise of responsibility in the community, have drifted into the extraordinary notion that laws are made for those who choose to obey them, he said. To support his argument, he cited statistics. 9,000 murders a year resulted in only 5,000 arrests and a pathetic 300 convictions. The murder rate for the United States was 20 times greater than for Great Britain, he noted, and the nation's disregard for the rules of prohibition did not entirely explain the problem. What we are facing today, he said, is something far larger and more fundamental, the possibility that respect for law is fading from the sensibilities of our people. The President vowed to do his part. He would order his staff to weed out the corrupt, the negligent, and the incompetent from the federal law enforcement machinery. He would appoint a committee of the nation's brightest men to recommend fundamental changes to the nation's system of law. He asked the press to stop treating gangsters as glamorous heroes and concluded by quoting Abraham Lincoln. Let every man remember that to violate the law is to trample on the blood of his father and to tear the character of his own and his children's liberty. Let reverence for the laws be breathed by every American mother to the lisping babe that prattles on her lap. Let it be taught in the schools, in seminaries, in colleges. Let it be preached from the pulpit, proclaimed in the legislative halls, and enforced in courts of justice. And, in short, let it become the political religion of the nation, and let the old and the young, the rich and the poor, the grave and the gay of all sexes and tongues and colors and conditions sacrifice unceasingly upon its altar. The speech was broadcast nationwide by radio and was reprinted in newspapers everywhere. Hoover had always believed in the power of public relations. If he could make enough symbolic gestures, he believed, such as appointing a committee, locking up Capone, or drying up Capitol Hill, the American people might start to follow his lead. They might treat the laws with more respect. Collective action, as Hoover's Quaker upbringing preached, was society's greatest tool for change. Government should provide the guidance and oversight, the president believed, but the people themselves should carry out most of the work. Hoover wanted to see more Americans voluntarily give up drinking. That was the surest and easiest way to put bootleggers out of business. And in the early days of his presidency, when his popularity soared and he could seemingly do no wrong, support for abstinence seemed to grow. In Chicago, for example, George Johnson met with the city's social club directors and encouraged them to put an end to drinking in their dining halls and lounges. Some clubs had assumed that they were immune from punishment because they weren't selling alcohol. They were merely permitting their members to bring in their own booze, store it in their lockers, and imbibe as they saw fit. But Johnson, himself a member of the Union League Club, one of the city's finest, told them it wasn't enough for the clubs to look the other way. Of course, everybody got a good laugh about it. Prohibition was 9 years old, and people had gotten used to it in the same way they might have gotten used to a persnickety mother-in-law or a finicky boss. They knew it wasn't going away any time soon, and they had found ways to deal with it. Still, many businesses in Chicago responded to the pressure applied by Hoover and Johnson. Managers at the Stevens Hotel announced that they would no longer be providing ginger ale, seltzer water, and cracked ice, commonly known as setups, routinely ordered by guests who wished to assemble their own cocktails. The Morrison said it would provide setups only after guests agreed to sign a pledge that they would not be used in conjunction with liquor. The booze wasn't going away, but for the moment people tried to show a little more respect for the law. They believed in the new president and wanted to get behind him. After his court date in Chicago, Capone disappeared. He was last seen at the Lexington, packing his bags for the return trip to Miami. But that was on March 27th. For the next month, he dropped completely from sight. Neither the newspapers nor the Bureau of Investigation marked his whereabouts. In mid-April, one Chicago paper quoted Jack Guzik as saying that the police crackdown had created a heavy drag on the bootleg business and the chief was looking for a way out. Chicago, his biggest outlet for alcohol, is practically a closed market, Guzik said, perhaps hoping to garner sympathy and in turn take the heat off his boss. Sales are off to almost nothing because the little fellows who made the direct contacts with the consumers and bought wholesale from us are getting out of the racket. Bootleggers still operate, of course, but not one-third as many small-time boys are going now as were 3 months ago. The cabarets and nightclubs, whether they admit it or not, are doing a tenth the business, or consuming a tenth the liquor, of even 6 months ago. Capone has a tremendous daily payroll. Just how much would startle the country. He has to meet it whether the income is rolling in or not. Right now, he's in actual difficulty about raising $30,000 to meet notes due on his house in Miami. He doesn't own that, in spite of all the stories that come in about his tremendous wealth. He paid $5,000 down to a real estate dealer, and it's mortgaged to the hilt, with the $30,000 now due. He entertains a lot. He had to keep up appearances, and that costs plenty. He is always being asked for loans that are never paid back, and he invariably grants them. If he could, today, he'd turn it all over to anyone, let them assume the responsibility for the payroll, and get out. If Capone wasn't out, at least he was out of the spotlight for most of the spring, until another multiple murder put his name back in headlines. On the morning of May 8, 1929, a couple of cops were driving south on Sheffield Avenue in Hammond, Indiana, transporting prisoners to the Hammond jail. It was 1 in the morning when they spotted 2 fast-moving cars on a residential street that should have been quiet at that hour. They made a note to circle back that way after dropping off their prisoners. When they returned, their suspicions were rewarded. They found a Cadillac coupe with 2 dead bodies in it. The back seat of the car had been removed to make room for the corpses, which were covered with blankets and still warm, probably dead for no more than 3 hours. When police peeled back the blankets, it looked like the men had been beaten with bats or crowbars and then shot, or perhaps shot and then beaten. Either way, it looked at a glance as if twice as much effort as necessary had been exerted in making sure these men were dead. Skulls had been smashed to mush, noses reversed, ears beaten to bloody scraps. Nearby the car, they found a third body in much the same condition. After going through the victims' pockets and making a few calls, the police determined that the men were Albert Anselmi, John Scalise, and Joseph Hop-Toad Gwinta. Anselmi and Scalise were well-known Capone bruisers, and among the many rumored to have been in on the St. Valentine's Day massacre. Gwinta was said to have been in line to replace Tony Lombardo at the helm of Unione Siciliana, also known as the Italo-American Union, which meant he probably wasn't going to live long anyway. Immediately, cops and reporters speculated that the 3 men had been killed by the Moran Gang in retaliation for the North Clark Street killings of February 14th. But over time, another story took hold. The scene was first described by Walter Noble Burns in his 1931 book, The One-Way Ride. Burns tried to understand how a pair of ruthless killers, such as Anselmi and Scalise, who should have been perpetually alert to attack, could have been killed like sheep in a slaughter pen. He speculated that the men must have been lured into a trap by friends, and then, with a flourish of literary license, he imagined the scene in which such a trap might have been sprung. Imagine a little diner in a private room in some cafe, he writes. Scalise, Anselmi, Guinta, the guests of honor. Perhaps the banquet is given to celebrate Scalise's recent release from jail, or his triumph of brilliant strategy on St. Valentine's Day. He goes on to imagine the men drinking and enjoying themselves. Perhaps their wine is drugged to cloud their minds and slow their hands. As they try to rise from the table, pistols flash from across the table, shots flare, and the three men fall backward. 4 decades later, in 1975, the journalist George Murray added another imaginative flourish in his book, The Legacy of Al Capone. In Murray's version, Capone himself stands over the chairs of Scalise and Guinta, smiling, thanking the men for their fine service, and holding in each hand a pair of long, narrow objects. The men at the table assume they are magnums of champagne, wrapped in tissue paper. But suddenly the smile vanishes from Capone's face. He raises his arms high, holding the gift-wrapped packages high above his head, and crashes them down atop the heads of Scalise and Guinta. Now the men at the table can see he's not holding bottles of bubbly, but a pair of wooden clubs. He swings again and again, both arms going at the same time, until the men lay motionless. When Anselmi gets up and points a pistol at Capone, McGurn disarms him. Capone, still clutching the bloody clubs, proceeds to lecture Anselmi on the importance of loyalty. The boss says he knows that Anselmi, Scalise, and Guinta were planning to kill him. Anselmi objects, "No, Al, please," as the first blow of the wooden club smashes his raised arm. The club snaps, but Capone keeps swinging until his victim stops moving. Then McGurn places his pistol in Capone's beefy paw, and Capone fires an exclamation point into each body. Murray's tale appears to have been the inspiration for a scene in the 1987 movie The Untouchables. Robert De Niro played the role of Capone. "A man becomes preeminent," says De Niro, fleshy face in a scowl as he stands over his men at an elegantly appointed dinner table. "He is expected to have enthusiasms." Enthusiasms. Enthusiasms. What are mine? What draws my admiration? What is that which gives me joy? Baseball. A man stands alone at a plate. This is the time for what? For individual achievement. There he stands alone. But in the field, what? Part of a team. His speech over, he raises a baseball bat in both hands, grimaces, and brings it down like a tomahawk, wood hitting bone with the thundering crack of a double off the left field wall. The victim's cigar is crushed into the plate first, followed by his face, sending silverware and glasses clattering. A spray of blood shoots across the table. The bat slams again and again. Blood pours across the white linen tablecloth in lurid red waves. The rest of the gangsters look on, horrified, but well-schooled on the importance of teamwork. How much of the scene is true? Did Capone kill the men himself? Would so famous a man, already under intense scrutiny, have taken so great a risk? Would he have acted in front of so many witnesses? Did he actually need, at that point in his career, to teach his men a lesson in teamwork? Then there are the more practical matters. Could Capone really have battered 3 men with baseball bats, as Murray suggests? Even if he was strong enough and coordinated enough to strike 2 blows at a time, would the third man have sat still and waited his turn? Finally, is there any evidence placing Capone at the scene, or even suggesting that he might have wanted the men dead? Newspaper reporters covering the triple murder searched for Capone after the discovery of the bodies and couldn't find him. They said it was not clear if he was in Chicago, Miami, or somewhere else entirely. 10 days later, though, everyone would know exactly where he was. Or somewhere else entirely. 10 days later, though, everyone would know exactly where he was. Chapter 30. Locked Up. The first meeting of the nation's top crime lords, later known as the Commission, began on May 13, 1929, in Atlantic City. The roster of attendees read like an encyclopedia of crime. Albert Anastasia, Dutch Schultz, Frank Costello, Mo Dalitz, Louis Lepke, Lucky Luciano, Abner Longy Zwillman, Bugsy Siegel, Bugs Moran, Johnny Torrio, Frank Nitti, Jack Guzik, and, of course, Al Capone. The men, most of them only in their 20s, stayed at the city's finest hotels, the Ritz, the President, and the Breakers. Thanks to payoffs arranged by one of the local racket bosses, the cops in Atlantic City left them alone. Still, the mafia men seemed uncomfortable. They met on the boardwalk in small rotating groups. Dressed as usual, pinstriped suits, two-toned shoes, and cantered hats, they made no attempt to fit in among the hoi polloi. They took their meals at pushcarts and strolled along the beach, amid the crowds in their ballooning bathing costumes and swimming caps. At night, they drank and smoked and attended prize fights. Capone was not only the most important mafioso on the beach, he also was one of the most important topics of conversation. The big fellow was getting to be a big problem. Most of the other overlords managed to operate quietly, keeping the banner headlines to a minimum. Not Capone. And it wasn't just his chatty nature that kept him covered in ink. There was also the matter of all those corpses. 7 wiped out in the North Clark Street garage, 3 wiped out on the side of the road in Hammond. Tony Lombardo wiped out. Diamond Joe Esposito wiped out. Frankie Yale wiped out. Then there was the November 1928 slaying of Arnold Rothstein, one of New York's biggest gamblers and bootleggers. And while no evidence linked Capone to the murder, word on the beach had it that Rothstein had welched on a huge poker debt, that didn't stop the speculation. Whether Capone was directly responsible for the violence or not, it had happened on his watch. The gangsters who gathered in Atlantic City were not squeamish. What bothered them wasn't the spilled blood, but the fact that Capone and his gangland territory had become so infamous. These men knew how to control the local police in their respective cities, but now Capone had gotten the feds involved. He had poked a hornet's nest. They didn't know exactly what to do about it, but they knew, at the very least, that they needed to stop him before he poked it again. When the summit in Atlantic City ended, reports varied on what had been accomplished. Some newspaper reports said that Capone and the other gangsters had agreed on a power-sharing arrangement and that the commission, headed by Johnny Torrio, would serve as a governing body to settle the group's internal disputes. Other reports said that Bugs Moran had refused to go along with any deal involving Capone and had made it clear that he would not be satisfied until Capone was lying face down with a bullet in his head. But if that was the case, why hadn't Moran taken care of the job in Atlantic City, where Capone would have been an easy target? Early on the afternoon of May 16th, Capone, Frankie Rio, and 2 other bodyguards left Atlantic City by car, headed for New York City, where they intended to catch the Broadway Limited train back to Chicago. It was cold and gray, as if February had knocked off May and taken its place. Capone wore an overcoat. Into the right front pocket he slid a .38 snub-nosed revolver. 15 miles south of Camden, New Jersey, Capone's car conked out, forcing the gangsters to take a commuter train to Philadelphia, where they purchased tickets for another train to Chicago. Scheduled departure was 9:05 p.m. With time to kill, Capone and his men decided to take in a movie. A detective story, Voice of the City, starring Willard Mack, was playing at the Stanley Theater on 19th Street. Just as the men were about to enter the theater, two real detectives, James Shuey Malone and John Creedon of the Philadelphia Police Department, happened to drive by on their way to work in Creedon's car. It was Malone who spotted and recognized Capone. They circled back around, but by the time they could park their car and get out, Capone and his men were inside. The cops didn't want to make a scene in a crowded theater, so they called for backup and waited. When the picture was over, the movie house lights came on, and Capone and his men got up to leave. It was about 8:30, still plenty of time for them to make their train. But before they could get out of the lobby, Malone and Creedon approached. Malone flashed his badge. Creedon grabbed Rio, which was ordinarily no easy task because Rio was a bull of a man. But this time Rio didn't put up a fight. Malone noticed that Capone had his right hand in his overcoat pocket. The detective grabbed Capone by the hand, and together, slowly, the men pulled out the .38. Capone's other two bodyguards, seeing the cops, disappeared into the crowd. The men were booked on weapons possession charges. They were fingerprinted. They were photographed, Capone with his hat on. After the picture, Capone lit a cigarette. Then the men stood before a magistrate judge who ordered them held on $35,000 bail. All this before Capone could get an attorney. With less than $30 in his pockets and no quick way to come up with more, he would have to spend the night in jail. "Whew," he said, wiping his forehead with his hand. "This is some city. They work fast here." It was 11:35 p.m. by the time he managed to find a lawyer, but still, his mouthpiece wasn't able to get him sprung. At midnight, he received a visit from Lemuel B. Schofield, Philadelphia's Director of Public Safety, whose duties were much the same as a police commissioner's, except that he also supervised firefighters, building inspectors, and elevator repairmen. Now, presented with the chance to show the world that Philadelphia meant business when it came to fighting crime, Schofield brought a stenographer to his meeting with Capone. The purpose of the wide-ranging chat primarily seemed to be to get Schofield attention. Capone, for his part, made his usual plea for compassion and understanding. "I went into the racket 4.5 years ago," he told Schofield, referring probably to the point at which he became Torio's top lieutenant. "During the last 2 years I've been trying to get out. But once in the racket, you're always in it seems. The parasites trail you begging for favors and money, and you can never get away from them, no matter where you go. I have a wife and an 11-year-old boy I idolize, and a beautiful home at Palm Island, Florida. If I could go there and forget it all, I would be the happiest man in the world. I want peace, and I'm willing to live and let live. I'm tired of gang murders and gang shootings. 3 of my friends were killed in the last 2 weeks in Chicago. That certainly is not conducive to peace of mind. I haven't had peace of mind in years." "What are you doing now?" Schofield asked. "I'm retired and living on my money," Capone answered. "You should get out of the racket and forget it." "I can't," he complained, "because of the parasites." Capone and Rio spent the night on benches at the Detective Bureau, sleeping as best they could until about 8. Later that morning, while awaiting trial, Capone chatted with a bystander. "What's the weight of that ring?" the bystander asked, referring to the bauble on Capone's pinky. "It's exactly 11.5 carats, he answered politely. "Worth about 50,000, eh?" "Well, you made a good guess," Capone replied amiably. 10 big Philly cops guarded the courtroom, halting all who tried to enter. The trial started, and after a sidebar conference, Capone's lawyer, a Philadelphian who must have been recommended to Capone by one of his attorneys in Chicago, said his clients had decided to plead guilty. Capone's face reddened, but he said nothing. Almost anyone else would have received a light sentence, a month or 2 behind bars, or perhaps merely a fine of a few $100s, but the judge surprised Capone and everyone else in the room with his announcement. "All right," he said. Each of the prisoners is sentenced to 1 year's imprisonment. For the first time in his life, Al Capone was a convicted criminal. He pulled the diamond ring from his finger and handed it to his lawyer, asking that it be sent to his brother in Chicago. A bailiff led him away. "It's the brakes, kid," Capone said in the general direction of Rio. "It's the brakes." The fantastic speed of Capone's conviction, 16 hours from arrest to sentencing, led many in the press to conclude that Chicago's crime boss must have wanted to go to jail, that the peace pact forged in Atlantic City hadn't lasted 5 minutes, and that Capone sought refuge in a prison cell. Pat Roche, chief investigator for the state's attorney's office in Chicago, called it a desperate measure to escape death. The newspapers decided that Capone would never have been so foolish as to carry a gun unless he had wanted to go to jail, overlooking the more likely possibility that he'd been carrying the gun because he thought he might have to use it. Capone's sister, Mafalda, in a rare interview, mocked the notion that her brother would want to be arrested. "He never gets in jail," she said. She showed the reporter around the family home in South Prairie, which was decorated luxuriously but in good taste. In Mafalda's bedroom, a golden crucifix hung on the wall between 2 tapestries, and the bed was draped in rose-colored satin. "If only people knew him as I know him," Mafalda said, "they would not say the things about him they do. I adore him, and he is his mother's life. He is so very good, so kind to us. You, who only know him from the newspaper stories, will never realize the real man he is." Capone's wife agreed that Al would never let himself be arrested intentionally. "What would he want to go to jail for?" May asked. "He liked to talk of Europe, of Palm Beach, of the famous racetracks, of the scenes at the big fights. But jail? Oh, no, not for Al," she went on. "I didn't even know he was in Atlantic City or Philadelphia. The last I saw of him was in Chicago after we returned from Miami. He said he was going away for a while, but he didn't say why or where." And, presumably, she didn't ask. If Capone did want to spend time behind bars, his colleagues told reporters, he probably would have chosen a federal prison in the Chicago area, so he could receive visits from his friends and family. Given that the feds were said to be close to filing contempt charges, he might have told his attorneys to negotiate a plea bargain. Capone, too, told a Philadelphia reporter that his arrest had not been arranged. "I'm here because I'm here," he said. Meanwhile, Philadelphia police officers fired Capone's gun into a barrel, retrieved the bullets, and sent them to Chicago so the ballistics expert Calvin Goddard could test to see if the same weapon had been used in the St. Valentine's Day massacre. Since Goddard had already concluded that no pistols were used, it was probably just a publicity stunt by the Philly cops, who posed for pictures wielding the famed mobster's piece. All of the hoopla no doubt left the people of Chicago wondering, if putting Capone away was so easy that Philadelphia could do it in less than a day, why hadn't cops and prosecutors in the Windy City ever managed the trick? One sly writer suggested that Chicago law officers ought to try a new approach to fighting crime. Give all the rum runners one-way tickets to Philadelphia. But the joking only made the ridiculous seem more profoundly disturbing. Chicago, in recent months, had taken to arresting waiters who served ginger ale and ice, claiming that the waiters were knowingly abetting the consumption of alcohol. Restaurants had been padlocked for offering setups, tall glasses with nothing but ice and lemon wedges, on the same suspicion. And yet the nation's most notorious gangster and the man with his hand on the valve of the city's liquor pipeline had never been busted. Some city officials defended themselves in light of Philadelphia's accomplishment, pointing out that police in Illinois were not allowed to search people without a warrant or probable cause, or else they might have gotten Capone long ago on a weapon possession charge. In Chicago, nobody was buying it. Capone's hometown cops and prosecutors had had plenty of opportunities to put the man away, beginning in 1922 with his drunken driving arrest and continuing more recently with his failure to respond to the grand jury's subpoena. He avoided conviction in those instances and every other because he knew how to work the system. He knew which cops, which judges, and which lawyers could be counted on to come through for him, and how much it would take. He knew when to stall and when to cut and run, and he knew how to get rid of witnesses who might make charges against him stick. "I've arrested Capone a half-dozen times and found a gun on him," said John Steig, chief of detectives in Chicago, who had long ago given up his moonlighting gig as a newspaper writer. "But the minute you get into court and the judge finds there was no warrant, he declares the arrest illegal." In Philadelphia, though, Capone was out of his element, like a speeding driver on unfamiliar roads, and everything happened too fast. After one night at a jail for short-term prisoners, he was handcuffed to a guard and driven to the county prison at Holmesburg. Known throughout crookdom as the toughest place between the two oceans in which to take a rap, as one newspaper noted. Capone wore prison-issued black trousers and a white shirt. He was one of 1,700 prisoners assigned to one of the facility's lesser cells facing a fetid creek. The place was dark, dank, and depressing. A few weeks earlier, inmates had set their bedding afire to protest conditions. In all likelihood, given the airlessness of the place, the concrete vault must have smelled like hell, all piss and cinders and shit and armpits. Capone acted like he didn't care. "Not much like home here," he joked. But he wasn't the only one feeling cocky. The prison superintendent laughed when asked if Capone might somehow manage to run his bootlegging syndicate from inside Holmesburg's walls. "Oh, yes," he said. "We're all going into the beer business in a big way." Almost right away, Capone's lawyers began working on plans to get him sprung. On May 29th, his wife and mother visited. On June 4th, he gave his first newspaper interview since his arrest, although he didn't say much. "You see, I want to get out of here," he told a reporter. "If the public is constantly reminded that I still am in jail, it will be that much worse for me. The less I say, the quicker the public will forget me." At the same time, he made a $1,000 donation to a Philadelphia hospital and offered a $50,000 reward to any lawyer or group that could win his freedom. Still, he didn't go free. But his lawyers and friends did pull enough strings to get him transferred to a friendlier prison. Eastern State Penitentiary had once been even tougher than Holmesburg. The prison's history dated back to 1787, when a group of Philadelphians met in the home of Benjamin Franklin to discuss the deplorable conditions endured by America's incarcerated criminals and resolved to try something new. They wanted to see if prisoners, isolated and forced to reflect on their crimes, might become genuinely penitent. Thus the word penitentiary, previously used only to describe a place people went to contemplate their religious transgressions, became a synonym for jail. From the outside, Eastern State looked like a medieval castle built to inspire fear and awe. Inside, it was like no place else on earth, a structure designed in every way to disrupt man's instincts of community, to force him to be alone with his thoughts. The environment was almost entirely artificial, providing just enough light, just enough heat, just enough food for survival. Prisoners were hooded when they left their cells to keep them from becoming familiar with their surroundings and to prevent them from bonding with their guards and fellow inmates. There were to be no distractions from penitence. Part monastery, part dungeon, the place became a symbol of progressive principles in criminal reform, at least for the first 80 years or so, until attitudes began to change and the tactics were gradually abandoned. By the time Capone arrived on May 19, 1929, the prison had been remodeled, and most of the extreme methods had been jettisoned. Officials said Capone was sent here for his own safety. Men were assigned 2 or 3 to a cell, and they were allowed to work in bakeries and kitchens. They dined communally and even published a newspaper. And when Capone asked for permission to decorate his cell, the warden, H.B. Hard-Boiled Smith, okayed it. Within 2 weeks of his arrival, Capone had made the place feel like home, with a cabinet radio, a colorful rug, a wooden desk, a chest of drawers, and a comfy bed that was clearly not prison issue. While other prisoners got only as much light as the slanting sun sent through the small openings at the top of their cells, Capone's had a small desk lamp by which to read books and write letters late into the evening. When he wanted to make a phone call, he used the warden's line. Apparently, Hard-Boiled Smith got his nickname from the way he liked his eggs. When a reporter asked him if he found the new accommodation suitable, Capone replied, "Yes, very comfortable." To another newsman he said, "I have been quoted so much that I would rather not say anything now. Let my friends talk for me. My enemies will talk enough in any case." Then, genetically incapable of shutting up, he continued, "However, I would like to tell those persons who might be interested in me that they can discount 1/2 of what has been credited to me. I was pleased to learn that Mrs. Capone is planning to pay me a visit in Philadelphia. To my friends in Chicago, and I think I have many regardless of the stories that have been printed about me, I might say that I enjoyed a perfect night's rest. I had a good sleep, and I had no worries." A little thing like a year in the joint was not enough to wreck Capone's equilibrium. He had long ago learned to live alone in the world, apart from the family he loved, more or less happily. Whether he arranged the arrest or not, he recognized the benefit in taking time off and getting out of the national spotlight. He would do his time, and while he did it, perhaps other gangsters would lay off the shooting. That would help. He had the idea that he would emerge from his cell in 1930, go back to Chicago, and some of his problems would have passed. With time, he thought, he might try to remove himself from the day-to-day operations in Chicago, spend more time in Miami, and get everyone, including the feds, off his back. Within the next few months, he predicted, there is to come a proper adjustment of things and conditions, and when that comes, I tell you, people will see me in an entirely different light. Proper adjustment of things and conditions, and when that comes, I tell you, people will see me in an entirely different light. Chapter 31. Elegant Mess. For 6 months, George E.Q. Johnson had been pursuing Capone with one tender step after another, like a man hunting butterflies. He wasn't sure if he could make the income tax charges stick, so he continued to pursue the contempt case stemming from the lies about Capone's health. But he didn't want to settle for a piffling contempt charge if there was a chance the tax case could be made, so he tried to keep both investigations going until he could decide which one had the greater chance of success. And while he had not completely given up on the idea of building a case for prohibition violations, neither had he made any progress toward it. When reporters asked Johnson what he thought about the fact that Philadelphia had managed to put Capone away in a few hours, at almost zero expense to the taxpayers, and with no help from the federal government, Johnson surely understood that the question was not really a question at all. It was a criticism. The arrest speaks for itself, he said, and that was the end of the conversation. If Johnson was feeling glum, he was about to feel glummer. Word came from Miami that the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida was preparing to bring perjury charges against Capone's doctor, Kenneth Phillips, for falsely stating that his patient was too sick to appear in court. For all practical purposes, Johnson was about to have a big chunk of his case stolen from him. If the prosecutor in Miami charged Capone's doctor with perjury, it was a safe bet that his next move would be charging Capone. It was beginning to look as if Johnson had equivocated too long. The butterfly had flown. Throughout his short career in public office, Johnson had been given the benefit of the doubt by his superiors in Washington and by the political establishment in Chicago. Sure, he bore an unfortunate resemblance to the poet William Butler Yeats. Sure, he lacked fire, and sure, he had no real experience as a criminal lawyer. But he was a solid citizen, no doubt intelligent, and seemingly incorruptible. Over the course of his first 2 years in office, it was generally assumed that, given time, he would get the job done in his own quiet way. In fairness to Johnson, he may have understood the prosecutor's role better than most. While the general public tended to think that prosecutors were supposed to be ferocious enemies of criminals, the law says otherwise. Because prosecutors have such great power, the law reminds them that they have a special duty to govern impartially. It's not about winning cases, it's about doing justice. Perhaps Johnson could have slapped the charge on Capone willy-nilly, but he seemed determined to wait until he had a bulletproof case. The last thing he wanted was the embarrassment of taking Capone to trial and losing. Still, some were beginning to wonder if Johnson was too even-handed for the job. He could keep adding initials to his name, the thinking went, but he would never make it in Chicago if he weren't willing to be an S.O.B. once in a while. Johnson tried to recover. He fired off a letter to the U.S. Attorney General, William DeWitt Mitchell, politely arguing that he deserved first crack at Capone. The Miami office got involved, he reminded Mitchell, only because Chicago had initiated an investigation. Johnson asked Mitchell to have the Miami prosecutors defer their case. Give him a chance to finish the job, he said, and if he failed, there would still be time to press charges in Miami. Mitchell granted the request. Now Johnson had no excuses. Capone would be in jail for a year at most. The big fellow's lawyers were working to get him out sooner, immediately, if possible, and there was always a good chance that he would get out in 8 or 10 months with time off for good behavior. Capone was practically running the Eastern State Penitentiary, by the way the press made it sound, so why would he misbehave? The clock was ticking. Johnson knew that he needed to push harder than ever to be ready to indict the crime boss after his release from the pen in Philadelphia. It would help that Capone was locked away. His associates were more likely to cooperate with the feds if they felt that Capone posed less of a threat. If Johnson waited, however, if he let Capone go free, there was no telling what might happen. Capone might murder the government's witnesses. He might ply the press with interviews in an attempt to rehabilitate his image. He might be killed. He might leave the country, or he might be indicted elsewhere. Certainly, no good could come of it for Johnson. At last, this man of much thought and little action seemed determined to do something. Eliot Ness was feeling restless. He was 27 years old, and for more than 2 years he'd been working as a prohibition agent. What did he have to show for it? Goose eggs. No big arrests, no great fortune. Not that money motivated him, but still. And no great fame. It had been ages since he'd seen his name in the pages of the Tribune, and even then it had been an insignificant story, stuck unceremoniously in the middle of page 3. The city was cracking down on bootleggers, or at least making yet another symbolic effort at it, but the beer was flowing through the streets and alleys of Chicago as robustly as ever. Flatbed trucks with tarps draped over their tops ran into and out of the loop day and night, and everyone knew what they were hauling. Ness felt like a loser, a pawn in a game no one was watching and no one would win. Later in life, such moods would lead to bouts of heavy drinking, to a sense of depression that weighed on him like a wet woolen coat. But if the depression this time burdened him or made him feel like drowning his sorrows in gin, he didn't say. All he allowed when he recalled this pivotal moment years later, his words filtered by a co-author, was that he almost felt like chucking the whole business. Ness was tall, lean, and broad-shouldered. He had a round face, pointed slightly at the chin, with brown hair parted in the middle and slicked down on both sides, all symmetrical. Yet he was not a classically handsome man. It might have been because his head was a bit too small for his body, or because his ears were a bit too small for his head, or because there were few sharp angles to his face, mostly soft curves. But probably it was because of his eyes. No matter what message the rest of his face or body conveyed, his eyes gave away sadness. It was there in every photograph the man ever took, from the one on his badge to the one he would print on posters years later when running, unsuccessfully, for mayor of Cleveland. More or less from the day he was born, Ness was a goody two-shoes. He loved his mother, respected his father, obeyed his teachers, helped out gladly in the family bakery, and never got paddled, spanked, or severely punished as far as his friends and family could recall. Even as a child, he kept his hair perfectly combed and his shirts neatly tucked. When the boys in his South Side Chicago neighborhood invited him to play Army or baseball, he usually declined. He preferred the company of girls, or else a detective novel. Elegant Mess, the kids called him, because he was nice to look at, but nevertheless a misfit. At the University of Chicago, he was an undistinguished student, scraping along on a steady diet of C's and C-minuses. After graduating in 1925 with a bachelor's degree in business and political science, he went to work as a retail credit investigator. But he quickly grew bored with that work, which involved more bookkeeping than investigating. Fortunately for Ness, his brother-in-law, Alexander Jamie, had recently been appointed chief investigator for the Justice Department's Prohibition Bureau in Chicago. Though Ness would appear to have been entirely unqualified, Jamie pulled strings and got his wife's kid brother a job as a prohibition agent at a salary that was probably about $50 a week. Many prohibition agents got into the work because they knew they could supplement their incomes with bribes from bootleggers. Ness, though, ever the straight arrow, wasn't interested in kickbacks. He had $410 in his bank account, and that was good enough for him. Jamie, for his part, didn't need to line his pockets with booze money. He had a much sweeter deal. While the Justice Department paid him one salary, a group of wealthy Chicago businessmen paid him another. The businessmen, organized by Robert Isham Randolph, president of the Chicago Association of Commerce, were beginning to mount a private war against the city's gangsters. Some of them had already contributed cash to set up Calvin Goddard's forensic crime laboratory. Others had gone to Washington to lobby President Hoover for his support. And they made it clear to George Johnson that they were prepared to act as a shadow agency of the government, providing whatever he needed, legal or not, to get the job done. If there were tasks that went beyond the strict purview of the government, or that the government couldn't pay for, or that might have been ethically objectionable to some in Washington, all Johnson had to do was ask. By putting Jamie on the payroll, the businessmen gained access to government information and a pipeline to Johnson's office. They also bought themselves the services of the young and ambitious G-man Eliot Ness. Years later, when he was old, washed up, drinking heavily, and trying to cash in on the glories of his youth, he would sell his life story for $300 to a writer named Oscar Fraley. Ness typed 21 pages on onion skin paper and gave them to Fraley, and from those slender sheets Fraley spun a marvelous fable, with Ness as the lonely warrior battling against Al Capone, the most notorious criminal who ever lived. Fraley called his book The Untouchables, the term coined by newspapers to describe Ness's organization. It was utter bull, but it was some of the most successful bull $300 ever bought, even if Ness wouldn't live long enough to see it play out. Fraley's story would inspire a long-running television series and a huge hit movie. It would make Ness one of the most famous crime fighters in American history, a paragon of virtue, an archetype for the hard-nosed prohibition agent. But in his own 21-page manuscript, Ness described his role more honestly and more modestly. He was merely along for the ride, as the junior agent on the team in 1927 and 28, rumbling around South suburban Chicago Heights in a large, heavy Cadillac, he wrote, looking for bootleggers and their stills. The quarry was not Al Capone at that time, but Joe Martino, the last surviving member of the Chicago Heights Piazza gang. In fact, it would seem from Ness's own description that he and his men had bungled their investigation. They had hoped to infiltrate Martino's gang and learn the names of some of the cops and prohibition agents who had been receiving bribes, but they couldn't persuade the mobsters to trust them. Ness, a taciturn university graduate, had a difficult enough time fitting in with cops. He should have known that he would never dupe a streetwise mobster such as Martino. Finally giving up, Ness and his men decided to quit the cute stuff. They raided 18 of Martino's stills in Chicago Heights. That move backfired, too. Now the goons knew without a doubt that the men they had met earlier were federal agents. Ness would never again work undercover. Martino was arrested, but never tried. The next phase of Ness's career would be more rewarding. In Ness's original manuscript, he said simply that he was assigned by George Johnson to help revenue agents who were already going after Ralph and Al Capone. It was my job to raid the income medium possibilities of the Capone mob, he wrote. I was allowed to pick a number of agents from any government services that I wished. I was to have a squad of about 12 men. While Ness took no credit for the idea in his manuscript, Fraley constructed a dramatic scene in which Ness complained to his brother-in-law that all his fellow agents were either corrupt or incompetent. Suppose the Prohibition Bureau picked a small, select squad, Ness told Jamie, according to the Fraley account published in 1957. Let's say 10 or a dozen men. Every man could be investigated thoroughly, and they could be brought in from other cities, if necessary, to ensure that they had no hookup with the Chicago mobsters. No rotten apples. Get it? Now, if this squad were given a free hand and backing when they did make arrests, I'll guarantee it could dry up this town. And when that happens, and the big money stops rolling into the Capone mob, pretty soon they don't have that $25 million a year to be handing out for protection. Then everybody starts to go to work on them, like they were supposed to do in the first place, and you've got them licked. Unfortunately, almost nothing in Fraley's book checks out. Johnson probably did meet with Ness, and he probably did hire him to do work on the Capone investigation. While most of Johnson's attack was focused on building income tax and contempt charges against Capone, he was still interested in cutting off the booze supply and pinching Capone's income. Late in September, Johnson went to Washington to meet with his bosses. Afterward, he told reporters that the Justice Department had authorized him to go after Capone's beer. A greater effort will be made to reach the sources of the bootleggers' supply and get at the revenue which finances the organized gangs, he said at that time. In that way, if in no other, Ness would be useful. But nothing in the prosecutor's comments to the press or in his voluminous personal files suggests that Ness's work was a priority to the federal government. While Ness was beginning his work and Johnson continued pondering his strategy, the third important member of the team assigned to target Capone, Frank Wilson, was plowing ahead. He was a stark man, pale as a sheet of typing paper, with a square jaw and a cleft chin. He was of average height, but with broad shoulders and a bullish chest. Ever since he was a boy, he had wanted to be a cop, like his old man, who had served for years on the streets of Buffalo. Wilson had the right demeanor for it, but, to his everlasting disappointment, he didn't have the eyesight. His vision was so poor that he would never be licensed to carry a firearm. Wilson didn't talk much, but he had already earned a reputation within law enforcement circles as one of the toughest and most aggressive revenue investigators in the country. He didn't mind the monotony of the work, didn't mind the loneliness, didn't mind the long hours staring through thick corrective lenses at bank ledgers and canceled checks. But whenever the opportunity presented itself for Wilson to act like a street cop, he leaped at it. He loved getting out of the office and interviewing witnesses. He would never carry a gun, but that didn't mean he couldn't carry himself the same way his father had, straight up and stern as a 2x4. Once he had been assigned to check out allegations of corruption concerning one of the Bureau's own agents, and a high-ranking one at that. When he was informed that the accused agent's wife had just died, and that it might be best to postpone his initial interview by a few days, Wilson refused. "Wilson fears nothing," wrote his boss, Elmer Eyre. "He will sit quietly looking at books 18 hours a day, 7 days a week, forever, if he wants to find something in those books." Wilson's only vice, so far as anyone could tell, was his taste for cheap cigars. Wilson left Washington for Chicago in the late part of 1928 or early in 1929, setting up in a tiny office in the old post office building downtown at Dearborn and Adams. It was more like a janitor's closet than an office, really, with no windows, no ventilation, and peeling green walls. Wilson filled it quickly with a huge flat-topped desk and file cabinets. "I could hardly scratch my head without sticking my elbow in somebody's eye," he recalled. He brought with him from Washington a small team of revenue agents. One of them began hanging around the lobby of the Lexington Hotel, pretending to be a mid-level gangster from Philly, looking for action. Wilson and the others began visiting the speakeasies, casinos, and brothels said to have been operated by Capone. They also visited nearby banks, looking for financial records that would establish Capone's income. Wilson heard all about Capone as he made the rounds. He heard that the boss took a slice of the profit on every case of whiskey brought into Cook County, controlled 1,000 speakeasies, 1,000 more bookie joints, 15 gambling halls, half a dozen breweries, and innumerable brothels, spent $1,000 a week on banquets, lounged about in $50 French pajamas, ordered suits by the dozen, and employed a staff of 700 gunmen. Maybe it was true, maybe it wasn't, or maybe some of it was and the rest of it wasn't. Wilson never could be sure. But one thing he did know for sure was that Capone would never be convicted on tax evasion if all that the revenue agents could come up with was evidence of great expenses and a lavish lifestyle. The courts had to see income, he said. Several months into his investigation, to his great surprise, he hadn't found any. He did all his business through front men, Wilson said, with a hint of admiration for Capone's cleverness. When it came to income, the nation's most conspicuous criminal was completely anonymous. To get the case moving, and perhaps in hopes of getting more information, on October 9, 1929, revenue agents arrested Ralph Capone, Al's older brother, on charges of filing false income tax returns. 2 years earlier, Ralph, at the behest of a seemingly friendly revenue agent, had filed a return claiming that he owed only about $5,000 in taxes for the years 1922 to 1925. The government claimed that Ralph's bank balances — he allegedly maintained several accounts under false names at the Pinkert State Bank of Cicero — averaged more than $350,000 a year. Investigators also claimed he owned 7 horses. 2 days after Ralph's arrest, one of Ralph's favorite horses, Azoff, finished first at Hawthorne, beating Vowed Vengeance by 2 lengths. At 26-1 odds, the horse paid off handsomely. Unfortunately for Ralph, although he had already been released from prison on bail, he failed to make it to the track that day to bet. For a man such as Ralph, getting arrested was bothersome, but missing out on a 26-1 shot was tragic. The authorities were closing in on Capone from every direction. It seemed only a matter of time. It didn't hurt, either, that the big fellow was already behind bars in Philadelphia. It was much easier to hit a stationary target. But President Hoover and his team were so caught up in the pursuit of the nation's most infamous criminal that they seemed to be paying little mind to a much bigger matter, one that would soon rivet their attention. The 1920s had been so prosperous, so thrilling, so fast, so intoxicating that Americans had been conditioned to believe the good times could only get better. They had air travel, electric refrigerators, washing machines, and department stores that offered a sultan's array of products at working men's prices. They had talking movies, radios in every home, fruits and vegetables in cans, and cars in every driveway. Women could vote, dress the way they wanted, smoke and drink in public, take jobs and control their own money. It had all happened over the course of a mere decade, and it had happened because the country had grown richer and richer, wealth unfurling across the land like a brilliant red carpet. Hoover had said as much in his campaign, proclaiming that America was closer to the final triumph over poverty than ever before in the history of any land. Thanks for this great prosperity went to the American businessman. The spirit of salesmanship and the magic of conspicuous consumption had turned the nation into a virtual paradise. To dream it was to have it. And for those Americans who had not yet attained the levels of affluence they desired, it was only a matter of time. The average working stiff made just a few $1,000s a year, but he socked away a few dollars every week to save for a down payment on a house or a car, and if he was really brave, he bought stocks. His time would come, too. A great bull market in stocks began in the spring of 1928. RCA, for one example, soared from $85 a share at the start of 1928 to $420 a share by the end of the year. Much of it, of course, was illusion. Pools of wealthy businessmen would invest heavily in companies such as RCA and then hire publicity agents and pay off reporters to spread the word that the companies in which they had invested would soon see their values soar. Investors were reminded to never give up your position in a good stock. To sell, big-time industrialists warned, was not only unwise but unpatriotic. Of course, the big players were selling all the time. Late in 1928, for example, several wealthy investors started a pool to promote the stock of Anaconda Copper, even though they knew that copper prices were down and likely to stay there, even though credit was inflated, and even though consumer spending throughout the economy was stalled. So what? Share prices shot from $40 to $128 in 3 months. The big investors who started the promotion correctly assumed that the public would keep buying as long as prices kept going up, so they made fortunes on top of their fortunes, while small investors would eventually go bust. There was no logic to it, and no integrity. Greed and high hopes fueled it all. A few years later, when a Senate committee investigated the schemes, a brazen trader named Matthew Bear Brush was asked if the wealthy investors who inflated stock prices had behaved in a manner comparable to Al Capone. Brush just said with a snicker, "Al Capone is a piker compared to that racket." Capone never invested in stocks. "Those stock market guys are crooked," he said in a prison interview that fall. "I won't play with them. I know lots of better ways of investing my small change." But at least 1 million, and perhaps as many as 3 million Americans played the market, and the rest acted as if they did. Market talk replaced sex talk as the national obsession. Psychics peddled newsletters with stock tips. The comedian Groucho Marx, like many others, trusted everything he had to his broker. "The little judgment I had told me to sell," he later recalled, "but like all the other suckers, I was greedy. I was loath to relinquish any stock that was sure to double in a few months." Whenever confidence waned, the president or the esteemed millionaire and Treasury Secretary Andrew Mellon issued reassuring statements, and the market pushed higher. The Saturday Evening Post sang, "Oh, hush thee, my babe, Granny's bought some more shares. Daddy's gone to play with the bulls and the bears. Mother's buying on tips and she simply can't lose, and baby shall have some expensive new shoes." They all managed to ignore the fact that the economy was going 80 miles an hour on broken axles. A closer inspection by an objective party would have revealed the underlying problems. Florida had never recovered from the big hurricane of 1926. Farmers had never enjoyed the good times at all. Then there was the real estate market. With encouragement from the government, countless Americans had been buying homes they couldn't afford. Mortgage debt doubled between 1922 and 1929 until it reached more than $27 billion. By 1929, the housing market was beginning to slump, auto sales were slowing, and Americans began cutting back on the madcap spending that had defined the decade. Only the stock market barreled forward, faster and stronger. Each time it hit a bump, the whole chassis of the economy rattled and shook more violently, and each time the Americans at the wheel gave it more gas, thundering forward, faster, faster, faster. When in doubt, they purchased more shares, and increasingly they began buying on margin, borrowing against money they didn't have but expected to make just as soon as the market shot higher yet again. In September 1929, the market collapsed. Then it bounced back. Then it collapsed again in early October. Brokers urged their customers to buy, buy, buy. Stocks had slipped to bargain prices, they explained. The market was merely experiencing a period of readjustment. So the suckers bought. On October 23rd, the same day the dazzling new Chrysler Building in New York was fitted with its lofty silver crown, the market came tumbling down again, harder this time. Surely it could go no lower, said the brokers and the pundits. Buy, buy, buy! But the next day, sell orders hit the market like a tsunami. Traders who were overloaded with margin deals began dumping everything they owned. The stock market, built almost entirely on speculation and credit, began to collapse upon itself. Word spread by telephone across the country that this nosedive was different from the rest, that the game was over, the bottom falling out of the market, and wave after wave of selling crashed down on Wall Street. A group of business titans tried to stop the flood by investing millions of their own money, a token of their faith in the economy. But it wasn't enough. On October 29th, Black Tuesday, widespread panic took hold, and the market lost about 13% of its value. "The jig is up," Groucho Marx's broker told him. The Marx brothers were set to open their play Animal Crackers in Baltimore that week, but Groucho was too depressed to go on with the show. Later, when he recovered his sense of humor, he wrote in his autobiography, "All I lost was $240,000. I would have lost more, but that was all I had." Within 2 weeks, the New York Stock Exchange had surrendered half its value. Fortunes were eviscerated, businesses destroyed, confidence in the American economy gut-stabbed. Stories of stockbrokers jumping from windows may have been apocryphal, but the suffering was not. In the months and years to follow, more banks would close, small businesses would shut down, families would lose their homes, and hunger would spread across the land as never before. It was not merely the end of the big bull market, it also was the end of the Jazz Age and the beginning of the Great Depression. The crash prompted a statement from Capone. "Tell them," he joked to his lawyer, "I deny absolutely that I am responsible." Despite all the bleak news, Americans found a measure of comfort in the knowledge that they had in Herbert Hoover the ideal man to guide the nation through a crisis. Hadn't he saved the South after the floods? Hadn't he rescued Europe from starvation? Here was a student of business, a titan of industry in his own right, a brilliant organizer, and a master in the art of public relations. Yes, Americans told themselves, Hoover would know what to do. Hoover worked with commendable speed to address the problem. In mid-November, he gathered the leaders of finance, industry, construction, labor, agriculture, and public utilities at the White House. He promised tax cuts and urged manufacturers to maintain wages, a move he believed would not only help workers, but also bolster the economy. He beseeched unions to withdraw their pending requests for salary increases. At the same time, he tried to offer soothing words. He urged Americans not to refer to the economic condition as a panic. It was merely a depression, he said, an unfortunate word choice that would haunt him forever. With his campaign of optimism underway, the president, like most Americans, believed the economy would bounce back fast, at least partially. At first, Hoover's plan worked brilliantly. State and county governments launched construction projects. The Federal Reserve boosted the money supply. Henry Ford announced that he was actually raising wages, not cutting them. Management and labor worked in cooperation to keep workers employed. The Federal Farm Board kept crop prices from falling. If Hoover made one mistake during this early phase of the Depression, it was this. He continued to insist on a limited government role in addressing the crisis. He urged Congress to spend modestly on public works and to let the private sector lead the recovery effort. As unemployment mounted and breadlines grew longer, Hoover remained convinced that the country was merely suffering from a short-term malaise. As autumn turned to winter, Americans attempted to return to their routines. They craved normalcy and found it in the newspaper stories that reminded them of the near and dear past. A Saturday Evening Post reporter got everyone talking with his report that college football had become a $50 million annual enterprise, much of it built on the exploitation of unpaid student-athletes. The Wickersham Commission, appointed by Hoover to investigate problems with law enforcement, buckled down to work. Charles Lindbergh settled into his marriage to Anne Morrow. Commander Richard E. Byrd and his team made their first flight to the South Pole, an event declared by the New York Times to be the biggest news story of 1929. Al Capone's attorneys filed one motion after another in their futile attempts to win his early release from the state pen in Philadelphia, and federal agents and attorneys in Chicago went about the task of trying to make certain that Capone never enjoyed another day of freedom as long as he lived. Life went on. Task of trying to make certain that Capone never enjoyed another day of freedom as long as he lived. Life went on. Chapter 32. The Napoleon of Chicago. At Eastern State, Capone worked as a janitor, mopping the halls outside the warden's office. Later, he would earn a promotion to library file clerk. But beyond that, for the first time in years, and perhaps for the first time in his life, he found himself with time on his hands. To fill it, he picked up a copy of Napoleon, Emil Ludwig's popular biography of Napoleon Bonaparte, published in 1926, and settled down on his bed to read. In Napoleon's story, Capone may have found parallels to his own. Both men were natural leaders, bold tacticians, and improvising opportunists. But just how long Capone dwelled on the similarities is anybody's guess, and the quote ascribed to him in 1931 by his excitable biographer Fred Paisley sounds a little too Runyonesque to be true. "I'll have to hand it to Napoleon as the world's greatest racketeer," he supposedly said, "but I could have wised him up on some things. The trouble with that guy was he got the swelled head. He overplayed his hand, and they made a bum out of him. He should have had the sense after that elbow jolt to kiss himself out of the game. But he was just like the rest of us. He didn't know when to quit, and he had to get back into the racket. He simply put himself on the spot. That made it easy for the other gangs to take him, and they were no dumbbells. If he had lived in Chicago, it would have been a sawed-off shotgun Waterloo for him." In all likelihood, Paisley was riffing on a quote from a syndicated news story that contained a brief comment from Capone. "Knapp sure was a great little guy," said Al, by way of reviewing Ludwig's book. In the same news story, Capone went on to say that reports of his pampered prison life had been greatly exaggerated. Prisoner number 527 shared a dank and dimly lit cell with a convicted embezzler, according to the newspaper account. Contrary to earlier published stories, the accommodations were not decorated to resemble a suite at the Ritz. Capone and his cellmate had a phonograph and a wooden smoking stand, which was cut and painted in the form of a butler holding a tray. The only other enhancement that caught the reporter's eye was a plain vase with a small bunch of gladioli in it. "I'm taking this rap, and I'm taking it just like anybody else would," Capone told the reporter in his soft tenor. The warden said Capone was a good prisoner and received the same privileges as other good prisoners, no more, no less. Capone underwent 2 minor operations during the early part of his incarceration, the first on his nose, apparently to repair a deviated septum, the second to remove his tonsils. During his treatment, he made a friend of his doctor, Herbert M. Goddard, a nationally respected ear, nose, and throat man who served as the prison's physician. Said Dr. Goddard, "In my 7 years' experience, I have never seen a prisoner so kind, cheery, and accommodating. He has brains. He would have made good anywhere at anything." Capone also was said to have earned the goodwill of his fellow inmates by spending $1,000 in the prison craft shop and shipping the purchased articles around the country as Christmas presents for friends and relatives. Back in Chicago, the cops continued to pursue the St. Valentine's Day murderers with their usual inept vigor. Then, by sheer luck, they caught what looked at first like a big break. On the evening of December 14th, 1929, Fred "Killer" Burke, a well-known bank robber and hired gun, had the misfortune of smashing his car into another in front of the police station in St. Joseph, Michigan, 100 miles from Chicago. When the motorist with whom he'd collided asked for $5 to cover the repair, Burke drove off. A 24-year-old St. Joe cop named Charles Skelly, having seen the whole thing, leaped on the running board of the dented car and told the driver to take off after Burke. After a brief chase, Burke stopped. Skelly hopped down from the running board and approached. That's when Burke raised a gun, probably a .45 automatic, and shot the officer 3 times, wounding him fatally, before speeding off. Later, cops found Burke's abandoned car and traced it to a home in nearby Stevensville. There they discovered Burke's wife, along with a huge arsenal, including 2 machine guns, 2 rifles, a shotgun, 7 revolvers, 11 tear gas canisters, several bottles of nitroglycerin, and enough ammunition to support the overthrow of a small government. They also found 20 gallons of wine and bonds valued at more than $300,000, some of which had been stolen a month earlier in a Jefferson, Wisconsin bank robbery. Weapons and ammunition from the Burke home were sent to Calvin Goddard at his forensic crime lab. At a press conference on December 23rd, Goddard and Coroner Herman Bunderson announced with great flourish and certainty that both guns had been used in the attack in the North Clark Street garage. He matched the guns to bullets taken from the bodies of victims Schwimmer and Clark. In an interesting footnote, one that went almost entirely overlooked in the daily press, Goddard further noted that some of the bullets recovered from the Brooklyn murder of Frankie Yale also had been fired from one of Burke's 2 machine guns. The report made headlines across the country, and more than anything Goddard had ever done, helped establish ballistic science as a respected crime-fighting tool. But Goddard was never able to build a strong nationwide network or bring uniform high standards to police labs across the country. Soon after, John Edgar Hoover would order agents to create a crime lab within the Bureau, a move that would effectively put Goddard out of business, but bring an important element of standardization to criminal science. In more immediate terms, the Burke investigation provided the first hard evidence in the nation's most spectacular unsolved crimes. Police said they were convinced that Burke had been the leader of the attack on the Moran gang, and that he had perpetrated the assault because the Moran men had been hijacking his whiskey shipments somewhere around Hammond, Indiana, as they crossed from Detroit to Chicago. There were no eyewitnesses placing Burke at the North Clark Street garage. In fact, inconveniently, there were some who said with great certainty that they had seen Burke at a bar in Calumet City on the morning of February 14th. Of course, finding the guns in Burke's home was not the same as proving he had been in on the St. Valentine's Day hits. The guns might have changed hands several times before winding up in Burke's home. Burke might have been the mob's warehouse director in charge of storage, given that he owned a home and spent most of his time in the relatively safe environs of western Michigan. But with his long record of criminality and his long association with the other men suspected in the crime, it was not difficult to imagine a prosecutor building a decent case on the circumstantial evidence. A jury was not likely to have much sympathy for a man known as Killer. Unfortunately, Burke was never charged. After eluding the cops for more than a year, he was arrested on March 26, 1931, in Green City, Missouri, extradited to Michigan, and sentenced to life in prison for the murder of Officer Skelly. He died in prison in 1940 from heart disease at age 47. Like Capone, he was never pressed to answer questions about the St. Valentine's Day massacre. Over the years, other theories would rise and fall. 6 years after the massacre, in January 1935, a bank robber named Byron Bolton, already in custody on an unrelated charge, told the feds that the massacre had been carried out by Burke, Claude Maddox, Gus Winkler, Fred Getz, and Murray Humphreys. Bolton claimed to have served as one of the lookouts. Capone had planned the crime to get Moran out of the way, the criminal claimed. Bolton's confession made huge headlines across the country. If anyone had doubted Capone's involvement in the massacre before, they weren't doubting it anymore. But there were serious problems with Bolton's story. For starters, at least 2 of the men he identified as killers had airtight alibis. Then there's the question of why Capone would hire so many men for a job that required only one assassin. He knew where the rival gangster lived. He could have put Jack McGurn in a car across the street and had him wait until he got a clean shot. But even if Capone had ordered the hit, and even if the job had gone horribly wrong, another question remained. Why hadn't he ordered the men to try again? Why was Moran still alive? In the end, Bolton's story made little sense, which is why the feds ignored his confession and let him go. But the story doesn't end there. When Bolton's bogus confession hit the newspapers, a Chicagoan named Frank T. Farrell composed a letter to John Edgar Hoover dated January 28, 1935, saying he had information that might be useful to the feds in their investigation. His account, recently discovered in the FBI archives and never before revealed, offers the most logical and satisfying solution to the crime. In cramped but tidy script, Farrell informed the director that he had been doing undercover investigation work. He gives no more detail than that at the time of the crime. He said that if the Bureau would check Chicago police logs, it would find that a 40-year-old firefighter named William DeVerne, Jr., the son of a Chicago police sergeant, had been shot during a bar fight in November 1928, back when members of the Moran mob were running out of control and getting themselves in all sorts of trouble. DeVerne, the letter said, was the key to unraveling the mystery of the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. A straight line could be drawn between the two attacks, according to Farrell. William DeVerne, Jr. was in the kitchen of the C&O restaurant at 509 North Clark Street, a popular gangster hangout, when a fight erupted in the kitchen and someone shot him in the stomach. Police never learned why. Although the Moran mob was operating so recklessly at the time, motives seemed superfluous. Spurting blood, he was carried to a car, driven to the corner of Rush Street and Austin Avenue, and dumped there. But DeVerne managed to crawl to a fire station call box and ring for help. He was taken to the hospital, where he held on for 6 weeks. And while he wouldn't tell the police during those 6 weeks who had shot him, DeVerne did tell his first cousin, William White. White's mother and DeVerne's mother were sisters, so close it would seem that they gave their boys the same name. William DeVerne and William White grew up together in Chicago. Now, as he lay dying, DeVerne decided there was only one man he could trust, so he gave White the names of several members of the Moran gang, including one of the Gusenberg brothers. In his letter, Farrell doesn't say which brother. "Those are the guys who shot me," DeVerne told his cousin. William Three-Fingered Jack White was beady-eyed, bald, and double-chinned, even tougher than he was ugly. A boyhood accident or a botched safe-cracking job, accounts varied, had taken 2 of the fingers on his right hand. For the better part of the decade, he had maintained status as one of Chicago's most vicious criminals, with a rap sheet as long and as savage as the processing line at the Armour meatpacking plant. White was a known killer of cops, a robber of banks, and a gunman for hire. When DeVerne died, according to Farrell's letter, White made up his mind to avenge his cousin's murder. He contacted the same Gusenberg brother who had been involved in the murder of DeVerne and said he was planning to hold up a factory for its payroll and wanted men to help. They were sure to oblige. White knew both Gusenberg brothers. They had worked together in 1926 on the $80,000 robbery of the International Harvester Factory on 31st Street. In that job, they had used 8 men, and when one of those men ratted to the cops and started naming his accomplices, White and one of his cohorts disguised themselves as police, went to the rat's home, and murdered him while he slept. White knew that when people saw police uniforms, they tended to be more trusting, and they tended not to notice the distinguishing features of the men in uniform. All they saw were hats and badges. And getting uniforms was easy. White knew plenty of crooked cops. In this case, he might have enlisted the help of his uncle, Sergeant William J. DeVerne, the father of the man killed by the Moran boys. Farrell's letter solves many, if not all, of the mysteries surrounding the massacre. It helps explain why so many of Moran's men were in the garage that morning, and why they never drew their guns when faced by their intruders. It also offers a clear motive, one with enough emotional power to explain the fury of the attack. It may even account for why the investigation of the crime went nowhere. Perhaps word had spread through the department that the garage killing had been carried out in retaliation for the murder of a cop's kid. That would have been enough to quell further investigation and persuade the detectives to accept this rough justice. If White had been arrested and had confessed that he had committed the crime in retaliation for the murder of DeVerne, the newspaper men certainly would have followed up with the next logical question. Was Sergeant DeVerne involved? Did any other cops help him commit or cover up the crime? And once those questions were asked, the reporters no doubt would have cited the dying words of Frank Gusenberg, which to this day remain the only testimony from a victim of the crime. "Cops did it," Gusenberg had said. When police went through the neighborhood conducting interviews after the massacre, they picked up a great deal of information. some of which slipped through the cracks. Less than a week after the crimes on North Clark Street, an eyewitness told police he had seen some of the action on the street. His testimony seemed inconsequential at the time and was quickly forgotten, but it included this nugget of information. Just about the time I arrived in front of the place, an automobile I thought was a police squad car stopped in front of the garage. There were 5 men in it. The fellow who stayed at the wheel had a finger missing. His hand was spread out on the steering apparatus, so the old amputation was apparent. Police, apparently, never followed up on the lead. For several years in the early 1930s, White worked as a federal informant, trading information about his fellow gangsters to federal agents in exchange for their protection, according to newly released FBI documents. If John Edgar Hoover knew White was the mastermind of the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, the Bureau might have helped to cover his tracks for fear of losing an informant and jeopardizing the lives of the agents who had worked with him. In January 1934, when his peers figured out that White was a rat working for the FBI, he was executed in his home. Federal agents were seen visiting his home shortly before the murder, but White's killers were never caught. 1 year later, when Hoover received the letter from Frank T. Farrell suggesting that White had been responsible for the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, a letter thoroughly grounded by logic and steeped in accuracy, the director replied that the gangland killings were a matter for local police and of no interest to the Bureau. In other words, as far as he was concerned, the case was closed. Police and of no interest to the Bureau. In other words, as far as he was concerned, the case was closed. Chapter 33. The Big Fellow Chills. In the spring of 1930, Herbert Hoover and other government officials spoke and acted as if the economy had already rebounded. But in the real world, people turned off the heat in their houses and put on sweaters. They canceled their vacations. They abandoned their homes as mortgages went unpaid. Weeds sprouted in the cracked concrete of unfinished buildings. Some laid-off workers, too ashamed to tell their spouses, dressed for work and left home each morning only to spend their days hunting in vain for jobs. In Cleveland, thousands of unemployed workers showed up at a meeting of the Welfare Committee of the City Council demanding relief money. When police tried to clear the men from the steps of City Hall, punches flew and knives flashed. Firefighters with water hoses and cops with nightsticks pushed the protesters back, crushing bones and spilling blood in the process. There were similar scenes in New York, Philadelphia, and Newark. It was just the beginning. Still, Hoover saw no reason to panic. Philosophically, the new president was a lot like Jefferson and Lincoln. He believed Americans ought to go it alone. As much as possible, he thought, they ought to rule themselves, pull themselves up by their own bootstraps, and organize to solve their own problems. Yet he was smart enough to know that modern America was different from Jefferson's America. People lived in cities and worked in factories now. He was not opposed to helping those who were losing their jobs, and he certainly was not opposed to helping to revitalize the economy. He prided himself, after all, on his great skills as an engineer and a fixer of broken things. But he believed that private enterprise, not big government, would lead the recovery. Even more important to Hoover, still clinging to Quaker traditions, was the ideal that the poor could count on their neighbors for support. He was a man of principle, and he intended to stick to his beliefs. Unfortunately, Hoover severely misjudged the depth of the Depression. He failed to see that the problem was too big for local governments and charities to solve, and his confidence in an imminent recovery quickly began to look like callousness to the millions of Americans suffering without food and jobs. When he wasn't focused on the economy, Hoover continued to devote much of his time to the issue of law enforcement. In his December 1929 State of the Union address, after once more assuring Americans that the nation's financial system would soon return to normal, he saved for last his comments on law enforcement. Proper enforcement of the prohibition laws, he said, required proper organization of government. For starters, Hoover wanted to transfer the Prohibition Bureau from the Treasury Department to the Justice Department, streamline court procedures, and reorganize Border Patrol functions. No one will look with satisfaction upon the volume of crime of all kinds and the growth of organized crime in our country, he said with typical passivity. We need to reestablish faith that the highest interests of our country are served by insistence on the swift and even-handed administration of justice to all offenders, whether they be rich or poor. With Capone in jail, Hoover might have bragged. He might have vowed that he was making it his personal mission to keep the gangster on ice for years to come. It would have made huge headlines. It would have added grit to Hoover's squeaky clean image. It also would have been true. But, as usual, the president was conflicted. He continued to approach the problem as an engineer would approach the design of a new road, studying the landscape from every angle before moving the first load of dirt. We can no longer gloss over the unpleasant reality which should be made vital in the consciousness of every citizen, he said, that he who condones or traffics with crime, who is indifferent to it and to the punishment of the criminal or to lax performance of official duty, is himself the most effective agency for the breakdown of society. It wasn't much of a rallying cry, but it would have to do. While Hoover maneuvered and Capone cooled his heels in prison, leadership of the Chicago outfit fell to Ralph Capone, Jack Guzik, and Frank Nitti. These were three men Al Capone could trust. Ralph knew the booze business and the gambling operations. Guzik was the bagman. Nitti provided the muscle. They faced a difficult business environment. Frank Wilson of the corrective lenses and dogged determination, along with his fellow revenue agents, were investigating all three men. Ralph Capone had already been indicted. Cops were raiding gambling dens and speakeasies with unusual fervor. In one raid on the offices of Bugs Moran at 127 North Dearborn, where the sign on the door said Acme Sales Company, cops said they found 4 quarts of good scotch, which probably meant they found 8. They confiscated it, but somehow it disappeared before the officers could get back to the station. Scotch? Scotch, teased one of the cops who made the bust. Impossible! Why, the country's dry, and so am I. That rhymes. Can you rhyme? That prompted the Chicago Herald and Examiner reporter to quip, as the detectives are all teetotalers, it is planned to put Scotland Yard on the scent. At the same time, Elliot Ness and his men were tapping phone lines and eavesdropping on some of the city's gangsters. Ness began with Ralph Capone, who in those days was spending most of his time at the Montmartre Café, a speakeasy in Cicero, conducting his business on a phone nestled in an alcove behind the bar. Ness rented a basement apartment 3 blocks from the café where he and his men could set up their equipment. Then one day, he and 4 of his agents hopped in their Cadillac and began circling the block around the Montmartre. When Ralph's men got into cars and began following Ness, another one of Ness's men shinnied up the telephone pole in the alley behind the cafe and began playing with the wires. My secretary made a call to the Montmartre Café and engaged the man who answered in light conversation, Ness wrote in the first draft of his memoir. My telephone man was simultaneously raking the box. Suddenly, he gave me the sign that he had found it. The bridge was made, and telephone tap on the Cicero headquarters of the mob established. This tap was kept alive for many, many months, and we learned a great deal. The transcripts from those wiretaps were only recently discovered among the personal possessions of George E.Q. Johnson. Some have Ness's name at the top, suggesting that he was listening and typing or taking notes himself, while others have the names of his men. They read like dialogue from Damon Runyon's Guys and Dolls, and they suggest that the police crackdown this time was more than hype. The wiretaps revealed that the Capone gang was struggling to make money, struggling to keep the beer and whiskey flowing. In this call, recorded at 8:45 p.m. on February 20th, 1930, the caller, identified as the man on the line out, is probably Pete Penovich, who supervised many of Capone's gambling operations. The man receiving the call in, identified as Dutch, is most likely Ralph Capone. Out. Is Mike there? In. No, but Dutch is. Out. Let me talk to Dutch. Dutch answers phone. Out. Is Blackie still there? In. No, I sent him away 20 minutes ago. Are you coming over? Out. Yes, but not for some time. I've got to get a fellow out of a can. In. I can go get his bond, you know, Pete. Oh, I can fix it all right. Say, Dutch, I want to collect a bill in East St. Louis. Have you got anyone there? I might have. How much is it? $3,800. It's not a legitimate bill, you know. The guy is a businessman. He sells what we do. Will I get $800 if I get it? Yes. If you get the guy here, we will make him pay. All right. When you get here, we will talk about it. Say, have you got the little one there? No, little Mike has it. What have you got? My own. The one I always carry. In another call, recorded at 5:35 on the afternoon of February 24th, Ralph complained that police raids were hurting business. His reference here to having his head examined might suggest he was speaking to Jack McGurn, who had been the subject of a well-publicized psychiatric examination a few years earlier. Out. I'm in a swell spot now. In. Why? What's the matter? Out. My joints ain't working. Somebody else is making all the dough. In. Yeah. Yes, I'm getting in your class. I ought to have my head examined. Well, you'll smarten up someday. Say, did you leave that short? Probably referring to a sawed-off rifle. Over there? Yes. You coming over tonight? I don't think I can. I gotta hunt up some moon. The next night, Ralph and his men were at the Cotton Club, where jazz bands grooved all night and women paraded in flimsy gowns. The men drank until they were fried and singing like idiots. But when they woke up and went back to work on February 26th, they were still having trouble finding enough hooch to satisfy their customers. Out. Did you get any today? In. No, it's just a push around. Out. I've been looking for some. That's all I've been doing. In. If you get some, hold a couple for me so I can fix up these guys. Out. All right. The transcripts contain no mention of Al Capone. If the big man was running his gang from prison, one couldn't tell it from the evidence Ness gathered. Was it possible that Capone's operation, described by federal and local law enforcement agencies as a massive purveyor of vice, was really so well organized that it continued to function without its head? The fact that Ralph Capone was overheard repeatedly on these wiretaps discussing individual shipments of beer to individual saloons would certainly seem to suggest that the Capone outfit was not exactly Standard Oil, which is what Al Capone had been saying all along. Questions of the outfit's size and strength would become more important as the government further developed its case. For now, the information obtained by Ness and his men was proving of little or no use to Johnson. In fact, it's not at all clear what Ness was doing with the information gathered from his wiretaps. While the Chicago cops were out making raids and disrupting supply lines, Ness and his team of untouchables never made a move. They should have been called the inactives. Ness and his team of untouchables never made a move. They should have been called the inactives. Chapter 34. Silent Partner. If you were a newspaper reporter covering the crime beat in Chicago, circa 1930, you didn't waste your time hanging around the police station, nor did you sit around the newsroom smoking cigarettes and waiting for the phone to ring or for your editor to hand you an assignment. The less contact you had with your editor, the better. No, if you were a crime reporter, you spent your time among criminals, in bars, at the track, in casinos, in brothels. You made connections. You got to know not only the goons, but also their molls, and sometimes even their mothers. You became friendly with the cops, too, but never too friendly, or else you risked scaring off your less lawful friends. If you were a crime reporter, you occupied a special place in the universe of law and order. You could go anywhere and talk to anyone, and usually you were immune from reprisal. It was a little bit like being a diplomat, only with worn-out shoes and a soup-stained tie. Eliot Ness never understood this. He cared too much about getting his name in the papers. He fed the newsmen tips, hoping they would show up and bring photographers to glorify his raids on bootleggers. But he never asked them for anything more than publicity, and he never gave them much in return. Frank Wilson was smarter. Wilson understood that the city's well-traveled, hard-drinking newspapermen could help his team of revenue agents do their job. He knew that the reporters had access to valuable information, most of which never made print, and that they could be persuaded to turn over useful facts. Some would do it for the price of a drink, others out of patriotic duty, and still others in exchange for the promise of a scoop. There's no loyalty among thieves, as the saying goes, and there wasn't much among the press corps. Why did the thugs talk to reporters? First, because the reporters and the criminals had much in common. They came from the same schools and neighborhoods, lived on the same blocks, in the same sort of houses, watched the same horse races, drank the same whiskey, chased the same women, and held the same low opinion of politicians. Their rapport was elemental. But the thugs also talked because they thought the newsmen would give them a more sympathetic hearing than the cops or the politicians or the courts did, and because it made them feel important to have someone listen. So while the reporters chatted up the hoodlums, Wilson chatted up the reporters, and it was one of those reporters, John T. Rogers, who gave Wilson his first important break in the case. Rogers worked for the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, but he did not confine his reporting to St. Louis. He cruised all the Midwest looking for stories. The Post-Dispatch was one of the nation's most aggressive papers, winner of 2 straight Pulitzer Prizes for reporting, and famed for its role in exposing the bribery of government officials at the heart of the Teapot Dome scandal. Rogers, lanky and charming, was the paper's shining star. It was Rogers whose investigation forced the resignation of federal Judge George W. English for abusive treatment of lawyers and litigants, a story that won Rogers a Pulitzer Prize. Rogers, who broke the story of George Remus, the first big bootlegger to be arrested and tried, and Rogers, who exposed and ultimately helped wipe out the Charlie Berger bootlegging gang of Williamson County, Illinois. Rogers knew the gang world as well as anyone operating outside of its orbit. Without being coaxed, the reporter gave Wilson the name of a man who did business with Capone, a man who had long made a living walking the tightrope between legitimate business and crime, a man who, as Rogers viewed it, might be willing to supply the feds with useful evidence against the Chicago mob. His name was Eddie J. O'Hare. No one would have dreamed of calling him Edward. In every kind of company he was E.J., Eddie, Easy Eddie, or Fast Eddie. O'Hare was a man's man, strong and tough and lots of laughs. He looked like a former football player with a head big and round as a pumpkin. He had a high forehead with handsome, wavy brown hair. His smile was the smile of a fine politician, warm, contagious, and possibly even genuine. Prohibition had been very, very good to Eddie O'Hare. He grew up in St. Louis and practiced law there. No one, least of all Eddie, seemed to mind that he had never been to law school. In 1925 he'd been indicted along with George Remus and more than a dozen other men for siphoning whiskey valued at $200,000 from a Jack Daniels warehouse in St. Louis. Remus went to jail for 2 years, but O'Hare beat the rap. Had he been working with the feds to help make a case against Remus? If so, it was never reported. But given how badly the feds wanted Remus, and how cleanly O'Hare emerged from the whole affair, it's a possibility. After that close call, he went back to work as a lawyer. But lawyering was never enough for O'Hare, a man with a taste for wealth and action. He wanted another racket, but something slightly cleaner than bootlegging. As a lawyer, O'Hare tended to attract shady clients. If some lawyers were great scholars, crafting nuanced cases that would be read and discussed for ages, O'Hare was something different and much more useful for his clients' purposes. He studied the angles for making money. When one of his clients, Owen P. Smith, needed help with a patent application for an electric rabbit, O'Hare sniffed an opportunity. As commissioner of the International Greyhound Racing Association, Smith was top man in a sport that had many promising elements and one huge problem. The promising elements were these: dogs ran fast. Dogs ate less than horses. Dogs didn't need riders. Dogs were cheaper to breed and haul than horses. The problem was this: dogs weren't bright. Sometimes they ran and sometimes they sat. Sometimes they sprinted around the oval and sometimes they chased flies. One track operator had the idea of putting monkeys on the dogs' backs. Unfortunately, it didn't help the dogs run faster or straighter, and it doubled the food budget for track operators. Enter Owen P. Smith, who decided he could solve the sport's problems by attaching an electric rabbit to a small car that hummed around the track on a rail. As long as the rabbit kept ahead of the dogs would fly straight as arrows, with a raw intensity that thrilled spectators. Smith's clever invention would do for greyhound racing what air conditioning did for movie theaters in the 1920s. It made business boom. O'Hare thought so much of Smith's idea that he forged a partnership with the inventor. Whether Smith entered the partnership voluntarily is anybody's guess. When Smith died in 1927, his widow agreed to sell O'Hare exclusive rights to the device. From there, Fast Eddie was off and running. He opened the Madison Kennel Club just across the river from St. Louis, with 8 races a night every night but Sunday. Financed and operated by home people, his newspaper ads boasted. When the cops shut him down for running an illegal gambling operation, he moved his operation upstate to Cicero. O'Hare no doubt knew that Cicero already had a dog track, the Hawthorne Kennel Club, and that it represented one of the key properties in the business empire of Al Capone. He didn't care. O'Hare had the mechanical rabbit and Capone didn't, which meant that his track would instantly overtake Capone's. Wisely, though, O'Hare never tried to put the crime boss out of business. He sent word that he was interested in a partnership, and Capone took him up on it. O'Hare would maintain a 51% interest in the business, while Capone and 3 of his associates, Nitti, Guzik, and Burnham Mayor Johnny Patton, who liked the gangsters and saw no reason to restrict his business to Burnham, would get 49%. O'Hare had few direct dealings with Capone. Patton served as the middleman. The match was a good one. O'Hare gained access to Capone's business and political connections in Cicero, and Capone got O'Hare's rabbit. Before long, the track was clearing more than $100,000 in annual profits. Everybody was happy, at least for a time. The only trouble they ran into was with the law. Illinois made it illegal to bet on greyhounds. So every once in a while, the cops would raid the track and shut it down, and O'Hare would go to court and seek an injunction allowing the track to reopen. He argued that there was no gambling at the Hawthorne Kennel Club. Contributions were accepted from spectators, and those contributions were taken as investments in certain dogs. If the chosen dogs happened to win their races, investors were naturally entitled to share the prize money. But gambling? Oh, no, there was none of that. "Persons coming to the track do not wager," said Fast Eddie during one court appearance. "They make contributions for the development of better greyhounds. "Oh," replied the assistant state's attorney, no trace of sarcasm detected. "It is something like taking up contributions in church?" O'Hare said, "Yes, something like that." For all his sparring with the cops and the courts, O'Hare prospered in Cicero, and so it came to pass that he became part of the Capone Corporation. Together, Capone and O'Hare ran additional dog racing tracks in Boston, Miami, and Tampa. In each case, O'Hare was the front man and Capone a silent partner. How they split the profits is unclear. By 1930, O'Hare was spending most of his time away from St. Louis and away from his wife and 3 children. Eddie was handsome, gregarious, and very charming with the ladies. Yet while he juggled a number of mistresses and made little effort to hide his affairs from his wife, he retained a strong interest in his children, especially in his only son, the eldest of his children, Edward Henry Butch O'Hare. Butch had inherited little of his father's machismo. Eddie was rough, especially on kids. He made them chew each bite of food 25 times and enforced the rule like a prison warden. Yet his son, go figure, was soft and sweet, a real jelly donut. Eddie, hoping to toughen the boy up, sent him to the Western Military Academy in Alton, Illinois. He proved to be an average student, but to his credit, he hung in there. When he told his father he wanted to be a pilot, Eddie O'Hare began tapping his long list of political connections to see if he could get his son admitted to the U.S. Naval Academy at Annapolis, Maryland. Wilson and O'Hare met for lunch at the Missouri Club in St. Louis one day, along with Rogers of the Post-Dispatch. Wilson would later claim that he had the feeling Capone had forced O'Hare into partnership on the Greyhound operation. In fact, it was probably the other way around. When O'Hare agreed to feed Wilson inside dope on Capone, Wilson asked Rogers why the businessman would take such a chance. Rogers said he was doing it to help get his boy admitted to the Naval Academy. "Does he realize he is taking his life in his hands?" Wilson asked. "Hell, Frank," said Rogers. "If Eddie had 10 lives to live, he'd jeopardize every one of them for that boy Butch." O'Hare had plenty of other reasons to cooperate with the feds, of course. For one thing, he probably had a tax liability of his own and didn't want Wilson taking too close a look. But more important, O'Hare surely knew that partnerships with Capone were perilous. His business prospects, not to mention his personal safety, would improve with the big fellow behind bars. He also knew that Capone's ownership interests were entirely off the books. That was good for Capone, because he didn't report his income, but it was even better for his partner, because it meant Capone had nothing in writing, and therefore no legal claim to anything. If Capone went away, some of his dough would flow to O'Hare. O'Hare, in Wilson's own words, would turn out to be one of the best undercover men I have ever known. Though he probably didn't know much about Capone's bootlegging business, he knew a great deal about the gambling operation. Capone's men in Chicago wired money by Western Union to Miami, he told Wilson. In Miami, the money was picked up by a man named Parker Henderson, Jr., he said. O'Hare also gave Wilson the names of 2 bookkeepers, Fred Reese and Leslie Shumway. If anyone knew Capone's finances, he said, it was those 2. Wilson also hoped to make a close examination of the track's betting records and corporate records with the aim of proving that Capone had been skimming off the top. At last, he had solid leads to pursue. Records with the aim of proving that Capone had been skimming off the top. At last, he had solid leads to pursue. Chapter 35. Lady, nobody's on the legit. On March 15, 1930, the day before his release from Eastern State Penitentiary, Al Capone sat in his cell with a reporter from the Tribune. He said he was roughly 20 pounds lighter and $25,000 poorer since landing in prison. The weight loss, of course, had come from a steady diet of prison food. The money had been doled out to local charities and prisoners with hard luck stories. He was paler and wore gold-rimmed glasses, the result of eye strain. But otherwise he reported himself to be in fine shape. "Of course I'm going back to Chicago," he said in the March 15th interview. "Where else would I go? I live in Chicago. My business is there. My mother and my family are there. I'm going to Cole, the collector of internal revenue, and renew my compromise offer." He was referring to overtures his lawyers had made to settle his outstanding tax bill. "The government better take me up," he continued, "because I never kept any books and never had a bank account. After I get back home and visit with my family, I'll go down to Miami for a month or so. They can't keep me out of Miami even if they want to. I'm an American citizen. I own property there, and I'll go there like any other citizen." Later that day, the prison warden ordered Capone and his fellow inmate Frank Rio removed from Eastern State and taken to another prison, 30 miles away. The warden told no one. The following morning, before dawn, reporters, photographers, and a handful of the curious began lining up outside the castle-like walls of Eastern State. By sunrise, the crowd began to swell. By noon, thousands of people crowded the streets and sidewalks around the massive prison. The weather was cool and damp. Newsreel shooters perched their bulky cameras on the roofs of their cars. Reporters sat on the curb, smoking cigarettes and glancing at their watches. They waited and waited. As it turned out, they waited for nothing. Capone and Rio were 4 hours outside of town aboard the Chicago-bound Broadway Limited before prison officials acknowledged to the waiting mob that the men were gone. Later, the warden said he had hidden Capone in part for his safety and in part to spare him the harassment of the press. "Try and find out where they've gone," the warden taunted the infuriated crowd. "How much did you get for this?" shot back one reporter. The Tribune splashed a banner headline across the front page of the next morning's paper. "Capone speeds for Chicago." The paper also reported that the Capone family had ordered 2 18-pound turkeys from the local butcher in preparation for the homecoming feast. Angling for a scoop, a reporter had shown up at the Capone home on South Prairie and dangled a bag full of candy in front of the eyes of 12-year-old Ralph Capone, Jr. "Where's Grandma?" the fearless reporter asked. "Out," said the boy, already adept at handling the press. "Is Grandma going to have a special kind of spaghetti for Uncle Al's dinner?" "Yeah, walnut-flavored, probably," he said, before adding, "Another paper sent some people out here to play marbles with me. I won 90 cents from them and didn't tell them a thing." And with that, he shut the door. Despite the size and clarity of its headline, the Trib was not actually sure if Capone was speeding for Chicago. When word got out that the press crew in Philadelphia had been duped, phone calls were made quickly to Pittsburgh, and when the Broadway Limited hissed into the station there after midnight, reporters jumped aboard and stalked the aisles. Stories didn't mention whether the reporters barged into private sleeping cars and woke weary travelers, although the newsmen did seem fairly certain after the search that Capone was not on the train. Other news agencies offered a different itinerary, saying that Ralph Capone and Jack Guzik had chartered a plane in New York, flown to Camden, New Jersey, and then driven to Philadelphia to pick up the 2 released prisoners. From there, according to these accounts, the 4 men drove back to Camden, flew to Baltimore, and traveled by boat to Miami. Yet another report said Capone had taken the train from Philadelphia to St. Louis, sneaked into Chicago from the south, stayed briefly, and then departed for Indiana. Still others said he was on his way to Miami, or Hawaii, or Cuba. The mystery made page 1 news in most of the nation's newspapers. Capone was lost in the fog, according to one wire service story. He may be here, he may be there. He may be riding the billowy waves to Shanghai, or he may be picking daisies from the pretty green lawns of Florida, concluded the Associated Press. Was he on the run, preparing a bold return? Was he afraid to set foot in Chicago? Was he already there? Capone's disappearance only heightened the public's fascination. By now, he had captivated the American imagination like no criminal before. He was an international star, a household name. He was royalty, the king of crime. In just a few years, Capone became the most notorious criminal of his time. In an era devoid of international radio broadcasts, satellite television, and the Internet, he nevertheless became instantly recognizable worldwide. He enjoyed a celebrity previously experienced only by royalty or military heroes. Men and women who met him even briefly would tell about it for the rest of their lives. In most of their stories, they would recall him fondly. It was widely understood that Capone ran the Chicago underworld, supervised brothels and casinos, splashed beer across the land, and killed countless rivals, with or without St. Valentine's Day Massacre added to his list of credits. And yet he also was perceived as a human being, a family man, a lover of music, a sports fan, a genial host, a quiet resident of a working-class neighborhood in Chicago, and a bon vivant with a splendid winter home in Miami. He offered up the kind of moral ambiguity, the subtle charms offset by sharp edges, the smile offset by the gun, that made so many of the nation's celebrities intriguing. The press framed his story as a Horatio Alger tale, an immigrant boy's rise from poverty to wealth, power, and celebrity. They described him as businessman more than bruiser, although, to be sure, they never left out the latter. The press's message was clear. In America, anybody could rise above his roots. Capone's ascension might not have turned out precisely the way Alger would have scripted it, but, give or take some bullet holes, it was pretty close. Even Dale Carnegie, in the opening chapter of his 1937 bestseller, How to Win Friends and Influence People, cited Capone as proof of the power of positive thinking. Time magazine, in putting Capone on its cover in 1930, declared, "No desperado of the old school is Scarface Al, plundering or murdering for the savage joy of crime. He is, in his own phrase, a businessman who wears clean linen, rides in a Lincoln car, leaves acts of violence to his underlings." In short, the magazine stated, Capone was the John D. Rockefeller of the underworld. Fred Paisley, Capone's first biographer, subtitled his book, The Biography of a Self-Made Man. Americans were fascinated by Capone not just because he boldly broke so many rules, but also because he obeyed so many. He dressed nicely, shook hands, smiled, made polite conversation, and hosted parties. He did all the things an upwardly mobile American was supposed to do. Other criminals were photographed in shackles or with their faces buried in the lapels of their coats. Not Capone. He posed for close-ups, politely requesting that the photographers aim from his right. Other criminals gave interviews only to deny accusations. Not Capone. He used the newspapers to tell the American people how much he loved his wife and child, and how fervent was his desire to see his son go to college and have a better life than his own. In a way, he was very much a conservative. Capone's popular appeal infuriated the people who were hell-bent on keeping him behind bars. President Hoover was promising Americans that the worst of the economic crisis would be over by the summer of 1930. He wasn't ignoring the economy, but neither was he allowing it to consume him. He continued to pay attention to Capone. The day after Capone's release, Walter Hope, Assistant Secretary of the U.S. Treasury, on orders from Hoover, directed his staff to perform a complete audit on Capone's tax-paying history. The report came back quickly, and, as the investigators in Chicago already knew, It showed that Capone had never filed a return. That same day, Assistant Attorney General G.A. Youngquist phoned the commissioner of the Prohibition Bureau and asked if there were any liquor law violations pending against Capone. The Prohibition Bureau chief told Youngquist they had no proof Capone was a bootlegger. Next, Youngquist made a call to Chicago, speaking to George Johnson, and learned that Johnson had been much interested in Capone for a long time, but that the federal authorities had not thus far been able to procure any tangible evidence of wrongdoing. Asked about the contempt of court charges that he had been investigating a year earlier, Johnson said, "It is not a matter of seriousness or importance." Johnson went on to say that he'd been busy preparing his tax case against Ralph Capone, and the Al Capone case has been delayed with others on that account. 10 months earlier, when Capone had been arrested in Philadelphia, the feds had seemed to be closing in. Now that he was free again, they had lost their aim. No one was ready to bring charges. Capone, complained Arthur P. Madden, special agent in charge of the Revenue Bureau's intelligence unit, had prepared himself for almost every contingency. No matter what has been done so far in this investigation, the funds have not and could not be followed through. On March 31st, Youngquist phoned the president to tell him what he had learned about the case against Capone. "He is very clever," Youngquist told Hoover. "He is 2 or 3 or 4 times removed from the actual operation." That same day, or so it would appear from notes in the Federal Archives, Youngquist phoned the president again to reassure him that his men were making progress. George Johnson in Chicago was in charge of the case, he told the president. He concluded, "I wanted you to know we are keeping after it." On April 8th, President Hoover wrote to his Treasury Secretary Andrew Mellon and his Attorney General William D. Mitchell, urging them to adopt a more forceful line of attack in the war against the nation's illegal booze dealers. "The most important areas for the enforcement of the 18th Amendment should be directed toward those larger rings and conspiracies whose operations in illicit liquor are obvious, and whose manifestations apparently cover even more than single states." He went on to say that he wanted the Department of Justice to assemble teams of prosecutors and prohibition agents to go after the most sophisticated cartels. But then, in typically timid form, he told them not to do it at once, but first to give him a report as to the correctness of these assumptions. For days, newspapers nationwide carried reports of alleged Capone sightings, as if he were Bigfoot in a silk suit. He was spotted arriving by yacht in suburban Evanston, Illinois, strolling the streets of downtown Toronto, stopping for gasoline at a filling station in Malabar, Florida, making calls from a hideout in Indiana, ducking for cover in Philadelphia, and sailing on a merchant marine vessel from Baltimore to Miami. Hoping to solve the mystery, Miami cops raided his Palm Island home on March 20th. They arrested 6 men, including Al's younger brothers Umberto, a.k.a. Albert or Bites, and Amadeo, a.k.a. John or Mimi, on charges of vagrancy and possession of alcohol, but walked away embarrassed and without their real quarry. The next day, perhaps to take the heat off his family, Capone told his lawyer, Thomas D. Nash, that he was ready to face the cops in Chicago. Nash dialed a telephone number he no doubt knew by heart, that of John Steig, Chicago's chief of detectives, who had been giving Capone the runaround and getting the Capone runaround for the better part of a decade, almost entirely to the gangster's advantage. "Do you want Capone?" asked Nash. "I have no process for his arrest," said Steig. "Well, are you going to arrest him?" "We are arresting all bootleggers, gangsters, and gunmen on sight. He is one of them, and I suspect he will be brought in if any of our men see him." "I'll bring him over," said Nash. "He wants to get it over with." Soon after, Capone elbowed his way past a sidewalk full of oglers and into the lobby of police headquarters at 11th and State. "When did you get in?" a reporter shouted at him. "Day before yesterday," he answered. "Did you pay your income tax this year?" asked another reporter. Capone smiled, declining to answer that one before adding, "Just a minute, boys. I'll be right out, and then we can talk things over." Capone and Steig chatted meaninglessly for some time, with the detective asking vague questions about the St. Valentine's Day massacre, and with Capone wondering innocently why Steig still insisted on blaming him for everything that ever happened in Chicago. When they were done, Steig still couldn't justify making an arrest. The best he could do was tell Capone he should think about leaving Chicago permanently, that he wasn't wanted here, and that the cops had plans to make his life miserable, all of which Capone already knew. After that, Steig sent Capone to see U.S. Attorney George Johnson and State's Attorney John Swanson in case they had any desire to interrogate or arrest him, but neither of them had strong enough reason to keep Capone. When he was done, Capone kept his word to the newspapermen, pulling up a chair to chat with them. "Well, fellows, what do you want to know?" he asked. When one of the reporters stared awkwardly at Capone's left hand, which was swathed in bandages, he explained, "I was roasting some ducks, and I grabbed the oven instead of a duck." He loved cooking fancy food, he added. "The sun's shining once more, boys," he said, getting up to leave. "I saw my wife just before I left Philadelphia. She looks wonderful. So does my boy. Now all I'm thinking of is being with them again. So long." Meanwhile, two more of Capone's lawyers were in court in Miami, asking a federal judge to protect their client from police harassment. Florida's governor, Doyle E. Carleton, had telegraphed each of the state's 67 sheriffs, ordering them to arrest Capone on sight if he entered the state. The lawyers insisted that the state had no authority to seize a citizen who had not been charged with a crime, and the judge agreed. He issued an injunction. Capone was free to return to his home in Miami. That evening, once again showing his preference for female reporters, the boss sat down for a lengthy interview with the Tribune's Genevieve Forbes Herrick, a graduate of Northwestern University's journalism school and one of the paper's front-page girls, so-called for her knack at landing big stories. Capone was back at his big mahogany desk, photos of George Washington and Big Bill Thompson smiling down upon him. "I never had a number," Capone began, referring to his prisoner number, "until they picked me up in the city of brotherly love for carrying a gun and gave me a year, not for carrying a gun, but because my name is Capone. I had never been indicted before. Why should I be? All I ever did was supply a demand that was pretty popular. Why, the very guys that make my trade good are the ones that yell the loudest about me." He paused and then added, "Some of our best judges use the stuff." At one point, Capone stopped to answer the jangling French telephone on his desk. The receiver looked like a child's toy in his sausage-like fingers. "Sure, this is the big fellow," he said into the mouthpiece. "Come on over." He returned the receiver to its cradle and went back to the interview. He spoke in a low voice and seemed to choose his words carefully. "They talk to me about not being on the legitimate. Why, lady, nobody's on the legit. You know that, and so do they. Your brother or your father gets in a jam, what do? Do you sit back and let him go over the road without trying to help him? You'd be a yellow dog if you did. Nobody's really on the legit when it comes down to cases, you know that. Whatever I did in the jail, everybody was watching to see that Al Capone didn't get any favors. When I'd been there 6 months, I came up for parole. I had a writ of relief, they call it, before the Supreme Court. It's even more important than a writ of habeas corpus. The judge is supposed to allow it or deny it, with reasons for what he does. If I'd been plain John Smith from Oshkosh, he'd have allowed it. All I did, you know, lady, was carry a gun." He pressed a buzzer on his desk, and a door at the far end of the room opened. a young bodyguard came in. "Please ask my wife and sister to come here," Capone said. The door opened again, and in walked May and Mafalda. Pleasantries were exchanged, and the two women left. "Did you notice my wife's hair?" asked Al, alone again with the reporter. "We had," wrote Herrick. "It was lustrous and fluffy." "No, I mean the streak of gray," said Capone. "She's only 28, and she's got gray hair, just worrying. I'm only 31, and I've been blamed for crimes that happened as far back as the Chicago fire." He said he was particularly irked about being blamed for the death of his friend Frankie Yale, when everyone knew Capone was in Miami, not New York, at the time of the hit. Herrick summarized. "All he ever did, he reiterates, was to ply his trade, and if his trade was so popular that it brought him a home in Miami Beach and a reputation for giving $100 tips, that's the fault, he claims, of the customer, not the dealer. He is quite frank about it. His theme song is, 'All I ever did was sell beer and whiskey to our best people.'" The same day, he gave another interview, this time to the Chicago American. "I'm not telling anybody how to run the country, but I'm giving it to you straight out. If people did not want beer and wouldn't drink it, a fellow would be crazy for going around trying to sell it. I've seen gambling houses, in my travels, you understand, and I never saw anyone point a gun at a man and make him go in. I never heard of anyone being forced to go to a place to have some fun. I have read in the newspapers, though, of bank cashiers being put in cars with pistols stuck in their ribs and taken to the bank where they had to open the vault for the fellow with the gun. It really looks like taking a drink was worse than robbing a bank. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is." "Do you blame the police, Al?" he was asked. "No, I don't blame the police, and I don't blame the state's attorney, and I don't blame the government. They have the pressure put on them, and they got to move, see? Everyone you meet has a different idea of what's poison. This fellow says it's beer. This dame says it's whiskey. The next bird says it's women, and some say it's gambling. How do I know? I only got my own idea." The more he spoke, the more his legend grew, although by now it would have grown without his commentary. His name began to appear in newspaper stories all over the world. His moniker became like a brand. Coca-Cola, Packard, Capone, instantly recognized and iconically American. While Capone was sitting for his interview with the American, Adolphe Menjou, star of the films The Three Musketeers and A Gentleman of Paris, made a brief stop in Chicago. With but a few hours to spend in the city, the world-renowned actor stepped off his train and asked, "Where can I find Al Capone? I want to meet him." In South Dakota, the president of the Rapid City Chamber of Commerce sent word that if Capone continued to feel unwelcome in Chicago and Miami, he would be greeted with open arms in Rapid City, where the stranger is not judged by the reports of his past record. Capone replied, "Thanks, but no thanks." In Monticello, Iowa, when voters went to the polls on April 1st to elect the mayor, there was only one candidate on the ballot, the incumbent, V.E. First. But that didn't stop 50 Monticellans in a coordinated effort to attract publicity for their small town from writing in the name of another candidate, Al Capone. In Miami, Al's brother Albert was arrested on a charge of vagrancy while playing golf, which prompted Will Rogers to send a letter to the editor of the New York Times. It read, "A vagrant is a man that has no visible means of support. If they start enforcing that rule, it will mean the death of golf. Maybe they searched him and he didn't have either a flask or a gun. That would constitute vagrancy with a former Chicago resident." In New York, at the annual meeting of the Eastern Osteopathic Association, Dr. C.G. Gaddis pronounced that Capone's life of crime was directly attributable to poor spinal alignment. In China, said Chu Changling, director of the Richfield Oil Company, "We have our bandits, but the Chicago bandits and gangsters, especially Al Capone, seem to hog most of the publicity. Capone is as well known in China as Genghis Khan. But while we take our bad men as a matter of course and quietly behead them on the execution grounds, Chicago gangsters seem to be immune. In Java and Burma, Major General Milton J. Foreman, a hero of the Spanish-American War, discovered that Illinois was no longer renowned exclusively as the land of Lincoln. "The name of Al Capone is on everyone's tongue," he said. "The Scarface is as well known in the Orient as it is here. People the world over believe that they would be shot down by machine guns 5 minutes after their arrival in Chicago." And back home in Chicago, the famous preacher Billy Sunday vowed, "to do my level best to give Al Capone and his gang of cutthroats the hot end of the poker," as he began a series of temperance revival meetings in the Loop. On April 17, 1930, about 3 weeks after his extended interview with the Tribune, Capone sat down for another chat, this time with agents from the Internal Revenue Bureau at the Bureau's office in Chicago. C.W. Herrick, the agent in charge of Chicago operations, led the conversation. Interestingly, Frank Wilson was not present, although years later, while composing his memoirs, he claimed to have been in the room. Perhaps Wilson was left out of the meeting because the feds wanted to protect his anonymity, or perhaps he attended a later meeting. Capone was accompanied by his new attorney, Lawrence P. Mattingly, who had been hired specifically for his expertise in tax cases. Herrick began by laying out the rules. "Now, Mr. Capone, just so we all understand the situation, you and Mr. Mattingly are here in an effort to clean up your income tax liability. I want to say this, in order that there may be no misunderstanding, that any statement you make here will naturally be the subject of such investigation and verification as we can make, that is, in the nature of income or anything of that sort. And I think it is only fair to say to you that any statements which are made here could be used against you, would probably be used. I want you to know your rights." Mattingly replied that Capone would cooperate as best he could without admitting any liability. He also said that once the session was over, he might be willing to provide information off the record about his client's tax liability in order to help negotiate a settlement. With that, the questioning of Capone began. "What records have you of your income, Mr. Capone?" Herrick asked. "Do you keep any records?" "No," he said. "I never did." "Any checking account?" "No, sir." "Do you own any property in your own name?" "No, sir." "How long, Mr. Capone, have you enjoyed a large income?" "I never had much of an income, a large income." Another agent asked, "Have you ever filed income tax returns?" "No." "For the years mentioned, 1926 to 1929, did you buy or sell any real estate?" "No." "Did you furnish any money to purchase real estate which was placed in the name of others?" "I would rather let my lawyer answer that question." Mattingly said Capone provided his wife the money to buy a home in Miami in 1928. She paid $10,000 in cash and took a $30,000 mortgage. "What was the source of the money that you used to make your cash payment?" "I would rather let my lawyer answer that question." But Mattingly didn't want to touch that one either. "Did you purchase any securities during the years under consideration?" "No, I never had anything like that." "Did you have any brokerage accounts in your name?" "No." "Did you have any brokerage accounts under an assumed name?" "No." "Did your wife or relatives have any brokerage accounts, or did they purchase any securities?" "I would rather not answer that question." And so it proceeded, with Capone answering no, or that he would rather not say, to a long list of questions. "When money was transferred to you in Miami, where did it come from? How much have you spent on attorneys during the years in question? What's your net worth? Do you own any racehorses? Any canceled checks? Any safe deposit boxes? Does your wife have any safe deposit boxes? Ever done business under an alias? Do you have a financial interest in the Hawthorne dog racing operation? The only yes came when the revenue agent asked Capone if he completed most of his financial transactions with cash. And when asked where he kept all his cash for all those years, Capone replied, "Carried it on my person." Later, when Capone's testimony was made public, the writer Damon Runyon quipped, "He must have had plenty of room on his person." The meeting ended. Mattingly offered to arrange a session in which he would provide the agents an estimate of his client's income in hopes of negotiating a settlement. He asked the agents if it could wait until after Easter, and they said that would be fine. In fact, though, for reasons not clear, it would take Mattingly 6 months to come up with an estimate of Capone's income. He may have recognized the quandary he and his client faced. If he filed late returns or offered to make restitution on unpaid taxes, he would essentially be admitting delinquency. His only other option was an across-the-board denial of income and a principled assertion that the government wasn't entitled to a dime. But given the high style in which Capone had lived these past few years, such an argument would have been difficult to sustain. The investigators still didn't have much evidence against Capone, and great doubt remained in almost every government office whether they would ever build a winnable case. Yet government memorandums suggest that the agents were pleased, for now, merely to have engaged with Capone and his attorney. The more they talked, the more likely Capone would give them something they could use. They had cast their net, and the big fish had swum in. The trick was to see if they could land him. They had cast their net, and the big fish had swum in. The trick was to see if they could land him. Chapter 36. Public Enemy Number 1. On April 24, 1930, President Hoover repeated his vow to hold down taxes during this period of economic turbulence. Henry Ford promised to fire any and all employees showing up for work reeking of alcohol. A British medical journal urged England to ban the sale of the liqueur absinthe, and British troops in Peshawar, India, opened fire on supporters of Gandhi's independence movement, killing 20. But the biggest story in Chicago's newspapers, and in countless papers nationwide, was about Al Capone. And this time, he really didn't do anything. The story was the brainchild of Frank J. Lesh, president of the Chicago Crime Commission and a member of President Hoover's National Commission on Criminal Justice Reform. Lesh was almost 80, and the older he got, the more worked up he became about gangsters. Sometimes he became so steamed that he couldn't keep the lid on his bigotry. "The real Americans are not gangsters," he said that spring in a lecture at Princeton University. "Recent immigrants and the first generation of Jews and Italians are the chief offenders, with the Jews furnishing the brains and the Italians the brawn." Back in Chicago, he went to work on a press release that would prove to be his most memorable achievement. Issued on Crime Commission stationery, the press release named the 28 most prominent and well-known and notorious gangsters in Chicago. These men, he urged, ought not be treated as citizens entitled to a fair administration of justice. Instead, they must be relentlessly pursued in every legal way as aliens, tax evaders, inmates of gambling and disorderly houses, and vagrants. They must be hounded and harassed, Lesh said, until every last one was removed from society. Lesh listed the names alphabetically, beginning with Joe Aiello, a suspect in the Tony Lombardo murder, and continuing through to Jack Zuta, one of Capone's brothel and casino operators. Al and Ralph Capone both made the list, not surprisingly, as did Jack Guzik, Jack McGurn, Bugs Moran, and William Three-Fingered Jack White. Each name was accompanied by a short biography listing criminal achievements. Oddly, Frank the Enforcer Nitti didn't make the list. The reason he decided to name names, said Lesh, was to keep the light of publicity on Chicago's most prominent and notorious gangsters to the end that they may be under constant observation by law-enforcing authorities. There was no real news in the pronouncement, but Lesh understood that news editors love lists the way personal injury lawyers love slippery floors, and in this instance they especially loved the name Lesh had chosen for his list. These 28 villains, he declared, were public enemies. Only the New York Times recognized the emptiness of the phrase and the questionable ethics of Lesh's tactic. Chicago seemed to be giving up on any meaningful prosecution of its criminals, the paper editorialized, and settling for harassment instead. The Capones and Morans are not within the law and not outside the law, the Times said in an April 25th editorial. They dwell in a twilight zone where the courts cannot function, but where the police department may harry them and keep them moving. One Chicago journalist, Robert Hardy Andrews, griped to his editor that the public enemy list was hokum, and his editor seemed to agree, but that didn't keep them from running with the story. Poverty wasn't a public enemy, wrote Andrews, a reporter for the Chicago Daily News in his memoir. Joblessness wasn't, or homelessness, or human desperation. Al Capone was public enemy #1, in bigger type than Armistice signed on November 11th, 1918. What Andrews neglected to mention, or didn't know, is that Lesh probably got the idea for his public enemies list from the pages of the Daily News. 2 months earlier, it was the News that first printed a list of prominent gangsters, along with detailed accounts of their activities, and declared, "The following article tells names and places so plainly that if officials decide to confront gangsters with intelligent determination, they will have no trouble in finding those public enemies." Ultimately, though, it didn't matter who coined the term, nor did it matter who was first to dub Capone public enemy #1. A resonant catchphrase had entered the lexicon. The next year, James Cagney and Warner Brothers made a hit gangster movie that made the life of crime seem fearsome, romantic, and sexy. They called the movie Public Enemy, and it made a huge sensation, further cementing the phrase in the American consciousness. A public enemy, even a raffishly charming one like Cagney, was something much more than a thug. A public enemy was a predator, a force for chaos, a menace, a bogeyman, a renegade, a threat to democracy. All his life, Capone had striven to portray himself as an ambitious son of immigrants who happened to be engaged in a criminal life, a businessman whose business happened to be illegal. Now, brilliantly, Lesh had struck back with one deft phrase, reminding Americans still sobering up from the Roaring Twenties that traditional moral values remained in effect, and that there were grave dangers to society when men such as Capone stepped so boldly outside the law. Capone didn't need a public enemy list to know he was persona non grata in Miami. After his meeting with the Bureau of Revenue Agents, he had left Chicago and headed for his Palm Island home, just as he had said he would. Traveling with him was his nephew Ralph Capone, Jr., whose father was on trial in Chicago at the time for tax evasion. Capone and the boy, who had just turned 13, stepped off the train in Hollywood, Florida, one station shy of Miami. The date was April 20th, 1930. It was a clear day, the sky bright as chrome, the air hot and humid. They were met at the station by the attorneys who had worked in advance of his arrival to assure that Capone would not face immediate arrest. Also at the station were a gaggle of reporters, their presence by now as certain as the train itself wherever and whenever he traveled. Capone tried to give them as little news as possible, saying, "I am here for a rest, which I think I deserve." He added that he planned to stay at least 2 weeks. After the drive from the train station to his home, he took his son and his nephew for a ride on his speedboat. Later that day, a newspaper photographer snapped a picture of Capone in slippers, pajamas, and striped robe as he cast a line off the deck of a boat. 2 days later, Capone and 7 other men, including Harry Reid, city editor of the Chicago Evening American, flew to Cuba and checked into the Sevilla Biltmore Hotel in downtown Havana, where they stayed for a week. While they were gone, Florida Governor Doyle E. Carleton, describing Capone as a public nuisance and calling the Palm Island estate a harbor for all classes of criminals and desperate characters, petitioned a judge in Miami for authority to padlock the home and deport its famous occupant. "He will not establish headquarters in Florida," said the governor. "His element will not take root here. Those who wish to lend aid and comfort to such an element have the privilege. For me, there is but one position, and in this I expect the support of every thinking, self-respecting citizen whose first interest is the welfare of the state." The court denied the governor's request, but that did little to ensure Capone's tranquility. A week after his return from Cuba, Capone, his brother John, and 2 other men were stopped by detectives as they motored along Biscayne Boulevard in downtown Miami. It would seem that the cops had decided to ignore the court order protecting Capone from indiscriminate arrest. None of the men was armed. Capone was reported to have more than $1,100 cash in his pocket. "If you agree to clear out of the state, we'll turn you loose," said the city's director of public safety. "If you don't, our police will pick you up every time you show your face within the limits of the city." Capone's answer, according to the Herald and Examiner, his least favorite paper, was a snarl. 5 days later, while watching a boxing match at the American Legion Hall, he was detained again by Miami cops, and this time spent 17 hours in jail. Again, neither Capone nor any of his men had weapons in their possession. Then, a few days later, as he returned to the American Legion building for another night of boxing, he was arrested once more. That night at the station, he smoked a cigar and chatted with cops, taking it in stride. In the weeks ahead, Capone and his lawyers would spend day after day in court. Capone would win most of the rulings, with judges declaring that Miami's cops had been arresting him without cause. But after each court ruling, Miami officials would find a new reason to haul him back in. At the same time, some of Miami Beach's most prominent citizens, including Carl G. Fisher, who just 10 years earlier developed Miami Beach from a largely unpopulated barrier island, and the tire manufacturer Harvey S. Firestone, began meeting with city officials to request that the gate to Capone's home be padlocked and a guard stationed in front to keep him out. If Capone had thoughts of returning to Chicago to escape the harassments in Miami, all he had to do was read the newspaper to see the storm developing on that front, too. On June 16, 1930, his brother Ralph was sentenced to 3 years in the federal penitentiary at Leavenworth and fined $10,000 for income tax fraud. Testimony in the trial said that Ralph had deposited more than $1.8 million in the Pinkert State Bank over a period of 6 years, using his own name in some instances and his alias James Carroll in others to endorse checks. Ralph said the money wasn't his, that it was gambling dough, that it flowed into and out of the bank when bets were made and paid off. He also claimed, quite accurately, that he had filed his tax returns with the assistance of a revenue agent. He had the impression when he filed, he said, that everything had been settled to the government's satisfaction. Indeed, in Ralph's defense it should be noted that despite the vast sums moving into and out of his account, the government still couldn't prove that the $1.8 million was his. In the end, they claimed he owed a mere $6,000 in back taxes. It was enough to put him away. "I can't understand this at all," Ralph said upon receiving the sentence. Over the next few days, going for a knockout blow, the feds raided more than 24 Capone-controlled stills and speakeasies, many of them tiny operations based in bungalow basements, but all told said to produce an impressive 6,000 gallons of hooch a month. After years of missteps and delays, U.S. Attorney George Johnson had finally found a tactic that seemed to work. He would use prohibition agents to harass the bootleggers and to cut off their income, but he would give up on trying to convict the gangsters for selling booze. It was too difficult to prove, and besides, jurors were almost always drinking men and disinclined to convict. But tax law was different. A person paid or he didn't, and jurors who paid their taxes had no qualms about sending cheats to jail. It wasn't sexy. It wouldn't make the best headlines. It might not have seemed to some as if the punishment perfectly fit the crime. But Johnson had never been much concerned with sexiness or headlines, and he was happy to settle for any kind of punishment at all. In Washington, President Hoover urged Attorney General William Mitchell to make something happen in the Capone case. "We are being criticized very severely around centers like Chicago for failure to do anything in the larger conspiracies," he wrote. Getting Ralph Capone was one thing. Getting Al was another. Johnson knew that Al had been careful. He had taken great care not to leave a paper trail. It wouldn't be easy, but Johnson was beginning to see how it might be done. In Miami, Capone was under more pressure than ever. In May, the city council passed an ordinance intended to give police more reliable cause for putting him away. The new ordinance defined as a vagrant any person having visible means of support acquired by unlawful means or methods, or any person who is dangerous to the peace or safety of the city of Miami, or any person or persons known or reputed to be crooks, gangsters, or hijackers. Or, it might as well have said, any person named Al Capone. Violators were subject to a $500 fine and 60 days in jail. Soon after, on a Saturday afternoon, Al and May hosted a party for 50 of Sonny's schoolmates. Capone, clearly anxious, insisted that the children bring notes from their parents saying they had permission to visit his home. The Capones decorated the lawn with balloons, encouraged the kids to splash in the big pool, and served fried chicken, soda pop, and cake. 10 days later, Capone held a dinner musical at his home, hosting 50 businessmen and leading citizens. Where once Capone's guests would have bragged to the press about their invitations, this time the list of invitees was not announced. It was a shrewd, tactical move on Capone's part. Losing the public relations war, he tried to fight back by showing some of the city's elite that he was just like them, a businessman, a father, a property owner, a guy who just wanted a little peace. But the net was tightening anyway. Frank Wilson continued pounding the streets looking for people who knew details about Capone's business dealings. No point in hanging around the Revenue Bureau office, which smelled from cigar smoke and sweat and wasn't much bigger than a janitor's closet. Better to get out. Somewhere in the course of his canvassing, Wilson heard that Capone had had a falling out with the Tribune's ace crime reporter, Alfred Jake Lingle. In a city full of great reporters, Lingle might well have been the greatest of them all. He was certainly the best known among the city's cops and hoodlums. On June 1st, 1930, Wilson met with editors of the Trib, telling them that he wanted to arrange an interview with Lingle. The editors said they would help set it up. Jake Lingle wasn't handsome. He wasn't big or strong. He had a long, pale face with slivers for eyes, wispy eyebrows, chubby cheeks, and no discernible chin. You could look right at him and miss him completely, if not for his surprisingly snazzy accessories, like his expensive snap-brim fedora, flashy cufflinks, and diamond-studded belt buckle. Lingle grew up in a blue-collar neighborhood on the city's west side. After finishing grammar school, he found work as an errand boy for a surgical supply house. In his spare time, He liked to chase fire engines and hang out where cops and firefighters hung out. He learned to drink and gamble and curse. He had a blistering tongue, as one of his colleagues put it, and a blunt, contemptuous way of dealing with people. But he didn't bullshit anybody, and men, especially tough men, liked his company. In 1912, when he was 21, Lingle went to work as an office boy at the Trib, where editors quickly concluded that his gift for gab and his facile way of making friends would serve him well on the street. For the next 18 years, Lingle chased fire trucks and police cars and hung around bars and racetracks and got paid for it. One of the beat cops he came to know well was William F. Russell. The men played golf and went to the races, the fights, and the theater together. As Russell rose through the ranks of the department, eventually becoming commissioner in 1928, Lingle became the best-connected reporter in town. Gangsters talked to him, knowing that he might put in a good word for them with the commissioner, and the commissioner talked to him, knowing that he might pass along certain messages to the gangsters. But Lingle was no bootlicker. Once, when a hoodlum asked Lingle to help arrange police protection for a new speakeasy, Lingle barked, "For expletive's sake, don't bother me with your expletive troubles. Go ahead and open it if you want to, but you'll probably get pushed over. Rated. As soon as you do, now get out of my way, bum." Not every gangster respected him, but most reckoned with him. Before Capone, Lingle knew Torrio and O'Banion and Weiss, and before those men, he knew Big Jim Colosimo. He was as much a part of the Chicago speakeasy scene as ashtrays. Yet for all his knowledge and his great nose for news, Lingle never wrote a word for the Trib. He was strictly a leg man. He stuck to the streets. When a gangster was killed, he would phone the office and sometimes off the top of his head dictate the victim's biography with a complete list of arrests and achievements. Then he would explain to the editor on the desk who'd been at war with whom and what string of events had likely stoked the shooting. Back in 1926, when Capone spent a night in jail awaiting a hearing on the murder of Billy McSwiggin, it was Lingle who had brought him dinner. When Capone wound up in jail in Philadelphia, the Trib put Lingle on a train and told him to bring back an interview. Lingle was married to his childhood sweetheart, Helen Sullivan, although he waited until he was 30 to marry her. They had 2 children. He had a house on the west side and a summer home at Long Beach in Indiana. And when he wasn't at one of those 2 houses, he was living the bachelor's life at the Stevens Hotel. When asked how he maintained such a lifestyle on a $65-a-week salary, Lingle said he had been left a fair chunk of money when his father had died, and another fair chunk when an uncle died, and that he'd invested the money wisely in the stock market, at least until the market crash of 1929, in which he admitted losing some but hardly all of his fortune. From the way he bet at the track, sometimes putting $1,000 on a single race, it certainly looked as if he still had plenty of money. He liked long shots, and he liked bragging when they came through for him. When he lost, he never said a word. That was Jake Lingle, a guy who knew when to talk and when to keep his mouth shut. When Frank Wilson dropped by the Trib to see about talking to Lingle, he hoped that this would be one of those instances in which Lingle might be persuaded to gab. The reporter wasn't in the office, as usual. Wilson left word for him. 8 days went by, and Wilson and Lingle never met. On June 9th, 1930, the newsman woke late and got dressed. At noon, he left his room at the Stevens for lunch in the hotel's coffee shop. He stopped by Tribune Tower, just north of the Loop, where Michigan Avenue met the Chicago River, and chatted briefly with his editor, telling him he was planning to spend the day trying to track down Bugs Moran. In truth, he was planning to spend the day at the Washington Park racetrack, although he was as likely to find Moran there as anywhere else. Leaving the Trib, he walked toward the suburban station of the Illinois Central Railroad to catch the 1:30 train to Homewood. He wore a straw boater and puffed a cigar. Reaching the Chicago Public Library at Michigan Avenue and Randolph Street, he stopped at a newsstand to buy a racing form. When an acquaintance shouted that Lingle should be sure to bet on a horse named High Schneider in the third race, he waved and said he would. Then he ducked into a crowded tunnel that would take him under Michigan Avenue and over to the train station. Lingle shuffled down the concrete stairs and headed toward the light at the eastern edge of the tunnel. He was halfway through when a man stepped up behind him, pulled a revolver from his pocket, and raised it to within a few inches of Lingle's head. Bang! The shot echoed terrifically. The cigar hit the floor first, followed by Lingle's face, and then the rest of his lifeless body. A woman screamed. Everyone ran. A crimson puddle bloomed on the concrete around Lingle's right cheek, staining the collar of his jacket and shirt. The killer stood briefly over the body and then took off, walking, not running, toward the eastern end of the tunnel. A few men, including a police officer, began to follow. The gunman emerged from the tunnel and paused, as if dazzled by the sunlight. Only then did he start to run. First through a busy intersection, then west on Randolph, north through one alley, west through another, south on Wabash, and then back to Randolph, where he got lost in the crowd. As gang killings go, this one was unusually bold. There had been no attempt at subterfuge, no camouflage. Witnesses were everywhere. Some said the killer looked like Sam Hunt, one of Capone's men, who had been arrested a week earlier after he had dropped the golf bag containing a shotgun while fleeing the scene of a shooting. The charges in that incident didn't stick, but the nickname did. Forevermore, he was Golf Bag Hunt. The cops caught up with Hunt after the Lingle murder, but he convinced them he was innocent. In all of his memos, Frank Wilson never suggested to his supervisors that Lingle might have died for talking, or just thinking about talking, to the feds. Still, it must have entered his mind. The Lingle killing made more news than any slaying since the St. Valentine's Day massacre. Newspapers across the country were outraged, viewing it as an attack on democracy and freedom of the press. The San Francisco Chronicle called the murder a warning that gangland has crossed the borderline and that every man, woman, and child in the community is in immediate peril. The Illinois State Register of Springfield called it a crowning tragedy that ought to be tantamount to a declaration of war. The Trib offered a $25,000 reward for information leading to an arrest. The Herald and Examiner matched the offer, and the Chicago Evening Post chipped in $5,000. Business officials and political leaders were enraged, too, because until now the gangsters had confined their killing almost entirely to other gangsters. The governor of Michigan called Lingle's murder a challenge from organized crime which must be squarely met, and offered to put Michigan police at Chicago's command. In Chicago, the police mobilized special gang-busting squads to raid every known vice den in the city. John Steig, the chief of detectives, bragged that each squad would be led by an officer with a talent for killing gangsters. "The commanders of the squads," said Steig, "are Lieutenant Frank Reynolds, who has killed 11 criminals, Lieutenant Al Booth, who has killed 6, Lieutenant Walter Storms, who has killed 5, Lieutenant William Cusack, who has killed 4, Lieutenant Pat O'Connell, who has killed 5, and Lieutenant Andy Berry, who has killed 6. I know these men will clean out the loop, and it is up to other squads and district police to keep the criminals running." Commissioner Russell reminded the city's newsmen that he and Lingle had been bosom buddies. "I was fonder of him than I could be of my own son," the commissioner said. A few days later, investigators got hold of the reporter's bank records. That changed everything. Everyone knew that reporters in general, and Lingle in particular, hardly qualified for sainthood. Everyone knew they palled around with sinister characters. Everyone knew they ran their own little rackets on the side, stroking an alderman with a favorable story in exchange for a streets and sanitation job for a brother-in-law, say, or accepting a case of whiskey in thanks for keeping a name out of a story. Almost everybody bent the rules of ethics from time to time, but Lingle had been bending, twisting, and tying them in knots. For starters, he had shared a bank account with his most important legit source, Commissioner Russell. Together, they had invested more than $20,000 in the stock market, running up huge gains and huge losses, especially losses of late. It turned out that Lingle's father had left him only $500, his uncle only $1,150. After wailing that his dead reporter had been a soldier on the front lines of the war for freedom in Chicago, Tribune publisher Robert C. McCormick pulled a U-turn and branded him an extortionist, a chiseler, and an aide to the kingpins of crime. In a personally written editorial, McCormick declared, "Alfred Lingle now takes a different character, one in which he was unknown to the management of the Tribune. He was not, and could not have been, a great reporter." Now it appeared, wrote McCormick, that Alfred Lingle was killed because he was using his Tribune position to profit from criminal operations, and not because he was serving the Tribune as it thought he was. Presumably the reward money was off the table. The theory around town said that Lingle had run afoul of some North Side gangsters, and in particular Jack Zuta, who, along with Julian Potatoes Kaufman, ran a posh gambling joint at 621 Waveland Avenue near Wrigley Field. The gambling place had been padlocked in the crackdown that followed the St. Valentine's Day massacre, but Zuta and Kaufman were preparing for a grand reopening. Lingle supposedly had offered to use his influence to keep the cops away. His price? $15,000 paid up front. There were questions about Lingle's relationship to Capone, too. Some friends of the dead reporter recalled rumors that Lingle's diamond-encrusted belt-buckle had been a gift from the big fellow, which seemed plausible considering Capone's fondness for that type of glittery accessory. But for the most part, Capone, still in Miami, kept his name out of the Lingle stories, until a reporter came knocking, and, as usual, Capone couldn't resist the temptation to gab. John T. Rogers, star of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, and the man who had been slipping information to Frank Wilson, had been among the first to report on Lingle's underworld ties. Now, Rogers' chief rival in St. Louis, Harry T. Brundage of the St. Louis Star, began digging into the story. Brundage reported that many of Chicago's leading reporters maintained unholy alliances with gangsters, paying them for information or taking money from them in exchange for favorable coverage. "Only the dumb-wits in the newspaper game in Chicago are without a racket," he wrote. Then, without invitation, Brundage showed up at the front door of Capone's home on Palm Island, seeking confirmation of his theory. It was 10 at night on July 11th when the reporter introduced himself and asked for an interview. "Come on in," Capone said. Brundage was charmed, describing his host as intelligent, happy-go-lucky, affable. He noted the gangster's dark, kindly face and big, sparkling eyes. If one didn't know the man's history, wrote Brundage, one would be inclined to think him a playful, lovable chap, as harmless as a big St. Bernard dog. Capone began by flattering the reporter with the suggestion that he'd been reading his work. "You seem to have raised merry hell in Chicago," Capone said. After a tour of the property, the men pulled up chairs on the patio. "What brings you here?" Capone asked. Brundage said he wanted to know about Lingle. "Why ask me?" came the reply. "The Chicago police know who killed him." "What about the dead man's diamond belt-buckle?" "I gave it to him," he said. "He was my friend." "How many more like Lingle are in the Chicago newspaper racket?" "Phooey," said Capone. "Don't ask." Brundage asked, "How many newspaper men have you had on your payroll?" "Plenty," Capone shot back. He leaned over and put his big left arm on the reporter's shoulder. "Listen, Harry," he said. "I like your face. Let me give you a hot tip. Lay off Chicago and the money-hungry reporters. You can't buck it. No man will ever realize just how big it is, so lay off." Brundage said he was going to quote Capone saying that. "If you do, I'll deny it," he promised. The Lingle case dragged on, unsolved. Russell and Steig were both forced to resign from the police force, as much for their ties to Lingle — Steig had vacationed with the crime reporter — as for their incompetence in solving his murder. Nearly everyone believed that Jack Zuta had ordered the hit, but no one managed to identify the gunman. On July 1st, someone took a shot at Zuta while he was in his car, but the shots missed their mark. A streetcar motorman was killed, and a night watchman was wounded by stray bullets. Zuta, no dummy, hot-footed it out of town. A month later, on July 28th, Capone returned to Chicago, announcing that the heat in Florida had become too much to take. This time he meant the actual temperature, not the pressure from police. A few days later, he threw a party for 100 friends at the Hotel Western in Cicero. Several hours after reporters in Chicago learned of Capone's return, news of a bigger story broke. At the Lakeview Hotel on Upper Nemhabin Lake near Delafield, Wisconsin, gunmen finally caught up with Zuta. The roly-poly Zuta had been passing his days in a fishing boat and his nights in a dance hall, phoning back to Chicago several times a day to check on his business interests. There were a few couples out on the dance floor when Zuta turned to the jukebox and prepared to drop a nickel in its slot. That's when he heard footsteps. He turned around in time to catch a bullet in the teeth. The men and women on the dance floor dashed for the door. Just to make sure their work was done, the gunmen poured 15 more bullets into his head and body. Not long after Zuta's assassination, Capone sent word to the state's attorney's office that he wanted to talk. "Here's what I want to tell you, and I won't be long about it," Capone told one prosecutor. "I can't stand the gaff of these raids and pinches. If it's going to keep up, I'll have to pack up and get out of Chicago." "So far as I can tell you," answered the investigator, "the gaff is on for keeps." Capone swore that he hadn't killed Lingle nor ordered the hit, but with a little snooping around, he said he might be able to find out who had been responsible. Capone said he'd heard that Lingle had taken 30 grand from Zuta and other North Siders to help open a dog racing operation at Chicago Stadium and to keep the cops off the track operators' backs. When their bid for the track failed and the cops continued raiding Zuta's North Side dives, Lingle took the blame for it. "And I think that's why he was pushed," Capone said. Capone was so eager to help the cops find Lingle's killer that he told the investigator he would go to Bugs Moran and Joe Aiello to see if they would cooperate in the investigation. But he never did. Less than 2 weeks later, on October 23, 1930, Aiello was coming out of a friend's house at the corner of Colmer and West End Avenues on the far west side when machine guns fired from a building across the street. He turned and tried to run, but didn't get far. 35 steel-tipped bullets Swiss-cheesed his body as he collapsed and died behind a small hedge of bushes. By now, Capone's every move was scrutinized. All 4 of his closest allies, Ralph Capone, Jack Guzik, Frank Nitti, and Jack McGurn, were in trouble. Ralph Capone had been convicted on income tax evasion. Guzik had been arrested and awaited trial on the same charge. Nitti also was under investigation for failure to pay the tax collector, and McGurn was free on bond while awaiting an appeal to his conviction for gun possession. None of them had turned rat. That was the good news. But it was plain to see that the cops and feds were pushing hard. Even the most law-abiding of the Capone brothers, 21-year-old Matt, who told police he was enrolled at Villanova University — school records indicate he never attended — was held for questioning one day for no apparent reason. Capone was walking a tightrope, and the feds were shaking both ends, hoping he'd slip. And yet he had shown time and again that he had better balance than other bootleggers. It wasn't necessarily that he was smarter or more powerful than the others, but he had two things going for him. He had always avoided doing business in his own name, and he'd always been lucky. Just before Thanksgiving came an example of his fortune. His baby sister, Mafalda, age 19, announced to the family that she would soon be married. Mafalda was big-boned, bottom-heavy, and heavily browed, but she had a lovely smile, startling violet eyes, and a sunny personality that brightened rooms. And, having learned at her mother's side, Mafalda was a cook of almost magical talent. The groom-to-be was a 23-year-old movie theater projectionist named John Meritote, brother of the well-known gangster Frank Meritote, a.k.a. Frank Diamond, one of the so-called public enemies and a long-time Capone lieutenant. The Trib reported that the marriage had been arranged, and that Big Brother Al had promised the couple a $50,000 dowry, which should provide a powerful stimulant in furthering the cause of young love. But Frank's granddaughter, Regina Meritote, says the Meritotes were frequent Sunday dinner guests at the Capone home, and that Mafalda and John Meritote had known each other most of their lives. Either way, Al and the rest of the Capones were delighted with Mafalda's match. Capone still hoped to make his tax case go away. On September 20th, 1930, his lawyer, Lawrence Mattingly, submitted a letter to an Internal Revenue agent in charge of the Chicago office offering to negotiate a settlement. The letter read like the sketch of an income tax return, noting that Capone was 31, with a wife and 12-year-old son. Since 1922, it reported, he had been the primary supporter of his mother, his sister Mafalda, and his brother, Matt. Prior to 1925, Capone was a salaried employee of Johnny Torrio, the letter continued, making no more than $75 a week. Beginning in 1926, he became a principal in a three-man partnership, but given that he had no capital to invest in the partnership for all of 1926 and most of 1927, his returns were small. For 1928 and 1929, Capone received a sixth of the organization's profits. During this period, his bodyguards were employees of the organization, not paid directly by Capone. In conclusion, Mattingly listed his estimates of Capone's annual income. For 1926 he wrote, "I am of the opinion that his taxable income might be fairly fixed at not to exceed $26,000. For 1927 he estimated his client's income at no more than $40,000, and for 1928 and 1929, he said, Capone made no more than $100,000 per year." It was an intriguing admission. The government claimed that Capone made millions, not hundreds of thousands, but in truth they had no clue. It was all guesswork, thanks to Capone's reliance on cash and his intentionally poor record-keeping. But $100,000 was hardly chicken feed. In 1929, the last year of the economic boom, only 14,700 Americans reported incomes greater than $100,000. Even Babe Ruth, far and away the best-paid player in all of baseball, made a mere $70,000. Thomas John Watson, president of International Business Machines, made $60,000 in salary, plus $258,000 in bonuses. Movie producer Irving Thalberg earned a straight salary of $200,000 from MGM. The tax rate on such a fortune was 24%, which meant Mattingly was essentially admitting that Capone owed as much as $48,000 in taxes for 1928 and 1929 alone. By putting numbers on the page, Mattingly gambled. He tried to remind the revenue agents that his estimates were not an admission of income, that he was operating on the assumption that statements made in pursuit of a settlement would not be used against his client in court. But the feds had other ideas. They might never know if Capone made 100 grand or 1,000,000, but at least they had a base number with which to work and an admission, albeit a tentative one, that Capone had in fact shirked his duty to pay taxes. They had no intention of letting him negotiate a payment. Had in fact shirked his duty to pay taxes. They had no intention of letting him negotiate a payment. Chapter 37. There is no friendship among hoodlums. Frank Wilson was frustrated. 2 years on the Capone case, and what did he have to show for it? A few promising leads, not much more. He knew that Capone hadn't paid taxes, but he had no idea how much he should have paid. At this point, if pressed, he probably couldn't prove that Capone had income of even $5,000 a year. Wilson knew that Capone's annual underwear budget probably amounted to more than $5,000, but it hardly mattered. He needed proof of income. He didn't have it, and at this point, he wasn't sure he would ever get it. Some of the boys say I sweat ice water, he wrote years later. After 2 years, I was in a sweat all right. George E.Q. Johnson was sweating too, perhaps even more than Wilson. At a meeting with his supervisors in Washington on September 3, 1930, Attorney General William Mitchell announced that he would be sending one of his special assistants, William J. Freilich, to Chicago to oversee the investigation of Capone. The bosses were running out of patience. They were no longer certain that Johnson and his small staff could handle the task they'd been assigned. Johnson took it as a slap in the face, which is probably how it had been intended. After the meeting, Johnson returned to Chicago, where he wrote a long reply to the Attorney General, defending his performance and practically begging Mitchell not to undermine his authority. In response to the suggestion that he couldn't get the job done on his own, Johnson wrote, "My reply, respectfully, is that I am quite able to do this, as I have an office that is well organized." Johnson, with startling bluntness, confessed in his letter to Mitchell that he was concerned with how the new man's arrival would be perceived. The newspapers would surely pick up on it, he complained. "It does not increase either the prestige nor the dignity of the United States Attorney," he wrote, "to assign a special assistant to the Attorney General to supervise or aid his work." He continued, "I frankly state that I do not see the purpose of having this done." But Mitchell was unpersuaded. Freilich was on the way. Late one night, long after his colleagues had gone home, Frank Wilson sat around the office looking over notes, wondering if he'd missed anything. The more he stared at the files, the more certain he became that he hadn't missed a thing. A man like Wilson seldom did. He got up to put the folders away, but in so doing accidentally bumped the file cabinet shut. He didn't have the key, so now he had to find another place to put his papers. Though he was tired and perturbed, he wasn't about to get sloppy and leave his work materials unprotected. He found an open file cabinet in a nearby storeroom, opened a drawer to see if it had space, and pulled out some dusty envelopes. In the back of one drawer, he found a heavy package tied in brown paper. Curious, he snipped the strings, revealing 3 accounting ledgers, black with red corners. He thumbed through one of them and saw column headings that read, Birdcage, 21, Craps, Faro, Roulette, and Horse Bets. He took the books back to his desk and began scanning them. Quickly, he concluded that he was looking at the ledgers for a big gambling operation with net profits that probably ran to more than $500,000 over a 24-month period. He soon learned that the books had been seized from the Ship, formerly known as the Hawthorne Smoke Shop, one of the biggest gambling houses in Cicero, during a raid in 1926. They covered part of 1924, all of 1925, and part of 1926. Here was a record of income, wrote Wilson, adding his own italics to a magazine article he co-authored years later. But could he tie the income to Capone? On one page, he saw a list of payouts. $6,537.42 went to town, presumably meaning local police and elected officials. Ralph and Pete, most likely Ralph Capone and Pete Penovich, each got $1,634.35. Then came 4 payments of $5,720.22 each to Frank, Lou, D, and J and A. Frank was almost certainly Frank Pope. Lou was probably Louis Altieri. D could have been Dominic Mops Volpe, one of Capone's men. J and A might have stood for Jack and Al, as in Guzik and Capone. But the initials were of secondary importance because near the top of that page Wilson read the following note. Frank paid $17,500 for Al. Wilson already knew about the ship. Eddie O'Hare had told him about the place and had told him that Fred Reese worked there as the head cashier. If anybody could explain the notations in the ledger, it was he. Reese was bald, middle-aged, and wore horn-rimmed glasses. The pallor of his skin suggested that racetracks were his only source of sunshine and fresh air. When Wilson caught up with him, he was hiding out in St. Louis. Reese wouldn't talk, so Wilson threw him in a jail in Danville, Illinois, a small town at the southern end of the state, and asked the judge to sit on the paperwork so that word that Reese had been detained would not get back to Chicago. Wilson didn't know what Capone's men would do. Bail him out and kill him, or just kill him in jail. After 48 hours in a roach-infested cell, Reese, who feared nothing in this world except maybe little insects, according to Wilson, buckled and agreed to talk. At last, Wilson had a source with details on the organization, a source who knew where money had gone. On October 20th, 1930, Reese signed an affidavit saying that he had taken at least $224,000 in profits earned at the ship and exchanged them for cashier's checks, signing for the checks with the fictitious name J.C. Dunbar at the Pinkert State Bank in Cicero. He said he had given the cashier's checks to members of the syndicate who owned the establishment: Pete Penovich, Frank Nitti, Jack Guzik, Ralph Capone, and Al Capone. Capone didn't visit the ship often, said Reese, and didn't seem too familiar with the details of the operation, although every so often he would complain that the joint ought to be churning more profits. In those instances, Reese would tell Capone that they could easily boost their profit margins if they weren't forced to employ so many of the Crime King's shiftless pals, such as the washed-up prize-fighter known as Knockout Brown, a Greek with a face as flat and triangular as an iron. Brown sold cigars in front of the shop, but served no real purpose other than entertaining customers with stories of his ancient glories. Wilson took no chances. He sneaked Reese to Chicago and had him testify before a grand jury. There was no such thing yet as a federal witness protection program, so Wilson booked Reese on a trip to South America, paid for by a group of Chicago businessmen who called themselves the Secret Six. These were some of the same men who had gone to Washington to beg for the president's help in cleaning up their town. While they called themselves the Secret Six, their constant quest for publicity suggested they were not terribly interested in secrecy, only in the aura surrounding it. They were led by Robert Isham Randolph, president of the Chicago Association of Commerce, who represented the group to the press. The others were Frank J. Lesh, part-time attorney and full-time crime crusader, George A. Paddock, a stockbroker and crime commission member, utilities tycoon Samuel Insull, Sears, Roebuck and Company president Julius Rosenwald, and Edward E. Gore, an accountant and crime commission leader. Their fund in support of the feds may have been illegal. It was probably unethical, and it reeked of hypocrisy. After all, members of the Secret Six were not exactly giving up their own supplies of gin and whiskey. But it hardly mattered. They were businessmen who knew how to get things done. Reese knew the mob's routine, but Wilson discovered in his interview with the cashier that it was another man, an accountant named Leslie Albert Shumway, who had made the notations in the newly discovered ledger. Wilson tracked Shumway to Miami. On his second night in town, he spotted Shumway at the Biscayne Bay Kennel Club and followed him home. He called on Shumway the next morning, interrupting his breakfast. Together, the men drove across the causeway to the Federal Building. "I'm investigating the income tax liability of one Alphonse Capone," Wilson told Shumway as the men settled in. Shumway, meek as a mouse, didn't say a word, but started shaking. Wilson poured him a stiff drink, which seemed to help. He spoke. "Oh, you're mistaken. I don't know Al Capone." Wilson put a hand on Shumway's shoulder, as if he could empathize, as if these two bookkeeping specialists shared a special bond. "I know you're in a hell of a spot," he said. But Wilson was about to make that spot a hell of a lot more unpleasant. He told Shumway he had a choice that wasn't much of a choice at all. "Come clean and tell us what we want to know about the Capone operation, and we'll keep you in hiding until the trial. Or don't come clean and force us to arrest you at the dog track for all of Capone's men to see." So Shumway told his wife he was going to visit a sick relative in Oklahoma, traveled back to Chicago with Wilson, and testified before the grand jury. Shumway stated that Capone was one of the owners of the ship. He also told Wilson, privately, not in his testimony to the grand jury, that Guzik had warned him never to pay money directly to Capone. It wasn't that they were trying to protect the big man. It was just that they knew Capone would burn through every penny of profit, spending it on suits and betting it on the horses if given the chance. When he finished interviewing Shumway, Wilson stashed his witness somewhere in California, once more using Secret Six money, until he was ready to use him at trial. Since the murder of Jake Lingle, Capone had disappeared. Where he'd gone was anybody's guess. One report said he'd been spotted in Poughkeepsie, New York, en route to Brooklyn, where it was thought he'd hide out with Johnny Torrio. Another account had him in Miami. Another report placed him in San Francisco, where he was said to be muscling into the grape concentrate business. And yet another story placed him in Hollywood, where he was said to have been lunching with movie executives. Wherever he was, he clearly had access to a phone, because he was continuing to direct his lawyers to get him out of his tax jam. It had been 6 months since his initial meeting with revenue agents, and he had made no progress at all. One day in early November, Harry Curtis, a Chicago attorney and the son of Charles Curtis, Vice President of the United States under Hoover, visited the Commissioner of the Bureau of Internal Revenue. This was David Burnett, the agency's top man, and Curtis made him an offer. Drop all the gang prosecutions, Curtis said, and he would guarantee that Chicago's racketeers would pay tax collectors at least $3.5 million. Soon after, Capone's attorney, Mattingly, called on Burnett and made an almost identical pledge, suggesting that Mattingly, who also represented Johnny Torrio in an ongoing tax case, may have hired Curtis to lobby on his client's behalf. "There have been other slight intimations," Burnett wrote in a confidential memo to one of his assistants, "but all of such a nature that they could not be regarded as more than a very delicate hint." Capone probably figured the feds were hard up for cash, and they were. Businesses all over the country were cutting staff and reducing wages. Even those workers who still had their jobs were worried that they might be next to go, so they curtailed spending on big-dollar items such as cars and houses. As a result, the economy spiraled lower still. Revenue from income taxes in 1930 dropped 15%, and it was expected to drop even more steeply the following year. But the revenue men weren't biting. In Chicago, meanwhile, the cops were growing more aggressive. The papers every day carried reports of one gangster or another under arrest or on trial, more often for tax evasion or vagrancy than for bootlegging or murder. But the effect was much the same. Among the busted were Frankie Rio, Murray the Camel Humphreys, Ed Spike O'Donnell, Sam Golf Bag Hunt, Daigle Lawrence Mangano, Harry and Sam Guzik, the obese brothers of Jack, Terry Druggan, Red Barker, William Three-Fingered Jack White, James Fur Salmons, Danny Stanton, and even Bugs Moran. Some of them were even convicted. George Johnson referred to it as his flank attack, meaning that he would come after them from the direction they were least prepared to defend. These scoundrels had spent a decade paying off the cops and courts to insulate themselves against bootlegging-related charges, but they had not yet figured out how to fight against the more obscure and complicated criminal charges. By every measure, Johnson's approach, which was quite novel at the time, seemed to be working. Ralph Capone and Jack Guzik can never again be leaders in organized crime, Johnson boasted. Their immunity, or gangdom's belief in their immunity, is gone. That was their stock in trade. They will not be able to count on old loyalties when they come out of prison. There is no friendship among hoodlums. There is no loyalty except the loyalty born of common purpose. That purpose is easy money. Take their money away, and they dry up like a weed that has been cut down. The work has often been slow and painful, but it has been effective. There will always be crime, Johnson continued, but certain kinds of crime can and must be stopped. He spoke of the corruption of elections, the corruption of police forces, the corruption of the judicial system through the terrorization of jurors and witnesses. But the bottom-line message he delivered was this: not everything had been corrupted, not every office of government, not his. Upon taking office in 1927, Johnson had vowed to let his indictments and convictions do the talking, and for the past 3 years he had kept that vow. His flank attack was working. The only question remaining was how effective it would be against his primary target, Al Capone. Once, Capone's reputation for violence had helped keep his men in check. No one would have dared cooperate with the feds. Now, though, at least 3 men, Shumway, Reese, and O'Hare, had been forced to make a choice. Which force posed less danger to them, Capone or the federal government? And they had chosen the feds. Michael F. Malone, an agent with the Internal Revenue Bureau, also seemed unafraid of Capone when he agreed to go undercover and infiltrate the big fellow's gang. Calling himself Michael Lapido and introducing himself as a gangster from Philadelphia, Malone spent weeks hanging around the lobby of the Lexington Hotel, hoping to pick up a few details on Capone's whereabouts and activities. Malone failed to crack Capone's inner sanctum, failed to get to know the boss personally, and never seemed to be in any immediate peril. But the fact that Malone could spend as much time as he did without facing any questioning, any threat, or any real danger would seem to suggest that the gang was no longer at the top of its game. One day, shortly before Thanksgiving, Malone heard rumblings that Capone had ordered hits on Wilson, Johnson, Pat Roche of the state's attorney's office, and Revenue Bureau agent A.P. Madden. 5 men in a blue sedan bearing New York plates were in town for the jobs, Malone reported. Wilson's other informant, Eddie O'Hare, phoned in the same urgent tip. Such a strike, if it were carried out, would have badly damaged the government's case against Capone, but it hardly would have stopped it. It would have brought a temporary reprieve at best, followed by a crackdown of epic proportion. If the murder of McSwiggan 4.5 years earlier had rocked the nation, imagine the response to the murder of 3 high-ranking federal officials and another high-ranking state official. In any case, Malone never heard any more than the initial rumors. If there were, in fact, an assassination plot, it never went anywhere. Wilson and Malone described it years later, but even in their exaggerated accounts they admitted that they were never genuinely frightened and never felt that their lives were in peril. A better gambit for Capone would have been to track down and murder Shumway, Reese, or O'Hare. But that never happened. As a result, in the months ahead, several more of Capone's key men would agree to cooperate with the feds. Each time one of his men testified against him, each time the feds extracted a piece of information about his business machinery, Capone took a hit. By the fall of 1930, the economy was in a nosedive. A great summer drought had devastated farmers, especially in the South. Elsewhere, industrial production steadily slid, down 20% from 1929 to 1930. After a brief rally in the summer of 1930, stock prices fell again, this time to levels even lower than in the autumn of 1929. Brokerage houses that had been hanging on, waiting for a rebound, finally gave up, their customers gone. More than 1,000 banks shuttered in 1930, including one of the nation's biggest, the Bank of the United States in New York. Wrote the historian Frederick Lewis Allen, Apple salesmen stood on the street corner. Executives and clerks and factory hands lay awake, wondering when they, too, would be thrown off, and contributed anxiously to funds for the workless. And a stroller on Broadway, seeing a queue forming outside a theater where Charlie Chaplin was opening in city lights, asked in some concern, "What's that, a bread line or a bank?" The ranks of unemployed grew to an estimated 6 million, with 113,000 out of work in Chicago. In response, more than a dozen prominent Chicago business leaders met the morning of November 15th to plan a relief campaign. They would ask working Chicagoans to donate a day's pay every month, and for the city's richest to give much more, until they raised $5 million. The money would go toward emergency relief, food and coal, for starters, and toward public works that would create jobs and stimulate the local economy. Someone mentioned that there was already at least one elaborate soup kitchen at 935 South State, where an average of 2,200 men were fed 3 times a day at an estimated total cost of $300 a day. More were needed, but this place might serve as a model. Lines snaked from State Street to Roosevelt Road, almost 2 blocks away. No questions were asked. Anyone who wanted food got it. Smiling women in white aprons catered to diners sitting 8 to a table. The kitchen, neat as a pin, served not only soup but coffee and donuts, too. But who was behind it? Someone in the meeting said they had heard that Al Capone sponsored the place. Though his participation was never firmly established, one soup kitchen attendant told a reporter that Capone was indeed behind the charitable effort. "Nobody else was doing it," he said, "and Mr. Capone couldn't stand it, seeing so many poor fellows dying of starvation. Not heart failure, mind you, but starvation. We serve the best of everything, the best brands of canned soup, 250 loaves of bread a day, 2 cases of evaporated cream every 3 days, and 200 pounds of coffee a week. And he's going to keep it up until this depression business is over and the men on the streets can find jobs. Drop around here on Thanksgiving. We're going to serve turkey and cranberry sauce and pumpkin pie to everybody." If the soup kitchen was indeed supported by Capone, he sought no publicity for his good deed. When the story went national, he made no visit to the soup kitchen. He was never photographed or interviewed there. If it was an attempt to boost his image in anticipation of an upcoming jury trial, it was an unusually subtle one for Capone. Joked the Albuquerque Journal, "We like to see him take an interest in the unemployed, but we hope he doesn't give 'em jobs." An editorial writer for the Daily Independent of Murfreesboro, Illinois, wondered if Capone's next move might be announcing a run for the mayor's office. "With a few more stunts like this soup kitchen," added the writer, We are afraid he would get a tremendous vote. But not everyone found it funny. First, Capone made a mockery of prohibition. Now, he was suggesting that if the federal government didn't have the heart or the wherewithal to take care of its poor, he'd do it himself. No wonder Herbert Hoover wanted him put away. The government didn't have the heart or the wherewithal to take care of its poor, he'd do it himself. No wonder Herbert Hoover wanted him put away. Chapter 38. Contempt. The wedding was held at St. Mary's Church in Cicero on December 14, 1930, a Sunday afternoon, sharply cold with snow flurries. Mafalda Capone, who had said she wanted the event to be neat but not gaudy, got her wish. At 2 o'clock, 4,000 celebrants crammed the church, and 1,000 more stood outside under gray, threatening skies. The 6 formally dressed ushers arrived first, making their way along the red carpet leading into the church. The bridegroom, John Meritote, was next to step from a car. He was a narrow-shouldered, wide-eyed, worried-looking man with ink-black hair and eyebrows thick as thumbs. Arriving next to a chorus of oohs and ahs were the bridesmaids in identical dresses, long, full, sleeveless, and made of seashell pink taffeta with turquoise blue accents. They looked like big billows of cotton candy. May Capone, Mafalda's matron of honor, followed, dressed in pink chiffon with tiny shoulder straps of turquoise ribbon. But it was the bride, of course, who caused the biggest stir when she finally stepped out of a sedan and into the church. She was plump and olive-skinned, in the words of the Trib's reporter at the scene. Her hair was cut short, although not as short as Flappers had worn it a few years earlier, and was done up in waves that clung to her forehead, just like the movie star Claudette Colbert. In her white-gloved hands she held a massive bouquet of gardenias and lilies of the valley. A frilled cap of tulle sat atop her black hair, with a filmy veil fluttering 3 yards behind. Her sleeveless gown was made of ivory-colored satin, draped at the bodice, snug at the hips, and fitted almost to the knees, where it gave way to a long train. The ensemble was stunning, and Mafalda carried it off well, with a beautiful smile that said she was perfectly comfortable in her own skin, in these lavish duds, and even in this marriage. More than any of her brothers, Mafalda Capone bore a strong resemblance to Al. They shared the same moon-shaped head, the same heavy brow, the same straight, large, slightly pointed nose, the same barrel-shaped torso. It was not a resemblance a woman still in her late teens would much desire, and yet on this soggy winter afternoon she made a radiant bride. Her brother Ralph, in tuxedo and top hat, walked her down the aisle. Though convicted of tax evasion, he remained free pending an appeal. Brother Al was nowhere to be seen. Where was he? Given how close Al had always been to his sister, and given that the Meritotes were among his dearest friends, it was nothing short of shocking that he would miss this event. And yet, unless he appeared in disguise, it would seem that he did, in fact, stay away. The newspapermen didn't know what to make of his absence. Neither did the feds, and the rest of the Capones weren't talking. The day after the wedding, several high-ranking members of the Capone outfit had dates in court, including the man who may have gotten away with the St. Valentine's Day massacre, William Three-Fingered Jack White, who faced a charge of carrying a gun without a permit. The others were Mike the Pike Heitler, charged with vagrancy, and Danny Stanton, who stood accused of the murder of Jack Zuda. Capone himself was scheduled to appear before Judge James Wilkerson of the federal court to answer the contempt of court charge stemming from his feigned illness 2 years earlier. But when the judge called the Capone case and asked why the defendant was not present, the big fellow's lawyers were ready with an answer. The charge was a misdemeanor, not a felony, they reminded the judge, and At least until the trial commenced, their client's presence was not required. Wilkerson, the same hardliner who had sentenced Ralph Capone to 3 years in jail for tax evasion, had to agree that the lawyers were right. He set a trial date of January 19th. Meanwhile, a criminal court judge named John H. Lyle announced to the press that he thought Capone should be executed for his crimes. "We will send Capone to the chair if it is possible to do so," said the judge, who had no cases pending against Capone at the time, but would soon after announce his candidacy for mayor. "He deserves to die. Capone has become almost a mythical being in Chicago. He is not a myth, but a reptile." Perhaps Capone's lawyers should have requested a change in venue. The court date was postponed once when Judge Wilkerson became ill, and again on a procedural maneuver by Capone's lawyers. Meanwhile, throughout most of December and all of January, no one heard a peep from Capone. The only reporter who claimed to have picked up his trail was the famous journalist and humorist Ring Lardner, who filed this report on February 2nd, 1931 from Miami Beach. "Dear Public, Al Capone has been ordered out of this neighborhood so many times that he is still here, and the other night he gave a dinner party that was novel and really a big improvement on most affairs of the kind. There were 26 men and 4 women, which is just about the right proportion. They were all friends of Al's, but none of them was acquainted with any of the others. Al didn't take the trouble to introduce them, and nobody had to talk to anybody else. I saw one of the guests afterwards and got the impression that the Capone winter home is not in the drought area." Finally, on February 25th, 1931, a cool, crisp, blue-sky Wednesday morning, Capone appeared at the federal courthouse in Chicago. He entered on the Clark Street side and took an elevator to Judge Wilkerson's courtroom on the 6th floor. He was conservatively and elegantly dressed in a dark blue 3-piece suit, with a blue shirt and blue tie of a slightly lighter shade, but reporters nonetheless focused on his diamond ring, diamond-studded watch chain, pearl gray spats, and the silk-white handkerchief that accented the ensemble. An unnamed writer for the Tribune went a step beyond, describing Capone's porcine bulk as he settled into his chair, and noting that the gangster's evident complacency evoked the image of a milk-fattened shoat lolling in a mud puddle. Capone, facing a maximum of 1 year in jail, was represented by his usual attorneys, Benjamin P. Epstein and William F. Waugh. Epstein, a graduate of Northwestern University's law school, had started his career as an aide to Judge Wilkerson and gone on to become a special prosecutor handling federal fraud cases. In 1922, he switched sides and became a criminal defense attorney. He had been representing Capone quite successfully, at least since 1926. Waugh was an Army captain during World War I and a former federal prosecutor who was said to have once rejected a $50,000 bribe from Johnny Torrio. Now he, too, had begun defending criminals. At the other table sat no fewer than 15 attorneys from the office of George Johnson, as well as Johnson himself. The courtroom also was packed with Secret Service agents, federal marshals, Revenue Bureau investigators, postal inspectors, prohibition agents, John Edgar Hoover's men, newspaper reporters, newspaper sketch artists, and a constant stream of secretaries from offices in the building who ducked in to catch a glimpse of Capone. For security reasons, and because so little room remained, the general public was forbidden to enter the courtroom. 1,000 or more Chicagoans crowded the sidewalk outside the building, hoping to catch sight of Capone on his way in or out. Capone chatted happily with a few reporters before the trial began. He said he had no plans to launch a Hollywood career, as some had speculated. He claimed that he had been offered as much as $2 million for his autobiography, including film, magazine, and book rights. "But I am not going into the literary business," he quipped. A day earlier, in the Republican primary election, Mayor Big Bill Thompson had soundly defeated his main challenger, Judge John H. Lyle, who had campaigned at times as if running against Capone. Asked for his thoughts on the result, Capone said, "Lyle tried to make me an issue, and the public has given its answer." When asked if the rumors were true that he had contributed $150,000 to Thompson's election fund, Capone just laughed. As the trial began, Assistant U.S. Attorney Jacob Grossman led the interrogation of witnesses for the prosecution. One after another testified that they had seen Capone in Miami at the time of his alleged illness and that he had seemed perfectly healthy. When the court took a break for lunch, a couple of Chicago cops greeted Capone and served him with a warrant, courtesy of none other than Judge Lyle. The warrant ordered him to appear in court to answer charges of vagrancy. Vagrancy was the vaguest of charges, contending, in essence, that Capone was an idler with no legitimate means of support. Though the charge didn't always stand up in court, law enforcement officials throughout modern history had used the charge to harass. The poet Arthur Rimbaud, blues singer Robert Johnson, and lawman Wild Bill Hickok had all faced vagrancy charges at one time or another. Now came Capone's turn. So instead of going to lunch, he was escorted by police to the Detective Bureau, where he was fingerprinted, photographed, and briefly questioned. The detectives offered coffee and sandwiches, which Capone accepted. Capone's attorneys arranged quickly to pay a $10,000 bond to keep their client out of jail. When the paperwork on the vagrancy charge was all done, Capone returned to the federal courthouse. In court that day, his lawyers called only one witness, Dr. Kenneth Phillips, the physician who had signed the affidavit on March 5, 1929, saying that Capone had bronchial pneumatic pleurisy and was too sick to return to Chicago for his court date. Dr. Phillips testified that he had examined Capone on January 13, 1929, and found him acutely ill, talking incessantly, with a temperature of 104 and a pulse rate of 140. He was suffering stabbing pains from pleurisy in the left side and bronchial pneumonia in both lungs. The judge interrupted to ask the doctor if Capone had been dangerously ill, and Phillips said, "In my opinion, he was." The next day, Capone swapped his diamond ring for one set with the stone he referred to as a cat's eye. He arrived 30 minutes early. As the trial resumed, Capone's nurses supported the doctor's testimony and directly contradicted some of the prosecution's witnesses, including police officers and federal agents, who claimed to have seen Capone at the racetrack when he was supposedly bedridden. The nurses insisted that he had been ill for the entire period in question and that he could not possibly have left his home. But the momentum turned in favor of the prosecution a little while later when the government began its cross-examination of Dr. Phillips, strongly suggesting that his memory might have been faulty and that the faultiness had something to do with the fact that Capone had paid well for his services. "You testified you were called to Capone's house on the 13th of January. How often did you visit him after that?" 3 times a day the first week, twice a day the second week, and after that he began to improve, so I didn't see him. Something wasn't adding up. "Now, how long was he confined in bed? And by that I mean not going to the horse races?" Attorney Grossman asked. "Close on to 3 weeks or a little over," the doctor said. The lawyer pushed. "So how long was he really confined to the house?" "Under my instructions, 3 or 4 weeks after that." And yet, Dr. Phillips signed an affidavit on March 4th, fully 7 weeks after his initial examination, saying his client was too sick to travel to Chicago for a court date. At that point, Judge Wilkerson, leaving nothing to chance, took over the interrogation for Grossman. Years later, Wilkerson and Grossman would become partners in private practice. "You say he was in bed 3 weeks?" the judge asked. "Yes, or a little longer. Judge Wilkerson pointed out that the government had presented testimony from a pilot that Capone and his friends had flown to Bimini on February 2nd. How could he do that if he was in bed all the time? The doctor said it was possible Capone had flown to Bimini against medical advice. Are you sure that you did not exaggerate the seriousness of this man's condition? Your Honor, as sure as I am sitting here, which wasn't exactly answering the question. Capone leaned forward in his chair, paying close attention. The muscles in his jaw tightened as he worked over a piece of gum. He seemed to chew harder whenever the prosecution scored a point, and with Wilkerson asking the questions, the prosecution was scoring a lot of points. Later, Capone's lawyers tried to argue that their client wasn't guilty of contempt because he had been unaware of the doctor's false statements. Even the doctor claimed that he had not carefully read his signed statement on Capone's health. But Judge Wilkerson would have none of it. Capone's lawyers had spent most of the trial attempting to prove that the doctor's letter contained an accurate statement of the defendant's condition. There was no use trying to change the argument now that their defense was falling apart, the judge warned. Besides, Wilkerson complained, if Capone wanted to make such a claim, he should have taken the stand and testified. But Epstein, fearful of exposing his client to cross-examination, wouldn't allow it. On the third and final day of the trial, the defense presented its closing arguments. Judge Wilkerson repeatedly interrupted, poking holes in the lawyers' arguments. When Grossman began presenting the prosecution's summation, Capone began chomping at his gum with vengeance, though his eyes remained placid. Everyone in the room, including Capone, could see where this was heading. It was clear the judge had made up his mind. Finally, Judge Wilkerson announced his verdict. Guilty. He sentenced Capone to 6 months in Cook County Jail, but he agreed to let Capone remain free for 30 days while his lawyers filed their appeal. The judge pushed back his chair to leave. The court clerk and bailiff rose. Capone froze for a moment, clenched his gum between his teeth, and smiled broadly. When the court adjourned, he chatted with his lawyers, put on his hat, and walked out of the courthouse, where reporters and photographers waited. The reporters asked how he felt. "If the judge thinks it's correct, he ought to know," said Capone. "You can't overrule the judge." But you can appeal, and that was precisely what he would do. George Johnson did not present evidence or make arguments in court during the trial, trusting several of the attorneys from his office to handle the case. Since taking office, he had yet to argue a case himself. He preferred to maneuver behind the scenes and to let the results speak for themselves. Neither did he issue a statement upon completion of the case. He let the conviction speak for itself, as he always promised he would. But suddenly, with Capone dealt another heavy blow, the newspaper men began to recognize Johnson's strategy. The Trib, in an editorial, wrote that the sentence issued by the court had nothing to do with Capone's legendary career in crime, but it was nevertheless an important development. For more than a decade, the gangsters had consistently and routinely beaten the system, had made the law seem foolish and weak. Now that some of those gangsters were going to jail on tax and contempt charges, and others, such as Mops Volpe, faced deportation for violations of immigration law, the situation had reversed. The law, like a severed vine, had found a way to cling and to grow strong again. These are all new and, to the gangsters and politicians associated with them, startling developments of the last 6 months. If the law's approach has not been a direct attack upon the greatest crimes of the outlaws, it is nevertheless the first real breach which had been made in their protections. The Trib was right, and Capone knew it, too. Yes, the first real breach which had been made in their protections. The Trib was right, and Capone knew it, too. Chapter 39. Death and Taxes. On a cold and rainy Wednesday morning, March 4th, 1931, Capone was back in court, municipal this time, with another one of his longtime attorneys, Michael Ahern. Ahern was a polished, fast-talking Irishman who had been representing Capone and other gangsters with terrific results for years. He was a tall and handsome man, broad-shouldered, with a smile that engendered trust. Before starting his career as a lawyer, he had taught at a Catholic high school. In 1921, he successfully represented some of the Chicago White Sox players accused of throwing the 1919 World Series. And though he had spent the better part of his career defending wealthy gangsters, Ahern was still respected among courthouse colleagues as a straight shooter and worthy adversary. Ahern and Capone appeared before Judge Frank M. Padden to make a modest proposal. Prior to the upcoming vagrancy trial, Capone and Ahern wanted all references to Scarface and Scarface Al stricken from the court record. "Alphonse Capone is this man's right name," Ahern said. The judge granted the request. Later that same day, Chicago Daily News columnist Howard Vincent O'Brien waited in a drugstore on the South Side at 18th and Michigan for an appointment with Jack Guzik. O'Brien and Guzik had been meeting privately for weeks. Guzik explained to the writer that Capone hadn't cared much for the way biographer Fred Paisley had told his story, and he was thinking about doing the job himself. The big fellow wanted to interview O'Brien to see if he might make a suitable ghostwriter. Though Capone had said just a few weeks earlier that he had no interest in producing an autobiography, he had given the matter more thought. By now, he may have realized that his prime bootlegging days were behind him. The money wasn't flowing as it once did. He also may have realized that there was a better-than-fair chance he would soon be incarcerated for one crime or another. His family was going to need scratch, and a book could bring in some legitimate money. Everyone else, it seemed, was cashing in on the Al Capone story, especially Hollywood screenwriters. A few months earlier, in November 1930, the movie Doorway to Hell became a hit. Lou Ayres played a gangster named Louis Riccardo, who quits Chicago for Miami but gets sucked back into the business. 2 months later came Little Caesar, adapted from the W.R. Burnett novel and starring Edward G. Robinson as Rico Bandello, the snarling, tightly wound little monster who was seen as a Robin Hood-like hero to his neighbors. The first underworld movie of the talking picture era, Little Caesar set the tone for future gangster films. In both the book and the movie, Bandello was portrayed as a leader, a businessman, a general manager of crime. He has an edge like a rusty razor, but he does his best to kill only when he feels he must. Robinson's portrayal was so straightforward, so tough, and so evocative that Little Caesar would, over time, have a profound influence on the nation's perception of Capone. Just as Gary Cooper became Lou Gehrig for millions of Americans who never saw Gehrig play and never heard him give his dying luckiest man speech at Yankee Stadium, the guttural, ham-fisted Robinson would become Capone. The movie was a huge smash, and another was on the way. Producer Howard Hughes, a wealthy aviator and engineer trying to establish himself in Hollywood, had purchased the film rights to a book called Scarface and hired the legendary Chicago journalist Ben Hecht to write a screenplay. Howard Vincent O'Brien was no Ben Hecht, but he was one of the city's best-loved columnists. He passed his screening by Guzik, and the time came for him to meet Capone and get this new autobiography underway. At first glance, O'Brien didn't seem like Capone's type. He was a slender, bald-headed man with the long, taut fingers of a classical pianist. He wrote with a quizzical sense of humor and a warm touch, poking gentle fun at everyone, especially himself. There were plenty of other scribblers, including Walter Winchell and Damon Runyon, who already knew Capone, already drank with him, and already understood bootleg culture. They would have relished the chance to tell Capone's story. although they probably would have filled it with more bull than the Chicago stockyards. O'Brien was a much humbler sort. His columns chronicled family vacations, the virtues of bald-headedness, and the frustrations of folding laundry. Like Will Rogers, he fancied himself a quip artist, a humorist, and a lowbrow philosopher. A typical sampling went like this. Insurance statistics tend to show that if you carefully follow all the rules for healthful living, you will live exactly an hour and 20 minutes longer than if you didn't. His selection suggests that Capone was looking for a writer who would capture his more human side. When he had met Guzik for the first time, O'Brien had expected a vicious beast, a Bengal tiger, to use his own term. Instead, he got a teddy bear. Scarcely over 5 feet, with a cherubic face and close-shaven blue jowls. The men adjourned to a speakeasy on Madison Street. Guzik claimed he had no stake in the place, nor in any other establishments in the Loop. Before getting down to business in that first session, Guzik had a few things he wanted to get off his chest, mostly regarding his recent conviction for tax evasion. He had been sentenced to 5 years in jail, but remained free while his lawyers prepared an appeal. The court, he said, had got it all wrong. They had only looked at his gambling income and not his disbursements. The judge, he moaned, listened to only one side of the story. Guzik was particularly upset with George Johnson, whom he had tried and failed to bribe. "That guy sent me up for 5 years," he said, "but he's a good, honest, sincere guy. I'd give a lot to bust that rap. It's tough on my family. I don't want my daughter's children thinking of their grandfather doing time in the pen. I've tried to get out of it. I'd pay a lot. I've taken it pretty high, too. You'd be surprised how high. But you can't touch that guy Johnson. He's a square shooter." O'Brien came to enjoy Guzik's company. The fat little gangster asked good questions, O'Brien wrote in his notes after the meeting, and later in his memoirs. He was impressed, too, with the mobster's focus on integrity. Greasy Thumb, Guzik's nickname, came from the speed with which he peeled off bills for bribes. He admitted to O'Brien that he was fortunate that so many judges and prosecutors could be relied upon to accept his boodle, and yet Guzik said he found such dishonorable men morally repulsive. Then there were the reformers, the goo-goos, who seemed to disgust Guzik so thoroughly that he couldn't find the words. Some reformers, he said, had approached him to ask if they could arrange to have their own homes bombed, not too seriously, of course, so they might play the martyr role and achieve useful publicity for themselves. The writer also was impressed with the care Guzik showed in vetting him for the ghostwriting job. It showed not only excellent due diligence, but also genuine concern for the boss's well-being. "It seemed to me," wrote O'Brien, "that these men, by the nature of their occupations, have learned to be quick judges of character and to depend, even with their lives, upon necessarily snap judgments. Apparently, the final decision in my case was satisfactory. It was decided that I was not a snooper, and that though my ways might not be theirs, I could be depended upon for a square deal, that I was an honest, sincere guy." That conclusion finally reached, Guzik met O'Brien in the drugstore on the appointed wintry March afternoon, the sun already having ducked behind Michigan Avenue's long row of 2- and 3-story car dealerships. The fat gangster stepped to the luncheon counter, ordered a Coke, downed it in a few quick gulps, then turned to O'Brien, as if he hadn't seen him sitting there until that moment, and said, "All right, let's go." This was the moment O'Brien had been waiting for. While most of his newsroom peers saw Capone as good copy, nothing else, O'Brien recognized that the gangster was much more, that he was history, the ultimate symbol of the Roaring Twenties, a menacing and explosive product of Prohibition, a tragic hero whose name would resonate for generations to come. If Capone was ready to talk and to be honest, O'Brien believed the resulting book would be the most significant contribution to current history that could possibly be written. Guzik and O'Brien walked across the street to the Lexington Hotel. In the lobby, O'Brien noticed a toy rifle range, like the sort found at carnivals, offering target practice for 5 cents a shot, perhaps set up for guests of a convention. Swarthy men in pearl-gray spats and fawn-colored fedoras loitered about. Guzik led the way to the 4th floor, where he stopped in front of a door and rang the bell. A chain on the inside rattled, and the door crept open an inch or two before swinging wider. The men went in. The heart of the great spider web of lawlessness was like the office of a bank president, O'Brien wrote. O'Brien and Guzik were talking about golf when Capone marched energetically into the room. He was big and bulky, and dressed in a double-breasted blue serge suit with a dark tie and a soft collar. O'Brien was surprised to see how young Capone looked, how nimbly he moved across the room and into the seat behind his desk, and had to remind himself that this international celebrity was still only 32 years old. "I suppose we might have a little something to drink," Capone said. "Red ink?" Guzik suggested. "Not at all," said Capone. "It'll be champagne." A waiter appeared, as if from nowhere, with a bottle of 1915 Piper Heidsieck, followed by a sumptuous and bountiful meal. Antipasto, spaghetti, and such Parmesan cheese as one only reads about in this country. Capone seemed pleased that O'Brien seemed pleased. The evening was marred only by a brief outburst by Capone, one that petrified O'Brien. A waiter had been slow about something. O'Brien wasn't even sure what it had been. Capone roared like a creature of the jungle. But the mood passed as quickly as it came. More food arrived. O'Brien tasted fennel for the first time, and again Capone seemed pleased that his guest liked it. A slender man, O'Brien did his best to keep up with Capone and Guzik at the table, but when the squab arrived, he finally gave up. When they were finished, Capone picked up a piece of Lexington Hotel stationery and jotted a letter authorizing O'Brien to act as my agent in the sale of the manuscript of my autobiography. Capone said he thought the book could net him millions. O'Brien tried to adjust his new partner's expectations, but he wasn't sure his message was sinking in. Soon after, the writer took the train to New York, where a friend in the publishing business told him Capone's story might be worth $1 million, but only if he told the down and dirty truth about his misdeeds. No one wanted to hear that he was good to his mother and helped feed the poor. So O'Brien returned to Chicago to see just how forthcoming the gang boss would be. Not very, as it turned out. Capone rattled on a lot about his hatred of publicity. He complained about newspaper reporters who never gave him a fair shake. He criticized Fred Paisley's biography. He griped about the way cops harassed even the most law-abiding members of his family. He swore that no one understood the difficult economics of the bootlegging business, which he called a lousy racket for the retailer. O'Brien tried to change the subject. He asked if Capone had ever ordered executions, but got no answer. More specifically, he asked if Capone had used a baseball bat to murder his friends Albert Anselmi and John Scalise at a banquet in Indiana. "I can't tell you that," Capone replied. "It wouldn't be fair to my people." In the end, O'Brien concluded that Guzik might have had more power than his so-called boss. Capone, he wrote, was a symbol, and by no means the potentate he is supposed to be. He is the commander of an army, a proconsul holding his position not so much from force as from a certain facility at the dramatic, a certain flair for the mysterious, and above all, from the affection, rather than the fear, of those he leads. He also concluded, unfortunately, that there would be no book. While Capone was busy wiping the name Scarface from the legal records and wining and dining his prospective ghostwriter, George Johnson had been compelling key members of Capone's gang to testify secretly before a grand jury. Johnson was hoping the grand jury would agree to issue 2 indictments, one charging Capone with tax evasion, the other charging him with violations of the Prohibition Act. Already, several of Capone's closest associates had agreed to talk. One of them was Louis LaCava, who had started out as a floor sweeper and worked his way up to a position of power in Cicero's speakeasies and gambling clubs. He described working for a number of men, including Dean O'Banion, Frankie Pope, and Johnny Torrio, before Capone came to power. LaCava testified that in the early days of Capone's rule, when the boss had been more of a hands-on supervisor, he and Capone had held the only keys to a strongbox containing records from some of Cicero's biggest gambling halls, including the Ship, the Subway, and Louderbox. The safe opened only when both keys were used simultaneously. Capone inspected the books almost daily, LaCava testified. Pope testified to the grand jury, too, although it's not clear whether he supplied any useful information. Fred Reese told the grand jury that he had worked in some of the same Cicero establishments as LaCava from 1924 to 1927. He said he had the impression that Capone, his brother Ralph, Frank Nitti, and Jack Guzik were partners in the organization, but Reese took most of his orders from Guzik. He estimated that the mob's gambling shops in Cicero employed between 35 and 40 men in those years and netted profits of between $25,000 and $30,000 a month. Pete Penovich, who ran some of the outfit's gambling shops, confirmed that Guzik, not Capone, received most of the profits from the Cicero casinos, although he noted that the profit margins were not as great as many imagined, and that Guzik and other proprietors gambled away much of what they earned. Penovich didn't have much to say about Capone, but the feds were optimistic they'd soon squeeze more out of him. Frank Wilson had arranged a wiretap at the home of Penovich's girlfriend, Marie Moran, who ran a high-priced call girl operation. Once he had incriminating evidence against the girlfriend, Wilson intended to use it to put pressure on Penovich. The feds were finally coming on strong. When the gangster Louis Altieri claimed he had nothing to do with the gang or with bootlegging, Johnson charged him with perjury. No more messing around. Early on the morning of March 12th, federal agents raided the Cotton Club in Cicero, Ralph Capone's biggest money-making operation, where a minstrel show was underway at the time. The agents carted off booze, arrested a manager, and in a hunt for business records used an acetylene torch to pry open a safe. In another raid, the feds seized phone records from the Lexington Hotel. Meanwhile, Johnson continued indicting members of the Capone syndicate who were not cooperating with his investigation, including 2 of Capone's brewers, Bert Delaney and Steve Svoboda. At about the same time, the spring of 1931, Elliot Ness finally got into the act. Early on the morning of March 25th, he led a team of 10 Prohibition agents on a brewery raid in Cicero. After surrounding the building, Ness and his men used a truck as a battering ram to smash through 2 sets of reinforced doors, surprising the 3 brewers inside. There were no shots fired, no punches thrown, no dynamite blown. Ness and his men found 23,000 gallons of beer in 14 vats, and when they cracked them open with axes, as much for the cameramen on hand as for the disposing of the beer, a thick wave of foam several inches high spread across the floor, filling the building's every nook and cranny and spilling out the garage door that Ness had come in through. In the newspaper photos, with Ness there always were newspaper photos, it looked as though the agents were clumping through snow. Over the weeks and months to come, Ness would blitz more breweries. The raids hurt Capone, robbing him of income as his legal bills mounted. Some customers complained that Chicago's beer baron, trying to boost his profits during these tough times, had begun filling his 32-gallon barrels with a mere 30 gallons of beer. They may have been right, but even so, Eliot Ness was far from the sharpest thorn in the big fellow's side. On March 13th, 1931, George Johnson got what he'd been working toward for the past 2 years, an indictment of Al Capone for tax evasion. For now, Capone was charged with only one felony count for 1924. The indictment stated that Capone had earned net income of $123,101.89 in 1924 and failed to pay taxes on that amount, taxes that would have come to $32,489.24. The taxes had been due on March 15, 1925. Had Johnson waited 2 more days to file the charges, the statute of limitations would have run out. So he obtained the indictment, asked the grand jury to keep it under wraps for the time being, and went back to work. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't everything he had hoped, but it was a start. For Johnson, it was vitally important that no one learn of the initial indictment. He was still hoping to charge Capone with tax evasion from 1925 to 1929. He didn't have much confidence in his case, though. He felt that his witnesses were balky, unreliable, and could, perhaps, flee the city. He worried that a judge might decide that Capone's tax evasion was a misdemeanor crime, not a felony. He also worried that most of his evidence was circumstantial. Would it be enough in the eyes of law to prove that Capone spent money, or would he need to show that Capone received income, too? The first was easy. The second, damn near impossible. But he could hem and haw no more. The time had come to push ahead. Meanwhile, Frank Wilson and his fellow revenue men continued knocking on doors, tapping phones, and twisting gangsters' arms until they talked. The feds also were trying to protect men such as Fred Reese and Louis LaCava, who had already testified. Any information that the defendant had been indicted would have caused witnesses to be even more reluctant than they were to testify against this defendant, Johnson wrote at the time in a letter to U.S. Attorney General William Mitchell. Already, Johnson said, the government's witnesses were fearful and reluctant. They would be more fearful, more reluctant, and more vulnerable to Capone's assassins if news leaked that a trial was imminent. It wouldn't matter if Capone was on his way to the big house. He would leave behind plenty of men capable of carrying out his orders. There also was the chance that Capone might try to flee the country. So the officers of the court and members of the grand jury all were sworn to secrecy. The press never learned of the sealed indictment. Neither did Capone's attorneys. But somehow Capone did. Never learned of the sealed indictment. Neither did Capone's attorneys. But somehow Capone did. Chapter 40. United States Against Al Capone. Spring settled across Chicago, melting the last piles of sooty snow that clung like plaque to the city's alleyways and curbs. Rain washed winter's accumulated grime down the sewers and out into Lake Michigan. Blades of grass sprouted from fields of mud. Children pumped their bicycle tires full of air and took to the streets. The warm western breezes brought a small measure of relief to the growing number of men, women, and children forced by the Depression to leave their homes and live in parks, under Wacker Drive, and in vacant, unheated buildings. Normally, Capone would have returned to Miami and remained there until May or June, until Chicago warmed up just a little more and there was no chance of another cold snap. But his lawyers told him to stick around. He split his time between his family home on South Prairie Avenue and his suite of rooms at the Lexington Hotel. On April 3, 1931, Capone got a piece of good news. The state's attorney's office announced that it had dropped its charge of vagrancy against him. Prosecutors said they had been unable to find a police officer willing to testify against the city's most notorious criminal. Capone had been in Chicago 11 years. For 11 years, he'd been selling whiskey and beer in the age of Prohibition. For 11 years, he'd been the leader of an organization that robbed, gambled, assaulted, and killed. And for 11 years, the local cops hadn't touched him. It was a remarkable record. But Chicago proved that spring that it was not completely beyond redemption. On April 7th, voters at long last threw Big Bill Thompson out of office for good. Thompson had tried to question his opponent, Anton J. Chermak's patriotism by using Polish slurs against him. Chermak's reply helped boost his popularity among immigrants. "It's true, I didn't come over on the Mayflower," he said, "but I came as soon as I could." Chermak, a Democrat, thumped Big Bill by the largest margin in the history of mayoral elections in Chicago, winning by nearly 200,000 votes. It was the end, declared the Trib, of the most puissant machine Illinois has known. The city celebrated in a scene that looked like Mardi Gras, with ticker tape and shredded telephone directories dropped from office windows in the Loop, trumpets, trombones, and cowbells echoing in the streets, firecrackers exploding in midair, and, of course, with thousands of glasses of whiskey, beer, and wine raised in toasts to the new mayor. Within his first hour in office, Chermak fired 3,000 of Thompson's appointees, including untold numbers of city workers as loyal to Capone as they were to Thompson. A genuine house-cleaning was underway. "I'm going to give the people of Chicago the best administration they ever had," boasted the mayor-elect, and he set out to prove it. Meanwhile, in Washington, Herbert Hoover attended the annual Gridiron Club dinner, in which politicians and journalists act out satirical skits, a tradition in Washington since 1885. With the Depression deepening, there wasn't much to laugh about in the nation's capital, but the dinner went on, sticking mostly to political rather than economic gags. In one skit, a ship named the 18th Amendment was battered by wind and rocked by waves. Fiorello H. LaGuardia, a New York congressman and future beloved mayor, rushed up to the ship's captain and shouted, "The ship's sprung another leak!" "More water coming in?" asked the captain. "No," shot back LaGuardia. "More scotch." Cue the chorus, which sang, to the tune of Sailing, Sailing Over the Bounding Main, "Prohibition, sailing the stormy spray. She's floating yet, but getting wet, and wetter every day." When one of the ship's officers asked the sailors who would stick with the teetering ship, only a stowaway, Al Capone, volunteered. The actor portraying Capone sang, "You made me what I am today. I hope you're satisfied. You built me up until I stand here in my pride. I make $1 billion every week. I've done well from the start. Don't dare to repeal, or you will feel the curse of an aching heart." The press coverage didn't indicate whether the president laughed. For a little while, it seemed to George Johnson that all the pieces were coming together. Capone's top partners were still refusing to turn on the big fellow, but several of his lower-ranking soldiers were providing useful evidence. Elliot Ness was buzzing around like a fly, pestering the bootleggers. He wasn't gathering much useful evidence against Capone, but he was generating publicity, which didn't hurt the government's cause. And Frank Wilson had begun putting together a detailed financial blueprint of the Capone syndicate, including a thorough accounting of the kingpin's recent spending. If the feds couldn't determine exactly how much Capone had earned, the thinking went, maybe a future jury would be impressed to learn how much he had spent. Soon, perhaps in weeks, Johnson would be ready to bring more charges against Capone. Johnson was not the sort to rush, but he was under pressure from Washington. He told his bosses he thought he might be ready to go to trial before the end of the year. Then he hit a bump in the road. One day in late April or early May 1931, Johnson couldn't precisely recall, one of Capone's attorneys paid a visit. Johnson didn't say which attorney, although it probably was Michael Ahern. The attorney said that Capone had heard from one of his sources that the grand jury had already issued a secret indictment for failure to pay income tax and that further indictments were on the way. Johnson didn't mind that Capone knew about the possibility of further charges, but he was thunderstruck to hear that Capone knew about the already issued indictment. The defense counsel told Johnson that he would fight any attempt to have Capone tried in Chicago, arguing that it would be impossible for his client to get a fair hearing, given his renown. Johnson offered no reply. Clearly, Capone's attorney was looking for an edge, looking to start the negotiations on his own terms. If the government would agree to a reasonable sentence, he said, Capone would consider pleading guilty. He didn't say what reasonable might mean, and Johnson didn't ask. He wasn't ready to negotiate, and he wasn't happy that he had lost the element of surprise in his carefully plotted strategy. Just when Johnson thought he was holding a strong hand, a new card had been dealt, and he was no longer so sure of his play. He told Capone's lawyer that he would let his superiors in Washington know that he'd been approached with the offer of a plea deal. With that, the meeting ended. With Capone keeping quiet and lawyers on both sides scrambling, the newshounds couldn't stand the silence. One cracked. The headline in Real Detective magazine read, "Al Capone is dead." The story claimed that Capone, enmeshed in a nasty love triangle, was shot and killed in 1929 and replaced as mob chieftain by a look-alike who had undergone surgery to add the scars to his face. The story was accompanied by before and after photographs. A brave reporter from the United Press Syndicate approached Capone, or maybe it was his imposter, and asked for comment on the incredible story. "Who do I look like?" he asked with a laugh. Then he paused and thought about it for a moment. Maybe it wasn't such a bad idea after all. "Let 'em think I'm dead," he said. On the evening of May 7th, George Johnson boarded an overnight train to Washington. He reached Union Station at 8:35 a.m., stepped outside into the warm morning's air, and headed directly to the office of Assistant Attorney General G.A. Youngquist. His appointment was for 9:30, but by arriving early, Johnson hoped that Youngquist might spare him a few extra minutes. Like Johnson, Youngquist was a Swede. The G.A. stood for Gustav Aaron. When Hoover had picked him to head the Justice Department's Prohibition and Taxation Division, Youngquist had assured the newspapermen that he was dry, politically and personally, but, like the president, he was no fanatic. Letters between Youngquist and Johnson suggest that the men were courteous, but hardly intimate. In some of the correspondence, Youngquist seems impatient with Johnson's tentative approach to the Capone case, although he never says so explicitly. Now Johnson reviewed the details of his meeting with Capone's attorney and explained to Youngquist all the various ways he imagined he might lose if he took this, the biggest and most important case of his career, to trial. A more egotistical man would have relished the chance to challenge Capone in court. A bolder man might have embraced the once-in-a-lifetime chance to go toe-to-toe with public enemy number one in a packed courthouse with newspapermen from across the world reporting his every utterance. A more ambitious man might have seen this moment as his launching pad to higher office, or to the wealth and fame of a prestigious private practice. Not Johnson. All he could focus on was the possibility that he might lose. He told Youngquist that he was inclined to accept the plea deal if Capone's lawyers would agree to a fair prison term for their client. Youngquist listened. He didn't rule out a deal, but neither did he encourage one. "Go back to Chicago," the Assistant Attorney General said, "and do your job. Build the strongest case you can, and don't make any deals without consulting us." When Johnson returned home, Capone's lawyers came calling again. This is what good criminal defense lawyers did. They explored all the angles. They took the prosecution's temperature to see how hot they were for a trial. They assessed the opposing attorney's mood to get a sense for what kind of case they were up against. Capone could have hired a tax specialist. He also could have hired Clarence Darrow, the nation's most famous defense attorney and a showman of spectacular pedigree, who likely would have turned the case against Capone into a morality play, casting the gangster as a scapegoat for the failure of Prohibition and a small fry compared to the sharks of American industry who profited from the run-up in stocks before the stock market crash of 1929. But Capone chose Ahern and Thomas D. Nash because they were expert deal-makers. He chose them because he knew and trusted them. He didn't necessarily expect his lawyers to keep him out of jail, but he figured they would make the best of a bad situation. As an opening bid, Ahern and Nash told Johnson that Capone would plead guilty if the feds would agree to a prison sentence of 18 months. Johnson told them to forget it. 18 months wasn't enough. That much he was sure of. Ahern and Nash made no counteroffer. They thanked Johnson for his time. But the process was underway, and in making the first offer, Capone's legal men had anchored the negotiations. They had indicated to Johnson that in seeking a plea deal, they wouldn't be talking about 5 to 10 years. They'd be talking 2 to 5. Johnson's next move was to meet with the judge who would be hearing the case, James H. Wilkerson, the same judge who had found Capone guilty of contempt just 2 months earlier, and to let him know that the lawyers were talking about a plea deal. Wilkerson had a massive office on the 6th floor of the Federal Building. Yet despite its great size, the judge's chamber always seemed cluttered, just as his light brown hair, despite being neatly combed and completely his own, always looked like a cheap toupee. A carousel of law books stood near the door. More legal tomes lined the walls. Wilkerson's L-shaped desk was as big as a lunch counter. He sat in a big swivel chair, its arms and seat covered in distressed leather. When he wasn't flipping through law books, he could often be seen playing with the dials on the massive radio that took up much of the surface of his desk. He was not a fat man, but he had a long, heavy face, all jowls, with the flesh from his neck hanging over his shirt collar and obscuring the top of his tie. Nothing in his appearance inspired fear, but he was like an old basset hound with a mean streak, and lawyers who knew him approached with caution. Born in 1869 in northern Missouri, James Herbert Wilkerson was the son of a Union soldier, John W. Wilkerson, who had marched with General William Tecumseh Sherman on Atlanta during the Civil War, and afterward never stopped telling his 12 children all about it. James was a bookish boy, much too fond of the classroom to ever remain on the family farm. He left home at age 16 and earned a bachelor's degree in philosophy at DePaul University, where he met his future wife, Mary E. Roth of South Bend, Indiana. From there, he went to work as a school teacher and principal in Hastings, Nebraska. He moved to Chicago, passed the bar exam, and started his own law practice. 20 years later, after working as a county prosecutor and as the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois, he was appointed to serve as a federal judge in the U.S. District Court for Northern Illinois, replacing Kennesaw Mountain Landis, who stepped down to become Commissioner of Baseball. Wilkerson had been on the bench only 2 months when a case of huge national importance came before him. On July 1st, 1922, 400,000 railroad shop workers walked off their jobs, crippling the nation's system of transportation. In many cities and towns, the strike turned violent. President Harding and his Commerce Secretary Herbert Hoover had tried to get the strike settled quickly, but failed. The violence continued and ratcheted higher. In September, Attorney General Harry M. Doherty, the man who had named Wilkerson to the federal bench, went to the new judge and asked him to order an end to the strike. Wilkerson complied. The judge ruled that the strikers were engaged in a widespread conspiracy to interrupt commerce and intimidate replacement workers. Going further, he restrained the strikers and union leaders from hindering or obstructing the railway companies, from loitering, picketing, or congregating in the vicinity of railroad operations, and even from writing letters or using telephones to promote a strike. Freedom of speech? Irrelevant. The right to peaceful assembly? Overruled. Even some within Harding's administration called Wilkerson's injunction a travesty of justice and a mockery of the Constitution. But the strike was smashed. Time and again, in the years that followed, Judge Wilkerson proved himself an iconoclast. Having once held the same office as George Johnson, Wilkerson sometimes showed frustration at the U.S. Attorney's inability to build cases against bootleggers. It wasn't that Johnson was soft, and no one ever accused the prosecutor of being on the take. But the problem with Johnson, as Wilkerson saw it, was that he had failed to address some of his office's fundamental problems. Prohibition agents were out on the streets trying to make arrests, but they weren't coordinating with the U.S. Attorney's office. So the agents would bust bootleggers at random, arresting whoever happened to be on hand at the time of their raids, and then present their cases to Johnson. But Johnson didn't have time to work on all those cases, and, not having been involved in the investigations, he had no way to know which ones were airtight and which were leaky. Evidence is obtained, and indictments are returned, then the witnesses disappear, and the district attorney's office is left to try the case without any evidence, the judge complained. If the U.S. attorney wanted better results, Wilkerson said, he should take command of the entire process, choose his targets, assign investigators, supervise the field agents in the gathering of evidence, charge the criminals deemed most worthy of jail time, and then, and only then, bring the cases before a judge. We have case after case in which the bartender is brought in, but the owner cannot be found, the judge complained. It makes a farce out of prohibition enforcement. Johnson sat down across from Judge Wilkerson and laid out the situation. He began by shifting the blame to his superiors, saying that the bureaucrats in Washington were considering a plea bargain in the Capone case, by reason of the difficulties the government had encountered in the investigation and the hazardous nature of the government's case. Johnson said he was especially worried about his two key witnesses, Reese and Shumway, given that the case depended so heavily on their testimony. If one of them were killed, or if one of them recanted, he told the judge, he didn't know what he would do. But that wasn't all. Johnson had built his career on felony income tax cases. Typically, he charged criminals twice, first with the misdemeanor failure to pay income taxes, and at the same time with the felony of defrauding the federal government. But one of the men recently convicted in that manner by Johnson, an Illinois state legislator named Lawrence C. O'Brien, had petitioned the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals claiming that the felony charge was bogus, that it amounted to the government charging him twice with the same crime. If the Court of Appeals overturned O'Brien's conviction, all of Johnson's tax convictions would come undone. Frank Nitti, Ralph Capone, and Jack Guzik would all go free, or have their sentences sharply reduced. The case against Al Capone would collapse. Those weren't Johnson's only worries. As he now explained to the judge, the government's best evidence against Capone dated to 1924 and 1925. Johnson had been racing the clock to beat the 6-year statute of limitations on some of his charges. But he told Wilkerson that the law was unclear and would likely remain unclear until an appeals court made future rulings. For the felony charges, the statute of limitations might be just 3 years. A good defense lawyer would no doubt exploit this gray area in the law. Finally, the government had calculated Capone's income based in part on a letter from one of Capone's lawyers, Lawrence Mattingly, but Johnson wasn't sure the letter would be admissible at trial. Capone's lawyer had written the letter as part of an attempt to negotiate a settlement. At the time, Mattingly had declared that the numbers were merely estimates produced in an attempt to help Capone satisfy the Bureau of Internal Revenue, and that they should not be interpreted as an admission of guilt. But that's precisely how Johnson had used them. For all these reasons, and possibly more, Johnson fretted, Capone could beat the rap. Had Johnson gone to the judge to give him a preview of the case, or merely to express his insecurities? Was he hoping that Wilkerson would give him assurances? It might have been nice to know, for example, how the judge felt about the admissibility of the Mattingly letter, or how he would be inclined to rule on the statute of limitations. Or was Johnson being sincere? Was he genuinely interested in cutting a deal and checking to make sure the judge would approve one? Wilkerson didn't tip his hand. Johnson came out of the meeting in the same position he went in, inclined to deal. Capone was still a free man, free to run, free to hide, perhaps even free to kill. Knowing that he'd been indicted, knowing that he might soon face a trial, and knowing that some of the men in his organization had already ratted and would soon be compelled to testify against him in court, he surely must have considered the possibility of eliminating a few of the government's key witnesses. In the rip-roaring 1920s, when Capone was at the peak of his powers, execution was an important part of down-and-dirty criminal defense work. If bribes to cops and lawyers didn't make a case go away, a bullet to the back of the skull of a prosecution witness often did the trick. This was different, though. First of all, Capone was dealing with the feds, not the Chicago police. Bribery was out of the question. George Johnson was truly untouchable. Killing Shumway and Reese might have weakened the government's case, but they were well hidden, and it would be difficult, if not impossible, to get to them. Others, such as Pete Penovich and Louis Altieri, didn't know all that much, didn't say all that much, and continued to profess their loyalty to Capone. There was no point in killing those guys. So Capone put his faith in his attorneys, all but certain he would wind up doing time, but hopeful that it wouldn't be too long a stretch. He was only 32. If he spent 4 or 5 years in jail, he'd still come out a young man. Even so, before the criminal proceedings could go any farther, Chicago was hit with one more sensational gangland murder, one more big story for the newspapermen who were already talking about how much they would miss the big fellow when he went off to the joint, one more hit, as if for old time's sake, that sounded like the work of Capone, even if he couldn't be connected to it. Mike DePike Heitler was a heavy-set, illiterate Jewish gangster who'd been trolling the underworld since the days of Big Jim Colosimo. Heitler had started out in prostitution. Despite his longevity, though, Heitler was no elder statesman in the gang world. Rather, he was a hanger-on, an annoyance, a thick wad of gum on the sole of the shoe of a man such as Capone. No one trusted Heitler, no one liked to do business with him. But despite several prison terms and an enemy list as long as Lakeshore Drive, he somehow stuck around. He was always showing up somewhere, always looking for a little action, until the night of April 29, 1931. That evening, at the Legion cigar store just west of the Loop, Heitler played poker with some of Capone's men, including Lawrence Dago Mangano, Frankie Pope, and a couple of minor hoodlums identified only as Hank and Fritz. After the game, they all had dinner at the Chicago and Northwestern Railroad station and left the restaurant in Heitler's car. The next day, Heitler's car was found in a ditch near the town of Itasca, 25 miles west of Chicago. 15 miles north of Itasca, in the town of Barrington, a charred torso was found in the smoldering ruins of an ice house. A false tooth, 2 gold crowns, and an unburned bit of underwear helped police identify the melted corpse as that of Heitler. The cops came looking for Capone, and they came in force. They smashed in doors at the Lexington Hotel, scattered the customers at a dance hall on West Madison, and in Cicero stormed the Western Hotel, formerly known as the Hawthorne Inn, which had somehow been completely vacated in anticipation of their arrival. Capone was nowhere. The cops settled for arresting 9 of his associates. But when it became clear that Capone couldn't be connected to the murder, the hunt for Heitler's killer trailed off quicker than a drunkard's conversation. It turned out that Mike DePike was not one of the informants feeding the feds information about the mob's operations. His murder probably was related to a gambling debt or a personal insult. Heitler had racked up lots of both. Capone waited until the dust settled and then, as usual, granted interviews in which he dismissed the hullabaloo with a shrug. By June 5th, Johnson could wait no longer. He announced the indictment of Al Capone on charges of income tax evasion. Between 1924 and 1929, the government alleged, Capone had earned at least $1,038,654.84. The gang kingpin probably took in much more, perhaps several $1,000,000 a year, but the feds were able to pin him down only for about an annual average of $173,000, $2.3 million a year by today's standards, a figure that certainly didn't live up to the hype. The indictment didn't say how much of the income came from bootlegging, how much from gambling houses, how much from dog and horse racing, and how much from brothels. For now, it didn't matter. The bottom line, said Johnson, was that Capone owed taxes of $215,080.48, and the time had come to make him pay. The maximum penalty? 32 years in jail and $80,000 in fines, although the toughest sentence ever handed down in a tax evasion case in any court to that point was Jack Guzick's, and he got only 5 years. The Tribune, noting that Johnson had never lost a tax case against a gangster, cheered his diligence and determination. By taking out Ralph Capone, Frank Nitti, and Jack Guzick, the feds had knocked 3 legs out from under Capone's throne, and he was tumbling. Capone's gang lieutenants have talked to save themselves, one agent told the Trib. Capone has been pushed around so much his power has waned. Johnson, though, didn't boast about the indictments. In fact, he stayed on the sidelines as his assistants posed for photos with members of the grand jury. Capone, too, sought to make as small a splash as possible. His bail was set at $50,000, which meant he would need to post a $5,000 bond to remain free pending his arraignment. Capone went to the court clerk's office the same day as Johnson's announcement, signed the necessary papers, and settled his tab. He said nothing to reporters who pushed forward and lobbed questions at him. A week later, he was indicted again, this time on charges that he was the leader of a conspiracy to violate prohibition laws, the indictment based in part on evidence collected by Ness. The prohibition charges didn't offer a lot of detail about Capone's crimes. The indictment mentioned that Capone was referred to in wiretapped telephone conversations as Number 1 or Snorky. It claimed that Capone's men bought trucks to move beer and equipment to make beer and transferred money from the sale of beer, but it never pinned anything firmly on Capone and never explained his precise role in the supply chain. The indictment claimed that Capone purchased a truck for bootlegging in 1925, but that was about as detailed as it got. That's why Johnson had decided to emphasize the tax case. The prohibition charges were vague and carried smaller potential penalties. If convicted, Capone would get no more than 2 years in jail and $10,000 in fines. Capone's lawyers grew more anxious. They asked for another meeting with Johnson. This time, Johnson and Ahern negotiated in earnest. After months of soul-searching, Johnson remained torn. He could take Capone to trial and hope the judge and jury would put the gangster away for 5 to 10 years, but he was concerned the process might drag on for months or even years. President Hoover wanted results fast. But if political expedients were the only issue, Johnson might have overcome his uncertainty and pushed for a trial. His bigger concern was the law. Though he would admit it only in confidential letters to his most immediate supervisors in Washington, Johnson thought there was a good chance a jury would find Capone not guilty. The government's evidence was weak, and the law was unclear in several key areas. Tax laws were always changing, and appeals courts were still in the process of settling key issues. Most worrisome of all were the statutes of limitations. If the courts gave narrow definitions as to the statutes, much of Johnson's case would go up in smoke. On top of all that, there were psychological issues beyond all control. Most Americans hated paying taxes and hated the nation's ban on booze. What if jurors decided to take out their anger on the government by giving Capone a break? His whole career as U.S. Attorney had led him to this moment, and now it had come down to a gut check for Johnson. Should he risk everything or hedge his bets? Anyone who knew George E.Q. Johnson knew he was no high roller. After consulting with his bosses in Washington, he made up his mind. He would agree to a prison term of 2.5 years, 2 years on the tax charges and 6 months on the prohibition charges, if Capone would agree not to file an appeal and if he would begin serving his sentence immediately. He wouldn't get the big headlines that a trial would no doubt bring, but he would get his man behind bars. That's what counted. Ahern insisted on 2 conditions of his own. He wanted Johnson to get the approval of his bosses in Washington, and to get it in writing, so there would be no chance of the deal coming undone, and he asked Johnson for a promise that Capone would face no questions prior to sentencing. The deal was done. "Case 23-852, shouted the court clerk, Joseph O'Sullivan. "United States against Al Capone." Along with everyone else in the room, Capone stood. All eyes turned to his big, bulky frame, clad today in a banana-yellow suit that one reporter called bilious and another called shrieking. If this was to be his last public appearance for some time, he was going out in style. Judge Wilkerson entered and settled behind the bench. Everyone sat again. It was 2 p.m. on Tuesday, June 16, 1931. Outside, skies were blue, the air breezy and warm. Sailboats skimmed along Lake Michigan. But the air inside the courtroom was thick and heavy, the mood somber. "Alphonse Capone," said Dwight H. Green, an assistant U.S. attorney, "in indictment 22852, you are charged with attempting to evade and defeat your income taxes for 1924. Do you plead guilty or not guilty?" Capone pushed back his chair and rose again. "Guilty," he said, his voice a whisper. "In indictment 23232, Green went on, you are charged with attempting to defeat and evade your income taxes for the years 1925, 1926, 1927, 1928, and 1929, and with willful failure to file returns for the years 1928 and 1929. Do you plead guilty or not guilty?" "Guilty," he mumbled. Assistant U.S. Attorney Victor E. LaRue stood, faced Capone, and said, "Indictment 23256 charges you with conspiracy to violate the National Prohibition Act. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?" "Guilty," said Capone. And then it was over. Wrote the Chicago Herald and Examiner. In those quiet few minutes, Chicago was throwing off the shackles of a man and an organization that had represented lawlessness, viciousness, and a flout to its self-respect for 10 long years. Judge Wilkerson ordered everyone to come back in 2 weeks, on June 30th, for the sentencing. The clerk called another case. Capone and his bodyguard moved toward the elevator. Outside the courthouse, police held back thousands of men and women. If Capone had looked up as he stepped outside, he would have seen office workers lined up like pigeons on every one of the federal building's 8 balconies. It was not an angry mob. There was no widespread public outrage over Capone's crimes. People were simply curious to see if the great Capone could really be caught, and if he was going away, they wanted to catch one more fleeting glimpse before he vanished. Meanwhile, the government took a victory lap. Personally, I do not believe there could be any more distinct accomplishment that would tend to create public confidence in the proper enforcement of the National Prohibition Act, wrote Dwight E. Avis, a top-ranking Treasury Department official, in a confidential memo to George Johnson. I congratulate you. In Washington, Attorney General Mitchell told reporters that Capone's prosecution proved that gang leaders could be stopped if you have honest men on the job and a real purpose. He said he hoped the job done in Chicago would encourage local officials across the country to more aggressively pursue their local bootleggers, and promised that the men who got Capone, including tough guy accountant Frank Wilson, would soon be on their way to New York to take on that city's bootleggers. President Hoover sent word to Chicago that he wished to congratulate Johnson in person. The president was in Springfield, Illinois, as part of a cross-country tour in support of his economic recovery plan. Though he was getting pounded daily in the press, Hoover continued to insist that the economy would soon be on its feet again. Meanwhile, factories closed and jobs vanished. Banks fell, men and women lost their homes. Hoover knew what was happening, but Americans had the sense that he didn't quite feel it. In a national address a few days earlier in Indianapolis, he sounded more like a college professor, explaining the Depression, disassembling and assembling it for his audience, going over its causes and effects, and explaining what the United States would learn from the ordeal, as if it were a bunch of statistical aberrations and not a beast that was eating people alive. We are suffering more today from frozen confidence than from frozen securities, he said, when, in fact, many people had lived through a winter of frozen fingers and toes. The people in the audience didn't boo. The Indianans were too polite to boo a president, but they didn't cheer either. The president's cold clinical response gave the nation's down and out someone to gripe about. As shantytowns began springing up in public parks and along railroad tracks, the inhabitants started calling their tent-filled, campfire-warmed communities Hoovervilles. As men turned their pants pockets inside out to show they were broke, the protruding flaps of fabric became known as Hoover flags. Sleeping bags made from newspaper? Hoover blankets. Jackrabbits? Hoover hams. And at the old, abandoned criminal courts building in Chicago, at the corner of Dearborn Street and Austin Avenue, where dozens of homeless men took shelter every night, someone hung a crudely drawn sign that read, Hotel Hoover. Mayor Chermak ordered the sign removed. In Springfield, Hoover spoke at the rededication of Abraham Lincoln's tomb and returned to the theme of law enforcement, which had been the centerpiece of his inaugural speech 2.5 years earlier, when his life had been ever so much simpler, his dreams ever so much more within reach. And while he didn't mention Capone by name, several reporters the next day wrote that the president's remarks seemed like a response to news of Capone's guilty plea. There can be no man in our country who, either by his position or his influence, stands above the law, Hoover said. That the Republic cannot admit and still live, for ours is a government of law and a society of ordered liberty, safeguarded only by law. The Chicago Herald and Examiner, in its June 17th edition, became the first paper in the country to accurately describe Hoover's long-running obsession with Capone. The president for months has never started his exercise period with cabinet members without asking, "Have you got Capone yet?" Added the news story, "They got Capone." After placing a wreath at Lincoln's grave, Hoover motored to the governor's mansion, where he shook hands with Johnson and congratulated him on his work. After the meeting, Johnson would reveal none of the details of the conversation, merely saying, "The President was very kind in what he said to me." He tried to downplay what was undoubtedly the biggest case of his career. "There isn't any genius in myself or my staff," he said. "All I had was the imagination enough to see that the income tax law would serve to bring these big-shot hoodlums to justice. The rest was work, and more work." But finally he did admit satisfaction. "Everywhere I went, to New York, Washington, and other cities, they asked me, 'How is Al Capone?' It's going to give me a great kick now to be able to tell them he is at Leavenworth. How is Al Capone? It's going to give me a great kick now to be able to tell them he is at Leavenworth." Chapter 41. The So-Called Untouchables. Eliot Ness, too, cherished the moment of Capone's guilty plea. There were 2 weeks to fill before Capone's sentencing, and newspaper reporters tried to hold their readers' attention over that stretch with inside stories of the investigation. The National Press Corps quickly discovered that Ness, a sensitive, mild-mannered 28-year-old graduate of the University of Chicago, gave terrific interviews. His stories, unlike Johnson's, had guns and beer and the threat of violence in them. He even had a catchy nickname for his squad of gangbusters, and once the newsmen heard it, they practically fell all over themselves, dashing for their typewriters. "The Untouchables," Ness called his men, explaining that they had earned the name because they were fiercely resistant to bribes, although Ness, showing off a bit, said he was aware that the phrase was more often applied to India's lowest caste. The young Prohibition officer told reporters stories of his big busts in Chicago Heights, which weren't so big, and his harassment of Capone, which wasn't so bothersome, and the newspaper guys ate it up. "We had to weigh our problems and find a vulnerable point," Ness told the New York Times. "We decided on the breweries because their product is bulky and because they have the toughest transport problem." No one noticed or cared that his stories had no payoff, that they included no big-name arrests, that Chicago had not exactly gone dry, or that Capone himself never seemed aware of the existence of Ness and his untouchables. It didn't matter. It was good ink, as the newsmen put it. In letters to the editor and editorials nationwide, it was agreed almost unanimously that Johnson and the feds had done the right thing. While it might have been nice to nail Capone for murder, the American system of justice had functioned properly. The government had worked hard to build the best case possible. The case had been based on solid evidence. Capone, confronted with the facts, admitted his guilt. His reign of tyranny was likely done. The American way had prevailed. But as the sentencing approached, skepticism began to sink in. Why should Capone get a deal? What if he served a short stint and got out, only to make more trouble? With most of the papers reporting that Capone would likely get no more than 3 or 4 years, and with the United Press Syndicate reporting, with impressive accuracy, that the prison term agreed upon by Capone and Johnson was exactly 2.5 years, a small but steady backlash began to build. C.A. Mesh of Peoria wrote a letter to the editor of the Trib saying it didn't seem right that a hoodlum dictator can impose his will upon a federal court and determine for himself the sentence he will accept. One Tribune scribe jotted a poem which he called "The Greatest Crime." What is the greatest crime of all? What foul deed does most appall? What sin takes such horrid shape that he who does it finds no escape? Let us review the base deeds of all times and find which one is the crime of crimes. First, take old Cain that killed his brother. Well, he may have had cause somehow or other. Nero fiddled while Rome burned, but we excused him because he was just a nut. And Captain Kidd, the scourge of the seas, may have simply had some mind disease. Bluebeard gave all his wives the gate, but maybe they jawed him for coming in late. Benedict Arnold's deed was most black, but maybe the poor fish needed the jack. So while all of these guys just raised the deuce, we'll find in each case some real good excuse. But Capone's case shows with great positiveness the one crime for which there is no forgiveness. The whole 10 Commandments you can treat almighty lax, but kind heaven help you if you dodge your income tax. Frank Lesh, former president of the Chicago Crime Commission and creator of the Public Enemy List, wrote to President Hoover on June 29th, telling him that news of Capone's plea bargain had created a very distinct undertone of dissatisfaction. Chicagoans wanted to see Capone knocked out, not lightly slapped, he suggested. But Lesh assured the president that regardless of the outcome of the case against Capone, he hoped that he would be granted permission one day to tell the world how much you had to do with it and how much of the impetus was personally given by you. Hoover continued taking a terrible beating in the press. Friends of former President Calvin Coolidge were hinting that Coolidge might be persuaded to run again in 1932 if the American people felt strongly enough that his help was needed in rebuilding the nation's battered economy. Hoover, meanwhile, fully intended to run for re-election and win. He remained confident that the economy would soon turn around. 2 days after receiving Lesh's letter, Hoover wrote back. While he didn't address concerns about the wisdom of the plea bargain, he did write that he looked forward to taking credit for Capone's conviction. "Some time when the gentleman you mention is safely tucked away and engaged in very hard labor," wrote the president, "you can tell all about it." Before the plea bargain had been sealed, the government's victory in the case was already beginning to feel to some like a loss, another example of Capone gaming the system. On June 26th, 4 days before Capone's sentencing, Attorney General Mitchell wrote a scathing 6-page letter to Johnson, blaming him for letting his prey squirm off the hook. It was, no doubt, a tactical mistake to receive the plea of guilty and then allow 2 or 3 weeks to elapse before sentence is imposed, the Attorney General wrote. The effect of that is to start the public discussing what the penalty ought to be. If Capone had pleaded not guilty in the first case and then withdrawn his plea, and pleaded guilty on the day when the court was ready to impose sentence and send him to the penitentiary, and the first news of his plea of guilty had been accompanied by a sentence and immediate commitment to the penitentiary, we would have avoided the unfavorable reaction which might result from what appeared to be too moderate a sentence, and at least avoided getting the public excited about the severity of the punishment to be imposed. Even though Mitchell, Youngquist, and others at the Department of Justice had approved the plea bargain with Capone and signed off specifically on the 2.5-year prison term, Mitchell was beginning to back away from it, leaving Johnson holding the bag in case something went wrong. If Capone found any room to maneuver, if he appealed part of the sentence, or somehow managed to reduce his jail time, Mitchell said Johnson would get no support from Washington. If it appeared that Capone had somehow outwitted the feds, wrote Mitchell, the results would be disastrous, and the reaction would be such that we would have been better off never to have commenced the effort to bring him to justice. Mitchell went on to say that he had read the statement Johnson had prepared for his announcement of the plea deal, and thought Johnson had made the mistake of minimizing the strength of his own case. Rather than a statement asserting Capone's long and deadly list of crimes and the righteousness of his imprisonment, Johnson had written something more like an apology, 8 pages long, on legal-size sheets. In his written statement, which he had circulated among his superiors, but not yet read to the court, Johnson repeatedly used the word circumstantial to describe the evidence against Capone. He reminded the judge that the witnesses he planned to call to testify were lowlifes and liars. He confessed that his legal arguments were wobbly, and that his physical evidence was scant. But if he could negotiate a plea bargain, at least Capone would be gone, and Chicago would be free of the stigma attached to it. In other words, he seemed to say, let's get this over with. On June 29th, Capone's lawyers asked the judge to postpone the sentencing hearing. In return for the postponement, they agreed to drop the customary stay of execution, meaning that Capone would begin serving his prison term immediately upon sentencing. Wilkerson agreed. As summer wore on, the gangster remained free. In July, he submitted a letter to the Bureau of Internal Revenue in which he proposed a plan to help settle his tax debt. He said he planned to raise $150,000 in cash by selling his home in Miami, the furniture within, 2 yachts, and an automobile. But that proposal was never made public, and newspaper readers following the Capone case were beginning to suspect that the gang chief was somehow getting off easy. It didn't help that Capone gave one of his now famous Pity Me interviews to the New York Times shortly before his sentencing hearing. "I've been made an issue, I guess, and I'm not complaining," he said, as he sat behind his desk at the Lexington, his hulking frame clad in black silk pajamas. "But why don't they go after all those bankers who took the savings of thousands of poor people and lost them in bank failures? How about that? Isn't it lots worse to take the last few dollars some small family has saved, perhaps to live on while the head of the family is out of a job, than to sell a little beer, a little alky? Believe me, I can't see where the fellow who sells it is any worse off than the fellow who buys it and drinks it." 2 days before the sentencing hearing, Johnson checked in with Judge Wilkerson to make certain that he would still go along with the plea deal. Wilkerson asked if Johnson had the Attorney General's approval in writing, and Johnson said he did. Wilkerson raised no other concerns. The U.S. Attorney took that to mean that everyone was in agreement. Shortly before 10 a.m. on July 30th, 1931, a squad of police cars took Capone from the Lexington Hotel to the Federal Building, where thousands once again waited outside to see him. It was a hot day, thermometers pushing past 70, even before sunrise. The skies were bright blue with a few light clouds. Capone entered the building from the Adams Street side and took the elevator to Judge Wilkerson's court, which was packed, mostly with men and women who worked in the building. The courtroom was warm and getting warmer. To help keep the crowds under control, credentials were required to get into the building. Only reporters, lawyers, and office workers were granted entry. The judge dispensed with a few routine cases before getting around to Capone, making the gangster wait. Finally, Wilkerson began. He said he understood that the defendant had agreed to plead guilty and that U.S. Attorney Johnson had agreed to recommend a judgment, but the judge reminded the parties before him that Johnson could do no more than recommend an outcome. The final decision belonged to the judge, and Wilkerson said he intended to make his decision only after hearing from Capone. Capone's lawyers had been assured their client would not be compelled to answer questions. After some sharp back and forth with Michael Ahern, Wilkerson admitted he had been angered by newspaper accounts that took for granted that a plea bargain had been prearranged and that his role was merely to sign off on it. "It is time for somebody to impress upon this defendant that it is utterly impossible to bargain with a federal court," the judge said. Capone and his lawyers were dumbfounded. They complained that they had been misled. Johnson was humiliated. He explained that he had given Capone's lawyers reason to believe that their negotiated prison sentence would be approved by the court. He said that when Attorney General Mitchell and Assistant Attorney General Youngquist had signed off on the plea deal, he had assumed that Wilkerson would do the same. He offered to show the judge the letter from Mitchell, written a few days earlier, in which Mitchell confirmed his satisfaction with a 2.5-year sentence. None of that mattered, Wilkerson said. Only the judge could hand down a sentence, and he was not going to do it in this case, not without hearing evidence first. Ahern was furious. He felt he'd been duped, and he sensed from Wilkerson's attitude that the judge was interested in giving Capone a much steeper sentence than 2.5 years. He insisted that Capone be permitted to withdraw his guilty plea. Johnson agreed that Capone ought to be permitted to withdraw the plea. It was only fair. "Fine," said Judge Wilkerson, and he ordered the men to return the next day to discuss a trial date. The next day the trial was set for October 5th. Capone had entered the court looking sharp, as usual, his shirt pressed, hair combed, expression cool as ice. But he was wilting. His collar had soaked through, his slicked back hair turned to a thicket of curls at the back of his head, and the look on his face was one of total shock. What happened? Judge Wilkerson had changed his mind. It could have been the hubris of Capone's Times interview. It could have been the fact that so many newspapers blatantly reported the terms of the plea bargain, which should have been kept a secret. Or it could have been, as one Chicago newspaper columnist would suggest years later, that Wilkerson had received a secret order from President Hoover saying that he wanted Capone's case to go to trial. George Murray, a columnist for the Chicago American who had great sources in the underworld, told the story in his column 25 years later. 2 days before Capone was to come to court, Wilkerson was visited by the confidential secretary of the man in Washington, Murray wrote, adding a guarantee that his unnamed source for the information was in a position to know the truth. The judge never revealed what was said, but he emerged from chambers visibly shaken. The wonder is that Wilkerson never told it to Johnson. True? No one can say. But when Murray's column appeared on July 23, 1956, Johnson carefully clipped it from the newspaper, wrote the date at the top of the clipping, and retrieved from his files a 25-year-old manila envelope marked Court Records, July 30th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. He slipped the Murray column into the envelope and closed it again. Perhaps that was the first time Johnson fully understood what had happened in Wilkerson's court that day, a day he had thought would bring an end to his case against Al Capone. Understood what had happened in Wilkerson's court that day, a day he had thought would bring an end to his case against Al Capone. Chapter 42. Who wouldn't be worried? Beneath a scrim of gray clouds at 2 in the afternoon on October 3, 1931, with the start of his trial just 3 days away, Al Capone stepped out of his car and onto the golden-brown campus of Northwestern University in Evanston, Illinois. Dressed in a bright purple suit to match the school's colors, Capone eased his way through a crowd of students to one of the western entrances at Dike Stadium. He and some of his men, including Jack McGurn, had come to watch a football game. Northwestern versus Nebraska. It was a big game, but just a warm-up to a bigger contest scheduled for the following Saturday. Northwestern against Notre Dame. Capone was not letting his legal troubles get in the way of his sporting interests. Unfortunately, he and his pals had terrible seats, 45 rows up from the field at about the 5-yard line. But the weather was warm, the green grass of the football field was rimmed with faces, and all eyes were on the field, as opposed to Capone. 5 plays into the game, Northwestern broke through with a touchdown, and the fans sitting around Capone released hundreds of purple balloons skyward. When the home team scored 2 more touchdowns in the first quarter, good cheers spread through the grandstand, and the mood grew giddy. At some point, word spread that Capone was in attendance. Necks craned. A rumbling noise rose through the crowd. Some reporters thought they heard jeering, others cheering. Perhaps it was both. A reporter found him and asked if he was bothered by the attention. "I'm here to see the game," he said. "I'm going to stick it out." But when the first half ended, he got up to leave. A stream of 400 spectators followed, providing an unofficial, ominous escort to the gate. By then it was clear he was being taunted. Even a pack of Boy Scouts joined in the rousing. 2 days later, Capone woke up at 7:45 a.m. at the Lexington Hotel, feeling like hell. He showered, shaved, and slid into a blue serge suit. He shoved a bunch of peppermint cough drops in his pocket. May and Sonny were with him at the Lexington. They had come up from Miami for the trial, but they would stay at the hotel when Capone left that morning for the courthouse. Though it might have evoked sympathy for the defendant, May was apparently too stubbornly shy to allow herself and her son to be put on display for a jury, not to mention for the newspaper reporters, photographers, and movie reel cameramen. In anticipation of Capone's arrival, thousands of Chicagoans once again stood shoulder to shoulder on the sidewalks around the federal courthouse. Most of the congestion was on Clark Street, in front of the building's side entrance. Photographers showed up before dawn to get good parking spaces, then climbed to the roofs of their cars, unfolded their tripods, and hoisted their big, boxy cameras into place. Robert J. Casey of the Chicago Daily News described the scene as high carnival in all but confetti and strewing of roses. But the crowds were looking for a caravan of police cars, and Capone surprised them by pulling up in a single, unmarked car at the Dearborn entrance to the federal building. "Are you worried?" a reporter shouted when Capone emerged, already working on his first cigar of the day. "Who wouldn't be worried?" he replied, as he hopped off the running board and toward the courthouse, accompanied by his bodyguard, Phil DeAndrea. To another reporter, he mentioned he was sorry to be missing the third game of the World Series, Cardinals versus Athletics. A photographer snapped a picture, his flash blowing a cloud of smoke in the air. Capone never stopped moving. He walked inside and took an elevator to the 6th floor, where Judge Wilkerson and all the lawyers involved in the case waited. In the room next to Wilkerson's court, workers were stringing wires for a temporary telegraph office. Over the course of the trial, reporters from as far as England were expected to transmit between 80,000 and 100,000 words of copy a day. Though Capone probably didn't know it, several of his closest associates and former associates were gathered 2 floors up in the office of George Johnson, waiting to see if they would be called as witnesses. Johnny Torrio, Fred Reese, and Louis LaCava, among others, sat there under guard. In all, 75 witnesses had been subpoenaed. "It looks like the whole state of Florida is here," said Capone's former mentor, Torrio, now retired and supposedly living on his investments in the Sunshine State. Though he would not be called to testify, Torrio had already answered questions for the feds. He didn't say much. The courtroom was a grand space, befitting the magnitude of the event at hand, with ornate columns rising to the lofty ceiling, bronze sconces holding small electric light bulbs on the walls, and a massive arch over the door. Painted above the entrance to the court were quotations from the U.S. Constitution that had faded and become difficult to make out. The room was warm. Open windows failed to stir the air, and Capone quickly perspired through his collar. He sat only a chair's width from Johnson, who wore his usual gray woolen suit and gold-rimmed spectacles. Judge Wilkerson looked out at the crowded courtroom through horn-rimmed glasses. A green glass lampshade on his judge's bench cast the right side of his face in light and the left in shadow. He, too, wore a gray woolen suit, no robe. He ordered the newspaper men, who had set up folding chairs all around the defense table, to slide their chairs back and give Capone and his lawyers some room. After calling the court to order, Judge Wilkerson made a move that most of the reporters in the courtroom didn't even notice. He took his list of prospective jurors and swapped it with another judge's. Why? A few days earlier, Frank Wilson of the Internal Revenue Bureau had received a phone call from his best informant, racetrack owner and Capone partner, Eddie O'Hare. "The big fellow is going to outsmart you," O'Hare had said. He went on to explain that Capone, or one of his men, had bribed someone at the courthouse and obtained a list of prospective jurors. "They're passing out $1,000 bills. They're promising political jobs. They're using muscle, too." The goal, wrote Wilson in a 1933 memo, was planting one or more friends of Capone on the jury. When Wilson got the tip, he told Wilkerson. After waiting until the last possible moment, Wilkerson made the switch, bringing in a jury he knew hadn't been threatened or bribed. It was the first of many bad breaks for defendant Capone. Michael Ahern, Capone's lead attorney, approached the bench. All the prospective jurors were white and male. No surprise there. But Ahern was disturbed by other characteristics of the group seated before him. Almost all of the men were from small towns surrounding Chicago. Almost all were Anglo-Saxon Protestants, and almost all were past the age of 45. Ahern found it difficult to believe that such a seemingly conservative group could have been selected randomly. Where were the men in their 20s and 30s? Where were the steel workers who liked to knock back a few cold ones with lunch? Where were the sophisticated city dwellers who might have enjoyed the occasional cocktail-fueled night on the town? Where were the Italians? But that wasn't all that bothered Capone's lawyer. Almost all of the men in the jury pool had recently served on other juries. Some had served more than half a dozen times. Every trial is different, of course, but most lawyers operate on the assumption that experienced jurors are more prone to convict than newcomers to the process. The veterans come to feel like a part of the courthouse team. They bond with judges. They start to feel like important cogs in the crime-fighting machine. For the defense, they're dangerous and best avoided. Ahern used all 10 of his peremptory challenges to get rid of the most offensive candidates. They included 4 men who had served on the federal grand jury that heard tax charges against Ralph Capone, and 1 who had served on the grand jury investigating Prohibition law violations by Al Capone. But Ahern couldn't toss out all the jurors. He was incredulous. In a region of more than 1 million eligible jurors, he asked the judge, was it so hard to find fresh faces? He might have asked, more specifically, was it so hard to find men who had not already served on Capone juries? "It seems more than a coincidence that so many of these jurors are repeaters," Ahern said. "It is not a fair manner of selection." There was no way for Ahern to know how this jury pool was assembled, whether the names were selected at random or culled from a list of recent jurors. Until the 1960s, most federal courts used the key man system to find jurors. Court clerks asked prominent citizens to nominate prospective jurors, and key men from these lists found themselves summoned again and again. Nothing in the law said a jury had to be randomly selected, only that it represent a fair cross-section of the community. Judges liked key men because they already had knowledge of the criminal justice system. They made the process run more smoothly. And over the course of the 1920s, as judges also discovered that older and more conservative jurors were more likely to convict bootleggers than younger and more liberal ones, they honed their lists of key men accordingly. In this instance, Ahern objected, as countless defense attorneys had done in countless cases before. He asked Wilkerson to throw out the entire pool of jurors and start again. Wilkerson, without comment, denied the request. Some reporters had expected jury selection to take days. It took less than 3 hours. In the end, 11 of the 12 jurors seated for the trial hailed from small towns in northern Illinois. 9 of 12 had recently served in other cases. One juror, an insurance salesman from Edisonville named Arthur O. Prochnow, had served 9 times. Like other newspaper readers, wrote Juror Prochnow in an article printed 5 years after the trial, "I had formed a pretty fair picture of Capone prior to the trial. I understood that he was a terrible man who did not hesitate to murder those who stood in his way. To me, he epitomized all that was evil." Though they tended to focus more on the jurors' rural backgrounds than their depth of experience, some of the reporters covering the trial agreed with Ahern's conclusion that the deck had been stacked against Capone as a result of the key man system. "Capone is to have no trial by his peers," reported the Tribune. "It is to be by the men who reflect the opinions of the countryside, whose minds are formed in the quiet of the fields or in the atmosphere of wayside villages." Damon Runyon, who had come in from New York to cover the trial of his occasional drinking buddy for the Hearst Syndicate, said he detected the fragrant whiff of green fields and growing rutabagas and parsnips in the courtroom. The jurors, he continued, were a bunch of hayseeds, horny-handed tillers of the fruitful soil, small-town storekeepers, mechanics, and clerks. In addition to his stories for Hearst, Runyon also agreed to write a column for the Chicago Herald and Examiner under the pseudonymous byline of Otto Nertz, described by the paper as a former blacksmith turned apple vendor who would provide the view of the man in the street. Nertz began his first column with this bit of vintage Runyon: "I ain't got nothing against Snorky Capone, except wishing he would turn on a better brand of tap beer in the Loop. On my last birthday, I took a speedboat ride up the Chicago River, and a lungful of water I got at that time tasted very similar to Snorky's beer. As for his hard liquor, all I can say is, 3 drinks and you get a nosebleed." Nertz, not surprisingly, agreed with Runyon that Capone seemed to be facing a surprisingly bumpkinish jury. "All these gents is eager to get in the box. If they get in, they'll be able to pass their old age sitting on the Cracker Barrel back home saying, 'Did I ever tell you that when I was a juror in Snorky Capone's case,' etc." Before it ever began, Capone complained to his lawyers that Judge Wilkerson would never give him a fair trial. Given that Wilkerson had overseen the conviction of Ralph Capone and had already thrown out Al's plea bargain, prompting Capone to switch his plea from guilty to not guilty, the defendant had good reason for his apprehension. No one needed to remind him that he faced a maximum sentence of 32 years and fines of $80,000. But Ahern ignored Capone's complaints. For reasons the lawyer never explained, he chose not to seek a change in venue. The only logical explanation is that Ahern, a Chicago operator to the core, felt comfortable and confident operating in the city limits. But if Ahern thought that the same old tricks that had worked in county court would work in federal court, he was in for a surprise. The next day, Prosecutor Dwight Green opened with a summary of the case against Capone. The government would prove, he said, that Capone raked in huge profits from gambling houses, brothels, and speakeasies, that he lived a life of luxury with a palatial home in Miami and extravagant shopping sprees in Chicago, that he had earned income of more than $1 million from 1924 to 1929, and that he had intentionally sought to hide that income to avoid paying income tax. In summary, he said, "The evidence will show that during all these times the defendant had plenty of money to pay a tax to the government, but that, instead of paying the taxes, he dissipated, concealed, and covered up those assets and money." Ahern made no opening statement. He was joined at the defense table by Albert Fink, a 57-year-old lawyer with protruding ears, sagging jowls, and a mostly bald head. Early in his career, Fink had specialized in income tax law and interstate commerce, but of late had been taking on more humdrum cases, representing angry spouses angling for divorce and public officials accused of corruption, among others. For Fink, the Capone case might have been personal. In 1925, while he was honeymooning on a yacht on Long Island Sound with his second wife, the former Lucille Rhodes of New York, the ship was intercepted by a Coast Guard cutter. Prohibition agents climbed on board and searched Fink's vessel. Fink and his wife were charged with possession of 23 bottles of intoxicating liquor and forced to pay a $500 fine. It was Fink, at the start of the trial, who told Judge Wilkerson that he and Ahern intended to challenge the constitutionality of the tax evasion charge against Capone. The government was accusing Capone of failing to pay his income tax and engaging in a conspiracy to evade payment. Failure to pay was a misdemeanor. Conspiring to evade payment was a felony. Ahern and Fink intended to argue that the two charges were essentially the same, asking Wilkerson to dismiss the felony charge. Jack Guzik had made the same contention, unsuccessfully, in his recent trial, and an appeal was pending. Judge Wilkerson said he would reserve judgment on the matter until after the feds had presented evidence establishing Capone's income. The government's first witness was Charles W. Arndt, chief of the Income Tax Division for the Chicago office of the Bureau of Internal Revenue, who reported that the government had no record of any income tax having been paid under the name Alphonse Capone or any of his known aliases, including Scarface Capone, Snorky Capone, A. Costa, Al Brown, or Scarface Brown. Capone smiled. He leaned back in his chair. With hairy hands and fat, powerful fingers, as Meyer Berger, a young reporter for the New York Times, put it, he drummed the table and flicked at the leather straps of his expensive briefcase. Next came Leslie Shumway, dressed drably in brown, his bald head shining under the bright lights from the ceiling. He and Fred Reese, the gambler who had helped seal the conviction of Guzik, were considered the linchpins of this case, as well as the men most likely to be assassinated in an attempt by Capone to derail the trial. Now, Shumway avoided making eye contact with Capone. He spoke so softly that spectators were forced to lean forward to hear what he said. He testified that he had kept the books at some of Capone's Cicero gambling dens, and that the shops moved from one location to another as they were shut down by cops. When Assistant U.S. Attorney Jacob Grossman showed Shumway a set of books, Shumway confirmed their authenticity. They showed that profits for one of Capone's dives had been $300,000 for 1924, $117,000 for 1925, and $170,000 for a 4-month stretch of 1926. The ledgers ended at about the time of Assistant State's Attorney William McSwiggan's murder, when the cops cracked down on speakeasies and casinos in Cicero. A few of the jurors were seen yawning during the bookkeeper's testimony, but they sat up in their chairs and paid close attention to the next witness because he was so commandingly handsome. Capone, too, seemed transfixed. This was Reverend Henry C. Hoover, no relation to the president or the FBI director, a tall, blond-haired, broad-shouldered man with a pompous air about him. He was only about 35, but he wore pince-nez glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, an affectation that had seemingly gone out of style with Teddy Roosevelt. But on Reverend Hoover, a star witness from Central Casting, if ever there were one, they looked dashing. In 1925, Reverend Hoover had led a group of angry vigilantes on a series of raids against brothels and gambling dens in Cicero and neighboring Stickney. On May 16, 1925, the day of the Kentucky Derby, recalled Reverend Hoover, he and his men stormed one of Capone's Cicero gambling houses at 4818 West 22nd Street. They overturned whiskey bottles and tossed roulette wheels and card tables to the street. It was here, Reverend Hoover said, that he had bumped into Capone, and it was here that the ledger used at Capone's tax trial had been seized. The gangster, at that time a top aide to Torrio, had been alerted to the raid and had rushed over from the Hawthorne Inn. He was wearing a pajama top and the pants from a suit. His face was unshaven. He was shoving cash in his pockets when the Reverend interrupted him. "He turned to me," Reverend Hoover testified, "and he said, 'This is the last raid you'll ever pull.'" Capone then vanished. He returned 30 minutes later, clean-shaven, dressed, and apparently in a better mood. "Reverend," he said, according to the witness's testimony, "why can't you and I get together? Give me time to get my money out of this place. If you'll let up on me here in Cicero, I will withdraw from Stickney." For some reason, this caused a few chuckles in the courtroom. It may have been the Reverend's shabby impersonation of Capone that amused the audience. Reverend Hoover blushed at the laughter and continued. "Mr. Capone," I said, "as far as I am concerned, the only understanding you and I will ever have is this: you must observe the law or get out." Capone tapped his foot on the courtroom floor, folded his arms, and stared unblinkingly. When the prosecution finished questioning the Reverend, Michael Ahern stretched his long legs and rose from the defense table. He removed his eyeglasses, wiped them with his handkerchief, returned them to his face, and began peppering the witness with questions. Did he and his raiders have a search warrant with Capone's name on it? The answer was no. Why wasn't Capone arrested? Reverend Hoover said he had tried to get the sheriff to arrest Capone, but had failed. Was Hoover certain that the man he met was really Al Capone? Another member of the raiding party had testified that he wasn't sure if the man he saw that day was Ralph Capone or Al Capone. Could Reverend Hoover also have been confused? There were holes in the Reverend's story, and Ahern did a good job of jabbing at them, but he failed to hit the witness with a knockout punch. Had Capone's lawyer gone back and read old newspaper stories from the time of the raid, he might have noticed a glaring discrepancy in Reverend Hoover's testimony. At the time of the raid in 1925, the Reverend had said that Capone had not been in the gambling joint when the raid began. At that time, Reverend Hoover had told reporters that another man, someone named Joseph Smith, revealed himself as the owner of the gambling joint, and that Capone had come along only later, when the raiding party was finishing up its work, and had tried to bribe the raiders to make them go away. Reverend Hoover's testimony helped establish that Capone was the owner of the casino tied to Shumway's ledger, and the ledger was the only piece of physical evidence that showed income for Capone. Ahern could have damaged the Reverend's credibility by pointing out the conflicts in his testimony, but he missed his chance. In the biggest case of his career, Ahern was coming up short from the very start. But there's no reason to suspect that he was giving it less than his full effort. It seems more likely that he was in over his head. As a defender of safecrackers, gamblers, and whores, he was as good a lawyer as Chicago had to offer for the common criminal. He knew that the best way to help a client to beat a rap was to make the cops look like the bigger criminals, which usually went over well with Chicago juries. But Ahern had little, if any, experience that would prepare him to go up against the massive forces of the federal government in an income tax case, much less an income tax case that was turning out to be a referendum on the sanctity of American law. One can only wonder what Clarence Darrow would have done had he been sitting at Capone's table. And at this point in the trial, Capone might have been asking himself that very question. When court was adjourned for the day, Capone, his lawyers, and his bodyguard, Phil DeAndrea, posed for a few pictures in the courtroom. The boss seemed to be in fine spirits. The men left the building through the doors on Dearborn Street, where mounted police officers held back the crowd and extra traffic cops kept the streets clear. The man of the hour lingered a while, waving to the crowds and chatting with strangers, until one of his men encouraged him with a gentle push to get into the back seat of a waiting taxi. Capone's fedora caught on the edge of the door as he entered the car. He grabbed his hat and shut the door. The taxi whirled away, and the crowds disappeared. Caught on the edge of the door as he entered the car. He grabbed his hat and shut the door. The taxi whirled away, and the crowds disappeared. Chapter 43. Big Spender. The second day of testimony brought another critical moment. As soon as Judge Wilkerson gavelled the start of the session, the government called George G. Slentz, an Internal Revenue Bureau lawyer, as its first witness. Another of George Johnson's assistants, Samuel G. Clausen, asked Slentz to examine a letter written on September 30th, 1930, by Lawrence Mattingly, Capone's tax lawyer at the time. It was the letter Mattingly had written in an attempt to settle Capone's tax debt. It was his belief, Mattingly had written, that Capone's income for 1926, 1927, 1928, and 1929 did not exceed $26,000, $40,000, $100,000, and $100,000 respectively. Ahern and Fink sprang to their feet simultaneously and rushed to the bench, asking Wilkerson to bar the evidence. The letter was an attempted compromise, not a confession, but the jury would surely perceive it as an admission of guilt, the two lawyers complained. There had been no threat of criminal charges at the time of the attempted settlement. Capone had merely been trying to do what the government demanded of him, pay his taxes. Better late than never. Congress doesn't want to send people to jail, Ahern complained. Congress wants people to pay their taxes. It wants them to come in and settle with their government before criminal or civil action is started, so it won't have to be started. And that's what Capone had been trying to do. Ahern cited examples of cases in which admissions made in attempts at compromise had been ruled inadmissible in criminal proceedings, but Judge Wilkerson was not persuaded. When a man makes such statements, the judge said, he does so at his own peril. He cannot bind the government not to prosecute him. He would allow the jury to hear the evidence and see Mattingly's letter. Once it appeared that he would lose his bid to throw out the letter, Ahern tried another tack. He argued that the letter should be viewed as evidence that Capone was not trying to evade paying his income taxes at all. In fact, said Ahern, it showed that Capone was attempting to settle his account. At the very least, Ahern believed, that should prove that Capone was not engaged in the felonious act of defrauding the government. Only time would tell if that argument would impress the jury. Over the next several days, prosecutors would try to establish that Capone was a lavish spender. If they couldn't prove he had income, they would prove he had money, which must have come from somewhere. Runyon explained the strategy nicely. Your Uncle Sam argues that if a man spends a raft of money, he must necessarily have a raft of money to spend, a theory that sounds logical enough, unless your Uncle Sam is including horse players. McLean Smith, a desk clerk at the Metropole Hotel, testified that Capone kept a suite of 5 rooms, rang up thousands of dollars in bills, and always paid in cash. Did you ever see Mr. Capone give any tips? Smith smiled reminiscently, as the Daily News put it, before saying, yes, he'd been tipped well by Mr. Capone. Capone's gopher in Miami, Parker Henderson, Jr., was asked to examine $35,000 worth of Western Union money transfer orders and to say who had received the money. Capone, he said. Who paid for the Capone family's mansion in Palm Island? Henderson was asked. Capone, he said. Who paid for the installation of the swimming pool and concrete wall around the property? Capone. Later came more proof of Capone's extravagant spending habits. A weekly meat bill of $250, a telephone bill one winter that added up to $8,400, and an interior decorator's charge for $1,725. A baker testified that he delivered bread to Capone's home and charged him $3 or $4 a day. An iron worker said he built Capone a gate for $490. A jeweler said he sold Capone 8 diamond belt buckles at $275 per. A department store clerk said she sold Capone linen and kitchenware for $800. Another offered details on Capone's underwear, made from the same silk as fine ladies' gloves, which cost an astonishing $12 a pair. A tailor said Capone ordered 23 suits, most of them double-breasted, in a 2-year span, and a Marshall Field and Company salesman made it known that Capone liked the right-hand pockets of his overcoats made bigger and stronger than the left-hand pockets, presumably to accommodate his gun. One witness said Capone liked to peel bills off a roll of cash that would have choked an ox. Upon cross-examination, Capone's lawyer asked, "Wouldn't the size of the roll depend on the size of the ox?" Capone seemed as bored as the rest of the audience, except at one moment when the contractor who built the dock at his home in Miami complained that the gang chief still owed him $125. At that bit of testimony, Capone's jaw clenched so firmly, according to the Daily News, that the scar on his cheek stood out like a cord. Capone then whispered to his attorneys that the contractor didn't get his money because he didn't finish the job and left his scow and tools behind. "Call him a tax cheat, call him a killer," he seemed to say, "but don't call him a man who doesn't pay his bills." For the reporters in from London, Boston, and New York, some of the testimony must have been unfathomably dull. How could they justify their expense reports? At one point, the baker was asked if he delivered only bread or if he sometimes brought cake, too. At another point, the butcher was asked if Capone could have possibly consumed so much meat. "Oh, one man couldn't eat all that," the butcher dutifully reported. And so it went for days, dollar by dollar, receipt by receipt, gratuity by gratuity. The great gangster Capone was beginning to look like nothing more than the last of the big-time spenders. Forget about winning the beer wars. Capone seemed more interested in shopping for drapes and kitchenware. And while he may have struck fear into the hearts of his machine-gunning rivals, there was no denying that the store clerks loved to see him coming. But if the trial was not living up to its hype, no doubt that's the way Johnson wanted it. He showed that Capone's casinos made money. He showed that the money from those casinos was deposited in bank accounts, and that money from those bank accounts was wired to Miami, where Capone's associates picked it up for him. No doubt Johnson would have preferred to find an account or vault with Capone's own name on it, but he was making do with what he had. He would stack one piece of evidence atop another, like bricks, until he built an inescapable set of walls. Only one newsworthy incident interrupted the slow and steady proceedings. On October 10th, after another long morning of testimony from store clerks and contractors, Wilkerson announced that court would break for lunch. Capone and his bodyguard, Phil DeAndrea, started toward the door. But Mike Malone, one of the Internal Revenue agents working with Frank Wilson, thought he spotted a bulge under DeAndrea's jacket, around his right hip. Malone whispered to Wilson, and the two agents quickly caught up with Capone and DeAndrea. The federal agents shoved DeAndrea into the corridor, threw open his jacket, and grabbed his gun. DeAndrea, a pudgy man with gold-rimmed glasses, put up no struggle. He politely told Wilson and Malone that he was permitted to carry the weapon because he served as a deputy bailiff for the municipal court. He pulled out a badge to prove it, but a quick check revealed that DeAndrea's term as a deputy bailiff had expired months ago. He was taken into custody and would eventually serve 6 months in jail for contempt of court. The bodyguard's arrest would have no bearing on Capone's trial, but it was one more piece of bad luck for the gang boss, one more indication that the breaks were not going his way. The Capone defense had thus far absorbed one body blow after another without raising a hand to strike back. If Ahern had a plan to reverse his client's fortunes, he would need to use it fast. The next day, October 11th, Ahern at last launched an attack. Capone, he said, was a victim of a conspiracy. The defendant had tried to settle his tax debt. He had tried to compromise. But the feds never truly cared about crime. They were only interested in punishment. Ahern told reporters he would call agents from the Bureau of Internal Revenue as witnesses and ask them to explain why so many so-called legitimate citizens had been permitted to repay their back taxes without the threat of criminal charges. He said he also intended to remind jurors that the income tax was a tax on income. The government had to prove that Capone made money and failed to pay his taxes on those earnings. His spending habits made for sensational headlines and made his client look like a sultan, especially given the depression gripping the nation. But for the purposes of this trial, said Ahern, spending was irrelevant. October 13th brought another day of mundane testimony. Fred Reese testified. Reporters in the room perked up as Reese glumly took the stand, hopeful that they might hear about something more tantalizing than Capone's taste for high-end housewares and haberdashery. But even Reese failed to excite. Though he had seen Capone often in Cicero's busiest gambling dens, and though he confirmed that 3 of those dives brought in hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in income, his testimony failed to prove that any of the gambling income went to Capone. The money always went to Guzik, he said. Jack told me not to turn over money to anybody but him or someone he sent down. Not even Al, Reese testified. After that, the government presented a few bank tellers and clerks who testified that Guzik and others had deposited money from gambling operations. But the only evidence linking Capone to the syndicate came from a handwriting analyst who identified the gangster's signature on the back of a check that had been deposited at one of the banks. There was no telling how much longer the trial would last. The feds had not yet called Johnny Torrio to the stand. Neither had they called Pete Penovich or any of the other gunmen and gamblers who ran with the Capone gang. They had made almost no attempt at all to link Capone to the city's vast network of speakeasies, breweries, or gambling halls. The government's entire case to that point was circumstantial. Perhaps Ahern was waiting for the government to go for the knockout before he counterpunched. Until that moment, George Johnson had been silent throughout the trial, letting his assistants question the witnesses. But at about 2:20 in the afternoon, when his team finished the examination of the handwriting expert, Johnson slowly and quietly rose from his seat, looked up at Judge Wilkerson, and approached the bench. Silence settled over the room as the jurors and spectators watched the slightly built prosecutor make his way across the floor. In his 5 years in office, the reticent Johnson had never interrogated a witness, never raised an objection, never spoken a word in court as far as anyone could recall. He had always left the speaking parts to others. Now came the moment he had been waiting for. "Your Honor," he said, "the government now rests." Ahern and Fink were staggered. They had anticipated that the government would continue calling witnesses for at least one more day, and they were not entirely prepared to start calling their own. Fink shot from his chair to complain. The prosecution had intentionally kept the defense in the dark, he said. They had refused to provide a detailed list of their charges and claims, also known as a bill of particulars. As a result, Capone's team had no idea how many witnesses were to be called or how long the government might go on presenting evidence. Now they were trying to pull a fast one. Fink said he and Ahern still intended to call witnesses from New York, Philadelphia, and possibly Washington to testify on Capone's behalf, but they would need a couple of days to bring them to Chicago. The witnesses, he said, would offer evidence of Capone's massive losses as a gambler, the only business he ever has admitted being in. The prosecution had proved only one thing over the course of the trial, that Capone spent money. The defense wanted to strike back. They wanted to show that Capone not only spent enormous sums of money, but that he also gambled enormous sums. One bookmaker would testify that Capone placed between 25 and 30 bets a week, gambling thousands at a time and losing about 60 grand a year. And that was just one bookie. They would attempt to prove that Capone assumed that gambling income was not taxable, an incorrect assumption, but nonetheless a plausible one. They also would try to show that Capone's massive gambling losses offset his gains. If they could convince the jury that Capone's failure to pay income tax had been an honest mistake, Ahern and Fink believed, they might at least beat the felony counts and help Capone avoid a lengthy term in federal prison. Finally, they intended to argue that the government's entire case was nothing but a politically motivated attempt to make Capone a scapegoat for the failure of prohibition. But they weren't ready. Of course, Ahern and Fink could have put Capone on the stand to testify to his gambling losses and to his naivete when it came to settling his tab with Uncle Sam, but they had no intention of doing that. They were afraid of subjecting him to cross-examination by the government. They also toyed with the notion of putting Johnny Torrio on the stand to discuss Capone's career and compensation. But again, they dropped the idea. Fink went on complaining. The government had been preparing its case since 1928, he said. Capone's team hadn't done any work until July 30th, 1931, when Judge Wilkerson threw out the proposed plea bargain. It wasn't fair to shut down the defense before it had time to fully respond to all the charges. He asked for a 2-day delay in the trial. Wilkerson refused. Fink tried Plan B. He asked the judge to allow the defense team 10 hours in front of the jury to present its closing arguments. Wilkerson said they could have 4. The judge banged his gavel, and court was adjourned until the following day. Wilkerson said they could have 4. The judge banged his gavel, and court was adjourned until the following day. Chapter 44. The Verdict. With the jury out of the room, before starting his closing arguments, Ahern asked one more time if Wilkerson would consider correcting what he believed to be a series of errors made by the court over the course of the trial. Would the judge consider throwing out the Mattingly letter that the government had construed as an admission of income for Capone? No, said the judge. Would he revisit the issue of the statute of limitations? No, said the judge. Then, with nothing to lose, Ahern threw the Hail Mary. Calling the case a corruption of the Constitution, he asked Wilkerson to throw out all the charges, issue a directed verdict of not guilty, dismiss the jury, and set Capone free. No doubt he knew the judge's reply before he heard it. The jury re-entered the courtroom, took their seats, and Ahern prowled before them like a lion in a cage, confinement making him angrier by the moment. He began his closing statements. The jurors could see he was furious, although they didn't know what exactly had set him off. Commandingly, Ahern reminded the jurors that they had promised when they were appointed to this panel that they would acquit the defendant if the evidence failed to establish his guilt. They had vowed that they would not be ashamed to return to their friends, families, and business associates when the trial was over, and to say that they had set free the great Capone. It was time, he said, to see if they were true to their words. You are the only barrier between this defendant and the encroachment of government, he said, staring down the jurors, beseeching them, searching for the words that would move and persuade them as he presented his closing argument. The government has sought by inference and presumption to prove this man guilty. Its evidence can hardly be called even circumstantial. Why do they seek conviction on this meager evidence? Because he is Alphonse Capone. Because he is the mythical Robin Hood you read so much about in all the newspapers. They have no evidence. Ahern continued to stalk back and forth across the well-worn wooden floor in front of the jury box. At one point, as he began to warm up, he stopped and slapped his hand on the railing in front of the box. Thwack! "Delenda est Capone!" Ahern exclaimed. "Do you know what that means?" In the days of the Roman Empire, Ahern went on, Cato the Elder became obsessed with the destruction of Carthage. "Delenda est Carthago," he would tell the Senate every time he rose to speak, even when the subject at hand had nothing to do with the Mediterranean state. Carthage must be destroyed. He made it his motto, his mission, his mania. and Carthage was destroyed, largely because of Cato's persistence. Today, Ahern said, government officials have taken up the role of Cato, putting their personal obsessions ahead of the Constitution, sending up the cry, Capone must be destroyed. The government had dedicated a huge number of man-hours and terrific sums of money in building its case, said Ahern. They were trying to make Capone the fall guy for a disastrous law, prohibition, that had cost the nation countless millions and sent thousands of men to early deaths. But the jury could send the government a message, Ahern said. The jury could tell Washington that the problem was bigger than Capone. Ask yourselves this question, Ahern implored the jury. If this were a civil trial to determine Capone's tax debt, how much would you say he owed? How much income has the government firmly proved? If you can't answer, he asked the jurors, how can you send this man to prison? Ahern was working himself into a lather. He slapped the railing of the jury box again and again. He paused for a drink from the water cooler and summoned one more burst of energy, one more big breath of air. He was working toward his climax, still hoping to make jurors see the case as he did. Moving quickly, he reviewed the evidence presented by the prosecution, reminding them again that every last bit of it was circumstantial. Even the Mattingly letter, which was so critical to the government's case, was a deeply flawed piece of evidence. He reminded the jurors that the Mattingly letter contained only theoretical estimates, and the government had come up with no corroboration, no bank ledgers, no canceled checks, no nothing. Despite its obsession, despite its manpower, despite its budget, he said, the government of the United States had utterly failed to prove Capone's guilt. Fink stepped in at times, giving his partner a break to make the more technical, unemotional arguments. Capone had failed to pay his taxes, Fink said, but that was hardly the same as attempting to defraud the government. Judge Wilkerson interrupted him at one point. Isn't it possible to defraud by remaining silent when one has a responsibility to speak? The judge asked. Fink said no. An attempt, by definition, requires action. Wilkerson rose from his seat and paced as Fink went on, telling the jury that Capone was not the kind of man to shirk his duties. A tin horn or a piker might, he said, but no one has ever accused Capone of being a piker. Then Ahern took over again, resuming his heated oratory. It was getting late. Shadows rose along the walls. The corners of the courtroom grew dark. Capone hunched forward in his seat, big shoulders curved beneath a bright green suit. His jaw worked another mint, his eyes locked on his lawyer's every move. Ahern reminded the jurors that Capone had been tricked into confession. The confession was false and inadmissible, he said, even though the judge had admitted it. Capone never had a chance, he said. It was all a plot, gentlemen, thundered Ahern, to get this defendant to make admissions that he had a tax liability. The cry had gone out, Delenda est Capone. He banged the railing again with the palm of his hand. Capone must be destroyed. The words rang out, and the courtroom fell silent. For a moment there was no motion, not a sound. Finally, a few feet shuffled, and a couple of chairs creaked. The tension broke. Capone allowed himself a smile. Ahern had given it his best shot. That night George Johnson sat at his desk with a pencil and a legal pad and began outlining his closing argument. Capone must be destroyed, he scribbled, perhaps unnerved, perhaps amused by Ahern's attempt to make the federal government the bad guy in the trial of the nation's most notorious criminal. Then he jotted his response. This is an orderly, lawful prosecution by the duly constituted authorities. On he went across 23 pages, organizing his thoughts and planning his attack, before condensing his strategy into 10 typewritten sheets that he would use in guiding the jury to its conclusion. If Ahern had gotten under Johnson's skin, the placid prosecutor wasn't showing it. The next morning, in court, before the biggest crowd yet to attend the trial, Johnson began in his usual understated style. The only thing unusual about it was that Johnson was addressing a jury. "Gentlemen of the jury," he began, "as the United States Attorney, the responsibility for the closing argument rests with me, and I shall promise you that the argument will be brief, and that I will devote myself to the facts in the record." He began by addressing Ahern's complaint that the feds were bent on destroying Capone. Facts be damned. It wasn't so, he said. Every morning, Johnson explained, millions of Americans go to work, and every one of those workers must pay an income tax on every dollar they earn above the sum of $1,500. The government has no more important function, except in the emergency of war, than to enforce the revenue laws of this government. And if the time ever comes in the United States when our American people will pay taxes only when the government seeks to find out what they owe, or when it begins an investigation of their affairs to determine their tax, then government will fail. Then the Army and Navy will disband, and our institutions will disappear. Our courts will be swept aside. American civilization will fail, and organized society will revert to the days of the jungle where every man will be for himself. Johnson, having handled these cases before, knew that the simplest argument was best. Forget about bootlegging. Forget about gunplay. Stick to the obvious. Calmly hewing to his notes, in even tones and run-on sentences, he continued. There would be no pounding on the railings for Johnson, no intemperate displays of emotion, no Latin quotations. He looked into the jury box and saw men much like himself, plain-spoken family men, small-town strivers, men who took pride in following society's rules, and he knew just how to talk to them. I have been a little bewildered in this case at the manner in which the defense has attempted to weave a halo of mystery and romance around the head of this man, he said, gesturing toward Capone. Who is he? Who is this man who, during the years that we have considered here, has so lavishly expended what he claims to be almost $500,000? Is he the little boy who succeeded in finding the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow? Or maybe, as his counsel says, is he Robin Hood? But Robin Hood was supposed to take from the rich and give to the poor, Johnson reminded the jurors. Was it Robin Hood in this case who bought $5,000 worth of diamond belt buckles to give to the unemployed? Was it Robin Hood in this case who bought a meat bill of $6,500? Did that go to the unemployed? It went to the house on Palm Island, where one witness testified they came and went, and where there was poker. Did he buy those $27 shirts to protect the shivering men who sleep under Wacker Drive at night? No. He went on to outline Al Capone's career, focusing on his affluence, his power, his acquisitions, but not at all on the violence that attended his business affairs. It might seem strange that Johnson would try to stigmatize Capone by saying he played poker at his home on Palm Island, and not mention the St. Valentine's Day Massacre or the murder of William McSwiggan, but the prosecutor knew what he was doing. There was no point in reminding the jury that they were being asked to convict Capone on a mere tax charge when he was allegedly involved in much greater crimes. Like a boxer in control of a fight in the late rounds, he was being careful not to take unnecessary risks. He reminded the jurors of Capone's interest in various gambling establishments, reminded them that Reverend Hoover had given testimony establishing Capone as the owner of at least one casino. He explained one more time how gambling profits were wired from a bank in Cicero to a Western Union office in Miami, where Capone's men picked up the cash for their boss. Capone was the mastermind of the operation, he said, operating from a perch so lofty that he never needed to get his hands dirty. His greatest crime, Johnson said, was not running brothels and casinos. His greatest crime was designing and operating an elaborate underground syndicate built with the express purpose of avoiding income tax. Once again, Johnson's argument wasn't exactly true. Capone didn't build his syndicate to avoid taxes. The tax dodging was a consequence of the lifestyle and career he had chosen. But it sounded good. From there, the prosecutor went on to shoot down his opponent's arguments one by one in mind-numbing detail, explaining why prosecutors called some witnesses and not others, why they emphasized certain bits of evidence and neglected others. He compared a Hearn to an artist who, with the addition of a line here and there, can cast a portrait in any light he likes, making his subject look either like a sage or a fool. Ahern, he said, had taken isolated facts and contorted them to give the impression that federal prosecutors had a weak case and were motivated by personal animus for the defendant. Johnson took the higher ground. He urged the jurors to weigh all the evidence, including the evidence presented by Capone's lawyers. But ask yourselves, he beseeched the jury, whether you can trust those who speak on behalf of a man such as Al Capone. "This, gentlemen of the jury," he said, building calmly toward his conclusion, "is not a case of a public clamor." In his 5 years as United States Attorney, he said he was never more sincere or more determined than I am in this case. In those 5 years, he said, he had never prosecuted a case in which the facts cry out louder as evidence of a violation of the law of the United States. Though the case had been a difficult one, Johnson said, he had refused to compromise his ethics. He had refused to present witnesses who were less than reliable. Opposing counsel, he said, had told the jury that this case would be remembered for generations to come. But Johnson told the jurors to ignore that comment. To treat this case as if the defendant were John Brown. He continued, I am asking you to be fair and impartial to the defendant, and I am asking you to be fair and impartial to the government. If future generations do remember the trial of Al Capone, he said, they will remember it for an important reason. They will remember it for the reason that it will establish this: whether any man can be above the law, whether any man can so conduct his affairs that he can escape entirely the burdens of government. And that is the record, gentlemen of the jury, that your verdict will write in this case. The jury needed 8 hours and 10 minutes to reach its decision. At 10:50 p.m. on Saturday, October 17th, Ahern got word that the panel had come to a verdict. He called Capone at the Lexington Hotel. 15 minutes later, Capone was back in the courtroom. He took a seat, removed his hat, and mopped his sweaty forehead with a handkerchief. The court was called to order. Members of the jury filed back in and took their seats in the jury box. Outside, the city streets were dark and quiet. About 50 spectators had somehow gotten word of the imminent verdict and hustled to the courthouse to witness the moment. Capone and his lawyers sat up straight and looked at the faces of the jurors, trying to read something in their various expressions. Judge Wilkerson strode to the bench, and everyone stood. The judge sat, faced the jury, and asked, "Gentlemen, have you reached a verdict?" "Yes, sir," said the foreman, his voice barely audible. "You may hand your verdict to the clerk," said the judge. The clerk took the prepared form, cleared his throat, and began to read. What happened next left everyone, including the judge, a little confused. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty on counts 1, 5, 9, 13, and 18 in the second indictment, the clerk announced, and not guilty on counts 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, and 22. A long moment of silence followed, as if everyone in the room tried to figure out what all those numbers meant. To Capone, who had always been pretty good at calculations, it must have sounded positive. 16 not guilties to 5 guilties. He smiled nervously. The judge looked at the piece of paper, handed it back to the clerk, and asked him to read it again so the attorneys could make sense of what they had heard. The clerk ended up reading it twice. Lawyers on both sides began scratching at their ledgers. It took them several minutes to figure out what the verdict meant, and for Capone to be informed that he had nothing to smile about. He would face a maximum sentence of 17 years, 5 years for each of the 3 felonies, and 1 year for each of the 2 misdemeanors, and a maximum fine of $50,000. It could have been worse, but it certainly didn't qualify as a victory. Sentencing would take place the following week, said Judge Wilkerson. He banged his gavel. Court was adjourned. Capone hustled out the door and down the elevator. 1 week later, Capone appeared in court again to hear Judge Wilkerson announce the sentence. The gangster smiled at some of the spectators in the courtroom and shook hands with his attorneys. None of his family joined him. The crowd of about 200 hushed when Judge Wilkerson entered the room. Capone edged forward on his swivel chair, cupped his right hand over his ear, and opened his bushy-browed eyes wide. First, Wilkerson addressed a motion by Ahern to have the entire verdict dismissed. The motion, he said, is denied. Capone sat back in his chair. Ahern asked the court to record his objection to the decision. Then Judge Wilkerson asked Capone to stand and approach the bench. Capone stood, hands behind his back. The room was silent. On the first felony count, said the judge, he sentenced the defendant to 5 years in prison and a $10,000 fine. Capone grimaced. On the second felony count, said the judge, he sentenced the defendant to 5 years and a $10,000 fine. Capone bounced a little on his feet and nervously licked his lips. On the third felony count, said the judge, he sentenced the defendant to 5 years and a $10,000 fine. Capone's fingers locked and unlocked behind his back. On each of the 2 misdemeanor counts, the judge continued, the defendant was sentenced to 1 year in jail and a $10,000 fine. A murmur rose from the room, but Wilkerson pretended not to hear it. He added that 2 of the 3 felony counts would run concurrently, and he gave Capone credit for some of the time he'd already served for contempt. The result, he said, is that the aggregate sentence of the defendant is 11 years in the penitentiary and fines aggregating $50,000. It was by far the stiffest sentence ever handed down in a tax case. Capone, one newspaper reporter wrote, looked like a man who had just been slapped in the face. His whole body trembled. After a few seconds, he appeared to compose himself. He turned to his lawyers and shook their hands. Well, so long, he said. Goodbye. He turned to his lawyers and shook their hands. Well, so long, he said. Goodbye. Epilogue. Just like that, Capone was gone. Never again would he terrorize, peddle booze, or live the life of a titan. At the close of his trial, he entered Cook County Jail, where so many of his men had come and gone over the years, pausing briefly near the entrance to talk yet again with reporters. "What do you say, Al?" one of the scribes asked. "It was a blow to the belt," he answered, referring to the 11-year sentence. "But what can you expect when the whole community is prejudiced against you? I've never heard of anyone getting more than 5 years for income tax evasion." That evening, Capone settled into a cell on D Block in the hospital ward, where accommodations were a little nicer than in the rest of the prison. He shoved aside his tin plate of corned beef and cabbage, settling for coffee and a few bites of rice pudding. While the prisoner brooded, word of his incarceration spread across the nation by radio and in bold-face banner headlines. Read a front-page headline in the New York Times: "Capone convicted of dodging taxes." Most of the newspaper coverage carried a celebratory tone, as if a troublesome pest or virus had finally been wiped out. Ironically, though, some Americans felt sympathy for Capone, perhaps for the first time. Though no one doubted his criminality, it seemed perverse to some that the government had failed to charge him with more serious crimes. Few could relate to a cold-blooded killer, but everyone could relate to a tax cheat. Even some editorial writers expressed disappointment with the outcome of the case, saying it was a shame the government had found it necessary to rely on legal trickery to put Capone away. "It is ludicrous," commented the Boston Globe, "that this underworld gang leader had been led to the doors of the penitentiary at last only through prosecutions on income tax and liquor conspiracy laws." And the Washington Evening Star complained that while it was no doubt satisfying to see Capone behind bars, there will remain a sense that the law had failed. Capone's lawyers also felt the law had failed, albeit for different reasons, and they went to work trying to get his sentence reversed. They began by obtaining a stay that would keep their client from being shipped off to federal prison until his appeals were heard. At least for the time being, Capone would remain in Cook County Jail. Before long, though, George Johnson received an anonymous telegram saying Capone was getting a little too comfortable at Cook County. More specifically, claimed the informant, the gangster was using the jail as the new headquarters for his criminal enterprise. Capone had paid off the warden, according to the tip, and now he had the freedom to make phone calls, send telegrams, and dispatch messengers around the city. He even had secretarial help, the informant reported. Some of his fellow inmates who happened to be longtime associates, including William Three-Fingered Jack White and Phil DeAndrea, were permitted to leave their cells to fraternize with Capone. Prisoners were allowed a limited number of visitors, but Capone was said to be circumventing the rule by having his gangster pals pretend to visit the other inmates in his ward. Among his guests were Jack Guzik, Frankie Rio, Red Barker, Murray Humphreys, Johnny Torrio, and a Capone girlfriend identified only as Marion. When guests arrived, Capone served them good whiskey. Women were brought in, too, and paid to put on an obscene performance for the entertainment of Capone's guests. A Chicago Herald and Examiner headline blared, "Capone runs underworld from cell." No one suggested that the gang boss was using his influence to order hits, although there were any number of witnesses and informants from his trial whom he might have liked to see eliminated. The allegations only stated that he was still calling the shots in his gambling and booze business. Still, as the news spread across the country, the feds were embarrassed. In an unusual move for a prosecutor, Johnson visited the jail and investigated the situation personally. Already, rumors around the federal building in Chicago said that Johnson might be rewarded with a judgeship for his work on the Capone case. The newspapers also said that President Hoover was urging Judge Wilkerson to consider a campaign for governor. If Wilkerson didn't run, the papers said, the president probably would nominate the judge for a seat on a higher court. Johnson could have charged Capone with contempt of court if he found the gangster had been breaking prison rules, but an investigation by a federal agent concluded that many of the allegations had been exaggerated. Still, Johnson insisted on a clampdown at the jail. From that time on, Capone was allowed to see only his relatives and lawyers. he would be permitted no more phone calls than any other prisoner. Determined to show the press that he was no coddler of criminals, Warden David Moneypenny led reporters on a tour of the jail, showing them Capone's austere living accommodations. "I'm in jail," Capone griped to the reporters. "Aren't they satisfied?" Soon after, though, another scandal erupted that seemed to confirm the public's suspicion that Capone was being coddled. Warden Moneypenny was caught borrowing one of Capone's cars, a 16-cylinder Cadillac, for a drive to Springfield, Illinois. He claimed he didn't know the car belonged to Capone. On Thanksgiving, the prisoner was permitted to skip the prison fare and sup from a huge hamper of food sent by his mother. Inside the hamper was a turkey with all the trimmings and a huge container of spaghetti. Capone shared the meal with his 4 cellmates, one of whom is a Negro, noted the Tribune. After the meal, an ice cream truck pulled up outside the jail and delivered a slice of layer cake and a scoop of ice cream to each prisoner in the facility, compliments of inmate Capone. In filing their appeal of Capone's sentence, his lawyers decided to focus on a technicality. Capone's indictment had been written in vague language that had made it impossible to defend, the lawyers argued. But the appeals court wasn't buying it. In a ruling issued on February 27, 1932, the court declared that the indictment had included more than enough detail for Capone's lawyers to understand the charges and to plot their defense. Furthermore, said the court, if the lawyers had not been satisfied with the indictment when it had been issued, they should have said so at the time and asked the district attorney to furnish additional details. After a long winter in jail and a long, dull process of appeals, it looked as if Capone was nearly out of options. His lawyers would make one more pitch to the U.S. Supreme Court, and if that failed, Capone was bound for a federal penitentiary. On the morning of March 10, 1932, Capone gave an interview to Arthur Brisbane, an editor in the Hearst newspaper chain, and once again thrust himself into national headlines. 9 days earlier, in Hopewell, New Jersey, someone had kidnapped the infant son of Charles and Anne Lindbergh. Lindbergh was still one of the nation's most beloved heroes, even 5 years after his legendary flight across the Atlantic. The kidnapping triggered national hysteria and a massive hunt for the missing child. Capone seemed to be greatly disturbed by the crime. If the feds would allow him to briefly leave his jail cell, he said in the interview with Brisbane, he would work with the government to find Lindbergh's baby. Capone implied that his underworld ties might help him unearth information that law enforcement officials could never get. He even offered collateral, saying his brother John would hold his place in jail. Capone didn't reveal his plan for finding the baby, saying only, "I know I could help, and I know a lot of people." At first, Lindbergh expressed interest, but 2 of the men leading the investigation into the kidnapping, Frank Wilson and Elmer Eyre of the Internal Revenue Bureau, knew Capone from their work on his tax case and felt strongly that the gangster had nothing to offer. They urged Lindbergh to ignore Capone's overture. When Lindbergh received a demand for ransom, it was the soft-spoken, iron-willed accountant Frank Wilson who suggested that the serial numbers on the gold certificates paid as ransom be recorded before they were delivered to the kidnapper. It was a novel approach, and it worked. Those serial numbers led investigators to Bruno Richard Hauptmann, who was eventually convicted and executed for the crime. Unfortunately, by that time the Lindbergh baby had already been found dead. In 1936, Frank Wilson was named chief of the Secret Service. He didn't generate many headlines, no surprise, but he made huge strides in reducing the production and distribution of counterfeit money, cutting the government's annual losses from $1.5 million to $50,000. He also instituted techniques for protecting the president that would remain standard procedure for decades to follow. He retired in 1947 and died in 1970 at age 83. On May 2nd, the U.S. Supreme Court declined to hear Capone's appeal. Though he expected to be sent to the penitentiary at Leavenworth, Kansas, where his brother Ralph and other members of his gang had been sent, Capone learned just prior to his departure that the feds were sending him to the penitentiary in Atlanta. It seemed they didn't want too many Chicago gangsters in one place. The next day at Cook County Jail, he said goodbye to May, Sonny, Teresa, Mafalda, and his brother Matt. Elliot Ness was among the federal agents assigned to escort Capone to the old Dearborn station. Later, Ness would dramatize his account of the trip across town, giving the impression that he and Capone had exchanged terse words, even though newspaper accounts made it clear that the two men traveled in separate cars. In all likelihood, they never met. Not on that day, not ever. Capone's departure signaled the end of Ness's glory days. He would spend most of the rest of his career as the public safety director in Cleveland. While he maintained his high ethical standards and helped erase corruption from Cleveland's police department, his reputation was tarnished over time by rumors of heavy drinking and marital infidelity. In 1942, he smashed his car after a night of drinking. Soon after, he resigned his post. His drinking grew heavier, his shoulders began to slump, and the lines in his face grew deeper and wider. He ran for mayor of Cleveland in 1947, but didn't seem to have his heart in it. Humiliated by the election loss, he drank more heavily than ever. After a couple of promising jobs in the private sector, he eventually wound up selling frozen hamburger patties to restaurants. He died from a heart attack in 1957. On May 3rd, 1932, a damp and gray day, the Dixie Flyer rumbled out of Chicago, Atlanta bound. Capone sat shackled to a car thief named Vito Morici, surrounded by federal agents. The big fellow smoked cigars, smiled for photographers, and chatted with reporters, perhaps aware that his window of opportunity for such impromptu press conferences was about to slam shut. "What do I think about it all?" he asked in reply to a reporter's question. "Well, I'm on my way to do 11 years. I've got to do it, that's all. I'm not sore at anybody, but I hope Chicago will be better off and the clamor will be satisfied." He added that he thought it might be best if booze sales were legalized again. Otherwise, he said, "they'll find that sending me away won't help Chicago much." Like Babe Ruth en route to spring training, or Clark Gable on tour to promote a new movie, Capone electrified the crowds gathered at whistle stops along the route. They pressed alongside the Pullman cars and peered into the window, the New York Times reported. Capone answered their waves with broad smiles and the gesture of a handshake. He continued his dialogue with reporters for much of the trip. He complained once again that he'd been misunderstood, that he'd only been giving people what they wanted. Anyway, he grumbled, bootlegging was a lousy business, hardly the gold mine everyone thought. He griped, too, about President Hoover. If it hadn't been for politics and publicity, he would have been permitted to pay his back taxes and walk away. But taxes had never really been the issue. It was politics. Hoover wanted to make an example of him. Hoover needed a conviction so he could campaign for re-election as the man who locked up Capone. "I don't think that's playing fair," he said. "But they've got me, and I'll have to take the medicine." The U.S. Penitentiary at Atlanta, opened in 1903, was big and imposing, heavily barred and bolted. It was designed to make inmates feel hopeless. Its perimeter wall, 37 feet high, 4 feet thick, and enclosing 23 acres, was the world's largest concrete structure at the time of its completion in 1910. Among criminals, Atlanta was known as the toughest of the federal pens. Upon arrival, Capone turned over the $231 in his pocket, as well as 16 religious medals, a rosary, a nail clipper, a fountain pen, a wallet, and a single key. He received a pair of blue denim overalls with the number 40886 stitched on a trouser leg. In his medical examination, he weighed in at 255 pounds, which suggested that Ma Capone had kept her son well fed during his 6-month stay in Cook County Jail. He had 20/20 vision in his right eye and 20/40 in his left. His blood pressure was on the high side at 130/100. Doctors also recorded that he was suffering from arthritis, a deviated septum, made worse by his surgery 3 years earlier performed by a prison doctor in Philadelphia, and a severely swollen prostate gland, which probably made it difficult for him to urinate or ejaculate. He was 33 years old. A psychological exam found him normal in every way. He displayed no psychotic behavior. His memory was good. His IQ measured at 95, which was an average score. In a free association exercise, he did just fine. For table, he said, "Eat-an." For sweet, he replied, "Sugar." For gun, he said, "Shoot." But the most important result of Capone's medical workup came from a Wassermann blood test which returned positive for nervous system syphilis, also known as tertiary syphilis. In all likelihood, the news came as a shock to Capone. Asked when he thought he had contracted the sexually transmitted disease, Capone told doctors he had first noticed a lesion on his penis in 1921, when he was 22 years old. At the time, he hadn't sought treatment. The medical report didn't indicate whether Capone told his wife about the infection or whether he had passed the disease on to her. After the initial lesion on his penis, Capone had probably suffered a few other symptoms, including rashes on his hands and feet, muscle aches, and fatigue. But those, too, would have passed without treatment. Capone may have forgotten about them over time. For most untreated syphilis patients, the disease lies dormant and symptoms never return. But in about 15% of cases, after years or even decades of dormancy, the disease comes back and begins destroying the nervous system. It causes dementia, paralysis, and gradual blindness. The mind warps. In some cases, the brain damage is severe enough to be fatal. Prison doctors started Capone on one of the standard treatments for advanced syphilis, bismuth therapy. Penicillin had not yet become available, but they knew they were too late to alter the outcome. In the months and years ahead, Capone would confront a fate much worse than prison. On his first night in the federal pen, Capone burned through half a dozen $2 cigars, according to one of his cellmates, Morris "Red" Rudensky, a burglar and safecracker who had known the crime boss slightly a few years earlier, when Rudensky had worked in the Midwest as a freelance bootlegger. At night, said Rudensky, Capone would cry out in his sleep, "No, no, no." Rudensky had the impression that Capone was being chased in his dreams. Overall, though, Rudensky was surprised to find that his bunkmate wasn't hateful or vitriolic. He prattled on about his wife and son almost endlessly, wondering, how in hell can a fat dago like me have a son that good-looking? And when Rudensky teased Capone about famous characters from his past, Dean O'Banion and Bugs Moran, to name a couple, Capone would laugh and say the same thing he'd said back in the days of his peak power. It was a shame those guys had insisted on fighting over the booze business when there had been more than enough dough to go around. "If we ever all hooked up," he said with a chuckle, "I could have been president." He was upset with his attorneys. It still seemed absurd to him that he was doing time for taxes, of all things. But he seemed more wistful than angry. He longed to walk the sidewalks of Chicago again, or to lie in the shade at his Palm Island estate, or to follow the ponies, as he put it, at any of his favorite racetracks. Once in a while, Capone would suffer a flare-up, as Rudensky put it, a brief outburst of fury, or a seizure that resembled an epileptic fit, but such incidents were brief, coming and going like firecrackers. Capone got his exercise playing baseball, terribly, and tennis, not quite terribly, but not terribly well. In his youth he had been somewhat graceful, but now he carried far too much weight around his gut to move with any nimbleness. For 8 hours a day he cobbled shoes in the prison factory. When the warden introduced new rules limiting family visits to 1 a month, Capone wrote a respectful letter of protest, noting that the policy would be a tremendous hardship for families such as his that had to travel great distances to visit the prison. He went on to say he thought he was doing an excellent job running the stitching machine in the shoe shop and wondered if he might have a chance to try another job, at the baker shop or at the tennis court as a helper, as I am familiar with both details. If the warden would grant his request, he said, he would be happy to help out in the shoe shop in his spare time. "Sure hope you will consider me," he concluded, "and give me a chance to advance myself." A newspaper report early in 1933 claimed yet again that Capone was being coddled, allowed to wear his $12 a pair silk underwear, to sleep on a hospital bed instead of the cot in his cell, and to spend more than his allotted time on the tennis courts. There were rumors that Capone was having money smuggled into the prison and using it to buy protection from his fellow inmates and favors from his guards. Rudensky would claim years later in his autobiography that Capone hid his cash in the hollowed-out handle of his tennis racket. The Bureau of Investigation checked out the rumors but found nothing amiss, and the warden assured his bosses in Washington that the nation's most famous prisoner was receiving no special treatment. By now, Capone had dumped his Chicago lawyers and hired a pair from Washington, D.C., William E. Leahy and William J. Hughes. In the spring of 1933, they were pursuing an appeal that seemed promising. A year earlier, in U.S. v. Sharton, the Supreme Court had ruled that tax evasion did not constitute fraud. That meant the statute of limitations for tax evasion was only 3 years, not 6. If the ruling could be applied to Capone, his felony charges would be reduced to misdemeanors and his prison sentence would be shortened. But when the new lawyers appeared in federal court in New Orleans to have their appeal heard, Judge E. Marvin Underwood said there was an important difference between Sharton's case and Capone's. Sharton's lawyers had raised their concerns about the statute of limitations at the start of the trial and raised it again on their initial appeal. Capone's trial lawyers had made almost no mention of and no objection to the statute of limitations. Since Capone's complaint on the statute of limitations was never heard in the original district court or in the first court of appeals, Judge Underwood said, he had no right to intervene. On January 25th, 1933, Capone received the following telegram from his lawyers. "Decision against you on ground. Points should have been raised on appeal. Do not lose heart." They would try again, appealing to the U.S. Supreme Court, but to no avail. Capone's Chicago lawyers, Ahern and Fink, had blown it. From the start of the trial in Chicago, they had chosen the wrong approach. First, they had tried to prove that Capone had no income. Then they had admitted he had income, but claimed that his losses had offset his earnings. Those were the arguments they had thought would give them the best shot to win in Judge Wilkerson's court in Chicago. In hindsight, though, they should have seen that they had no chance with Wilkerson, especially after he had tossed out Capone's plea agreement and insisted on taking the case to trial. And when Wilkerson said at the start of the trial that he did not intend to listen to arguments concerning the statute of limitations, they should have asked him again and again, creating a record of objections at the trial. They should have begun laying the groundwork for their appeal. Now it was too late. Capone would have to do his time. The best he could hope for would be to have his sentence shaved by a couple of years for good behavior. As he settled in, Capone learned of an opening in the bookbindery shop and again requested a transfer. In making his pitch, he cited his experience at the Brooklyn Paper Company where he had worked as a teenager. He also requested permission to learn to play a musical instrument. His first choice, he said, was the bass. The records don't say whether his request for an instrument was granted. He continued to receive visitors. May and Sonny were his most frequent guests, coming almost every month. Every so often, one of his old cronies somehow got in to see the old boss. On birthdays and holidays, he never failed to send telegrams to his friends and family. In 1933, he composed Mother's Day poems for his wife and mother. May's poem went like this. We have set apart a Mother's Day from all the days in the year, and I want to bring my tribute to somebody precious and dear. I want to wish all gladness and happiness to the sweetest woman, my wife, for you are part of Mother's Day and the greatest part of my life. After the poem, he added a note. With passing years, the realization of my debt of gratitude grows more profound, and my love ever deeper and stronger for you. And may God bless you and love to all. Your dear husband, Al. He penned a different poem for his mother and attached almost the identical note at the bottom of the page. In the end, President Hoover's triumph in putting Capone behind bars wasn't enough to get him reelected. Not even close. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the governor of New York, defeated Hoover in a landslide, carrying all but 6 states and tallying 57.4% of the popular vote. Now came the hard part. Roosevelt inherited a national crisis as serious as any since the Civil War. The unemployment rate had risen to about 25%. The stock market was still in the tank. Americans had lost more than $2 billion in deposits as 10,000 banks had failed since 1929. Throughout his campaign for the presidency, Roosevelt had blasted Hoover for being too timid. The time had come for the new president to take control. We have nothing to fear but fear itself, Roosevelt said on March 4, 1933, in his inaugural address. In his first 100 days in office, Roosevelt moved with remarkable speed to kickstart the economy and get Americans working again. With the help of a cooperative Congress, he delivered the Emergency Banking Relief Act, the Public Works Administration, the Civilian Conservation Corps, the Tennessee Valley Authority, the National Industrial Recovery Act, and the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. He also began dismantling prohibition. By the end of 1933, booze flowed freely again. It may or may not have helped boost the economy, but it certainly made people feel better. Hoover bounced back, eventually. Upon leaving the White House, he returned to Palo Alto, California, and became chairman of the board of the Boys Clubs of America, holding the position for the next 25 years. When war erupted in Europe, Hoover, acting as a private citizen, started the Polish Relief Commission, which fed 300,000 Europeans and saved countless lives. In 1946, when famine threatened much of Europe, Hoover, now 72, traveled 35,000 miles in 57 days and designed a massive relief organization that once more rescued untold thousands of people from hunger and starvation. In 1947, Congress asked Hoover to offer recommendations for a complete reorganization of the executive branch of the federal government. Roughly 70% of his cost-cutting, efficiency-boosting recommendations were made law under President Harry Truman. By 1947, many Americans had begun to recognize Hoover's integrity and to realize that he could not have prevented the Depression. That year, Congress voted to rename the Boulder Dam in his honor. When the former president died in 1964, at age 90, more than 75,000 people attended his funeral service in Iowa. Being a politician is a poor profession, he wrote late in life in reply to a letter from an American school student, aptly summing up his career. Being a public servant is a noble one. The Roosevelt administration also worked fast on matters unconnected to the Depression. On August 1, 1933, Attorney General Homer S. Cummings wrote a memo suggesting that the government might be served well having a special prison in a remote place, on an island or in Alaska, so that the persons incarcerated would not be in constant communication with friends outside. Cummings believed that the general prison population would be more easily rehabilitated and controlled if the most troublesome criminals were pulled out. Capone wasn't violent, but he was certainly a nuisance to the feds, with the seemingly endless string of newspaper stories documenting his underwear selection, his ongoing contact with the underworld, and his repeated judicial appeals. A week after his initial memo, Cummings selected Alcatraz Island for the new maximum security prison. Alcatraz is a craggy, thumb-shaped rock that sits in the middle of San Francisco Bay like a scab on a gorgeous face. The Golden Gate Bridge, then under construction, rises just to the west, Berkeley and the Oakland Hills to the east, and the glittering hills of San Francisco to the south. The island already contained an old military prison, so it didn't take much time or money to get it ready for new inmates. Gun galleries, gates, and watchtowers were added. The result was one of the strangest prisons ever built. With dense fogs and chill winds blowing in from the Pacific, sailboats, fishing vessels, and ferries churning the water, and waves lapping at the island's shore, the place was stark yet beautiful, isolated yet surrounded with the bounties of life. If the gleaming lights of San Francisco tempted prisoners to escape, the icy, swirling waters usually would change their minds. On August 19, 1934, Capone and 42 other prisoners from Atlanta were loaded on a specially equipped train, shackled to their seats, and transported cross-country to San Francisco. They were joined at Alcatraz by more than 100 inmates from other prisons around the country. The feds never explained why Capone was assigned to Alcatraz, but it seems fairly clear that it was a public relations move. Capone had not hurt anyone or threatened to hurt anyone during his time in prison. He had not attempted escape, nor did anyone believe he was considering an attempt. But the federal government wanted publicity for its new prison. It wanted everyone to know that Alcatraz was the toughest slammer in the land. It wanted criminals everywhere to fear being sentenced to time on the rock, as Alcatraz quickly became known. And if the feds had learned one thing from their ongoing relationship with Capone, it was this: the man got headlines. Capone, prisoner number 85, was assigned to cell 181. Like all the other cells, his was 9 feet long and 5 feet wide, with bars overlooking the cell block and little natural light. Prisoners were roused from bed at 6:30 each morning. They had no radios. They were permitted to shave 3 times a week with razors that were passed through the bars and then immediately recovered by guards. Capone's first job was in the laundry. When he and the other inmates weren't working, they were allowed to smoke, talk, read books, and play musical instruments, but not to congregate. Mind-numbing isolation was intended to be a big part of the punishment on the rock. At Alcatraz, Capone seemed determined to improve himself. On June 1, 1935, his library card showed he had borrowed the following books: Common Errors in English Corrected, Rudiments of Music, How to Enjoy Music, American Home Book of Building, Practical Flower Gardening, Sailing Alone Around the World, and Life Begins at 40. That same year, in his application for parole, he wrote, "I am 36 years old, and all of my life I have always tried to be a man. I have always keep my word. At no time did I ever steal or force anyone to give me anything by force. I have keep up all of my family all of the time, and the good Lord knows I have and intend to keep on doing so all my life. I have made mistakes, all of us have, but sure hope and pray for no more, and will prove it if given one more chance, as I sure owe to my dear son, wife, mother, and the rest of my family for the grief I have caused them." He wrote often to May, promising he would be different when he returned home. Part of being different, it seemed, included ditching a woman with whom he had had an affair. He never mentioned the woman's name, nor did he say when and where the romance had occurred. In a letter dated March 3rd, probably 1935, he gushed, "Now, dearest, let us forget business and unpleasant happenings, and let me tell you, dear, that I love and adore you more now than ever. When your dear Dad gets lucky and comes home again into your wonderful arms, it will be a new Daddy, and yours alone. So please, dear, believe me, as I sure will prove it to you later. I love you alone, and forgotten all about the other party. Though he regularly attended chapel, it was music, not religion, that seemed to offer Capone the greatest solace. When he wasn't reading books, he taught himself to play the banjo and mandola, an 8-stringed teardrop-shaped instrument similar to a guitar. In one letter to Sonny, he said that he had seen the movie Rainbow on the River in prison, ordered the sheet music for piano, and transposed it for mandola. "Son of mine," he bragged, "when I come home, I will play not only that song, but about 500 more, and all mostly theme songs from the best shows. In other words, Junior, there isn't a song written that I can't play." At one point, while at Alcatraz, Capone composed an original song called Madonna Mia. The lyrics went like this: "With your true love to guide me, let whatever betide me, I will never go wrong. There's only one moon above, one golden sun. There's only one that I love, you are the one." He gave the sheet music to Vincent Casey, a young Jesuit priest who visited inmates at Alcatraz and counseled Capone every week for 2 years. Prison may have brought out the artistic and religious side of Capone, but his time at Alcatraz was not entirely serene. As the syphilis continued to attack his central nervous system, he was increasingly prone to emotional outbursts. He lost his temper and yelled at inmates and guards, seemingly for no reason. On the morning of June 23, 1936, Capone was at work in the prison basement, swabbing the floor between the laundry room and the shower. Nearby, in the barber shop, a Texas bank robber named James C. Lucas was waiting for his monthly haircut. Lucas was one of the joint's hardest prisoners. Once, he had supposedly asked Capone to finance a plot to smuggle machine guns into Alcatraz. Capone laughed and dismissed the scheme as absurd. Whether that encounter was the cause of the trouble or not, Lucas was ready to explode. While Capone was mopping and the barber was distracted, Lucas grabbed a pair of scissors. He pried the 2 blades apart, kept one, dropped the other, and threw himself at Capone. The blade sliced into the lower left side of Capone's back. Capone wheeled around and clobbered Lucas with a fist to the face. Lucas flashed the blade again, catching Capone on his left thumb. Somehow, Capone got hold of his banjo. Prison reports on the incident didn't say why he happened to have the banjo nearby, picked it up, and swung it like a club at his attacker. After that, a guard jumped in and tore the men apart. Despite the 2 gashes, Capone was not badly hurt. No organs had been punctured. The tip of the scissor blade was still embedded in his thumb, but it was easily removed by doctors. From time to time, the press reported other attacks on Capone, but the warden usually denied their occurrence, and prison records show no other serious incidents. Most of the time, he was a well-behaved inmate. On Saturday, February 5, 1938, Capone showed up in the prison mess hall wearing his blue uniform, which was supposed to be worn only on Sundays and holidays. A guard told him to go back to his cell and put on his gray coveralls. He went back to his cell, changed, and then returned to the mess hall and drank a cup of coffee. When he finished, instead of returning directly to his cell, he wandered aimlessly as if lost. When he finally made it back to his cell, he threw up and sat down on the toilet, where he began to mumble incoherently. When the guard came to see what was happening, Capone was writhing on the floor. He was taken to the prison hospital and restrained. "Guess I'm a little wacky," he said when he finally came around. "What happened, Doc?" Capone's syphilis was attacking his brain with greater force. "I am very much of the opinion that the case is one of general paresis," said his doctor, referring to the inflammation of the brain that leads to dementia and paralysis. Within days, word leaked to the newspapers that Capone had lost his mind. His wife and brother frantically phoned the warden and sent him telegrams, searching for answers. The warden replied with a telegram on February 9th that said Capone was quiet, communicative, cooperative, apparently comprehends his condition. February 9th that said Capone was quiet, communicative, cooperative, apparently comprehends his condition. A week later, Capone had made enough of a recovery to write to his son, who was enrolled at the University of Notre Dame, studying to be a lawyer, but contemplating a switch to medicine. He assured Sonny that he was fine. When he returned home, he informed his son, "We three will be the happiest in all God's creation." Delicately, without the least bit of bossiness, he urged his son to stick with his plan to get a law degree, at least until Capone was out of prison and the whole family could discuss the decision. "Give your mother 1,000,000 kisses for me," he closed. All through 1937 and 1938, his wife, mother, and brother Ralph, his prison term complete, sent frequent letters to the warden, trying to get a better sense of Capone's medical condition and his prognosis for recovery. The answers were vague and unsatisfying, and on at least one occasion May was urged by the warden to put off a scheduled visit. In the spring of 1938, with only about a year to go on his federal sentence, Capone wrote to his mother, pledging that his health was improving and that he would be fine by the time he came home the following year. "Mother dear, please do not worry no more about your dear son, as God has been good to us, Mother," he wrote. "Tomorrow I will go to Mass, and that means prayers for you and for the rest of our dear family." But his personality was changing like the San Francisco weather. Fog replacing clarity, and clarity replacing fog unpredictably. At times he seemed irritable and childish. At other times he took a complete departure from reality. Even when he was fairly well grounded, though, he spoke in grandiose terms of his plans to build factories employing tens of thousands of men. He promised to alleviate the widespread poverty of Mexicans in America. He said habitual lawmakers should be segregated from society to prevent the contagion of their criminality. For the prison doctors who impressed him as competent and kind, he promised to build hospitals and put them in charge. "His mood is happy, and he has no enemies," one of his doctors wrote. "He still has some disturbances of consciousness at times as his mind wanders, and he hears God and the angels verbally reply to his prayers, etc. He, however, retains partial insight into these and says he probably imagines some of the things he hears." One day, in the summer of 1938, Capone picked up his bedpan and used it to batter the head of an inmate named Ryan, who had been mopping the bathroom and had asked Capone to empty his waste elsewhere. The blow to the head left Ryan with a small cut, nothing serious, but the attack was one more sign of Capone's seesawing emotional state. By the autumn of 1938, his doctors were considering a more dramatic course of treatment. At the time, in advanced cases of syphilis, patients were injected with the malaria virus. The elevated body temperatures brought on by malaria were believed capable of destroying the syphilis organism. It was a risky treatment. The malaria had to be allowed to burn hot and long to kill the syphilis, but not so hot and long that it killed the patient or caused brain damage. Doctors would use quinine to fight off the malaria and reduce body temperatures after they felt the fever had done its job. Though the doctors at Alcatraz had little experience treating syphilis with malaria, Capone signed a letter giving them permission to proceed. Ralph also signed off on the decision. But during one treatment on September 16, 1938, something went wrong. Capone felt a deep chill, followed by a huge spike in temperature to 104 degrees. He became confused and tore apart one of his prayer books. When he began having severe convulsions, Doctors quickly shot him full of quinine to bring down the fever, along with a dose of morphine to reduce the pain. One of his doctors, Romney M. Ritchie, wrote that the attack strongly suggested an embolism, or obstructed artery, perhaps resulting from the malarial chill. For days afterward he remained disoriented, noisy, and restless. Twice he soiled his bed. Undeterred, the doctors tried again less than a month later. This time they came even closer to killing him. His temperature soared to 105 degrees. At the time of his last chill, wrote one doctor, he had a violent seizure, and it was felt that it might be the end of him. Morphine had no effect upon the convulsions, but intravenous quinine was effective, and the malaria was terminated. Further attempts at malarial therapy would be ill-advised. Eventually, the prison psychiatrist noted that Capone appeared to recover from the malarial treatment and suffered no evident long-term damage. A layman, he reported, would notice little about him to suggest abnormality. But weeks later, Capone was still not in good shape. His memory was patchy. His emotions were under control only sporadically. His thoughts, according to his psychiatrist, were superficial and lacking in purposeful direction. When asked to subtract 7 from 93, Capone answered 56. While Capone deteriorated, Ralph managed most of his brother's affairs, conferring with his attorneys, making sure that all his tax bills and attorney's fees were paid, and arranging for his post-prison medical care. Ralph was out of the booze business, but still doing work appropriate to his old nickname of Bottles. He toiled as a salesman for Waukesha Waters of Chicago, which billed itself as the purveyor of the finest domestic and imported waters. In all likelihood, he was still involved in running what remained of his brother's old criminal enterprise. But it wasn't much. The end of Prohibition took most of the cash out of Capone's mob. The tax convictions of Jack Guzik and Al and Ralph Capone had destroyed much of the outfit's business network. Some of the outfit's men remained active in gambling, some ran nightclubs and restaurants, but there was nothing or no one left to hold together the scattered pieces of what had once been the Capone empire. Jack McGurn got out of the machine-gunning business and played a lot of golf after Capone's imprisonment. He turned out to have a great gift for the game and might have made a career as a professional player. But early on the morning of February 15, 1936, he was gunned down by 3 men in a bowling alley northwest of the Loop. The crime went unsolved. Jack Guzik surprised his doctors and lived to age 70 before dying of a heart attack in 1956. A heart attack also took out John Torrio, who died in his barber's chair in 1957 at age 75. Bugs Moran went to prison in Ohio in 1946 for the robbery of a Dayton tavern. After that, the feds put him in Leavenworth for another bank job. He died there of lung cancer in 1957. Frank Nitti was one of the few Capone men who stepped up his crooked activity and took on more power in Capone's absence. He proved himself at least as competent as Capone in running the action. In 1932, 4 Chicago police officers stormed into Nitti's office without a warrant. Though Nitti put up his hands and made no attempt to resist the cops, he was shot anyway, in the back, near the spinal cord, then in the neck and chest. Amazingly, he survived and continued to oversee much of Chicago's organized crime operations for the next decade. In 1942, Nitti married Eddie O'Hare's former secretary, Annette Caravetta. On March 18, 1943, Nitti was indicted for extorting millions of dollars from movie executives and their union employees. The next day, he went for a walk along the railroad tracks near his home in suburban Riverside, Illinois. In front of several witnesses, he put a gun to his head, pulled the trigger, and fired 3 times before connecting with a fatal blow. In 1932, less than a year after Capone's trial, Judge James H. Wilkerson was nominated by President Hoover to the Federal Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals based in Chicago. The announcement from the White House said the nomination was made in recognition of his fine service in the war on gangsters and organized crime. But Wilkerson ran into stiff opposition during Senate confirmation hearings. Lobbyists for organized labor, still furious about the role the judge had played in 1922 in breaking up a nationwide railroad strike, fought hard to prevent his promotion. In the end, Senate Democrats blocked the nomination. When President Hoover offered to try again, Wilkerson declined. He remained a U.S. District Court judge until 1941. In retirement, he set up a private practice with two of the lawyers who had worked with George Johnson on the case against Capone, Jacob Grossman and William J. Freilich. Wilkerson died in 1948 at age 78. Johnson stayed on as U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois for less than a year after securing Capone's conviction. Though no one knew it at the time, the end run he made in going after Capone, ignoring serious crimes and charging the suspect with a related crime that is easier to prove, would become standard procedure, especially in federal courts. Even now, when a suspected international terrorist is locked up for violating immigration law, or when O.J. Simpson was jailed for stealing sports memorabilia, newspapers refer to their convictions as Capone-style cases. There's some inherent dishonesty involved in certain instances, when the punishment does not quite fit the crime, but there's no question that the strategy works, and that George Johnson showed the way. On December 7, 1932, President Hoover appointed Johnson to a newly created position as a judge in the same U.S. District Court where Wilkerson served. Hoover made the appointment while the Senate was in recess, so no legislative confirmation was required. But the following year, the Senate allowed Johnson's appointment to expire. There was nothing personal, purely political. Johnson was a Hoover man, and Hoover's men were out of favor. Some men with Johnson's credentials might have tried for higher office. In a city famed for corruption, he had emerged as a symbol of righteousness and integrity. When gangsters had owned Chicago and no one had known how to stop them, he had done the job and emerged with his reputation unsoiled. If he had decided to run for mayor or governor, he would have been tough to beat. But Johnson had never had much interest in politics. He had come through his war against the gangsters with little or no swelling of the ego. He went back to his private law practice. He spoke at Boy Scout banquets and Swedish-American Society events and attended his wife's community theater productions. He lived quietly and happily. When his son, George Johnson, Jr., was preparing for combat in World War II, his father wrote to him, "You have proven your character and ability, and a man who has character and integrity with ability and energy will always get along and make good. I have never seen it to fail in a single instance." When George E.Q. Johnson died in 1949, the Chicago Daily News paid him a fitting tribute. "As long as organized crime and crooked politics challenge society," the newspaper said, "he will be remembered as the man who fought and defeated the most ruthless crime syndicate of our day." In his last months on Alcatraz Island, Capone spent most of his time in the hospital. On January 4, 1939, his brother John bought a $35,000 cashier's check and gave it to Capone's new lawyer, Abraham Teitelbaum. Teitelbaum turned over the check, plus about $3,000 in cash, to the federal court clerk in Chicago, paying all of his clients' fines and court costs. 2 days later, his felony sentence complete, Capone was ferried to Oakland, escorted to a train, and transported to Los Angeles. At 10 o'clock the following morning, he arrived at the Federal Correctional Institution at Terminal Island, south of downtown Los Angeles, where he would serve 1 more year for his misdemeanor convictions. Capone's health grew worse. He had difficulty remembering his birthday. Asked to add 2 plus 5 plus 2, he answered 12. Asked to repeat, "The ragged rascal ran around the rugged rock," he said, "The little ragged muffin ran around the ragged road." He threw tantrums during which he would destroy everything he could get his hands on. Still, his sentence was nearly up, and his family was preparing for his return to the free world. The only question was whether Capone was still capable of functioning in it. Doctors thought not. They urged the family to put Capone in a hospital. Before Capone went free, he had to pay an additional $20,000 in fines connected to the misdemeanor counts. On November 3, 1939, his brother John paid with checks. Where was all this money coming from? The government was still trying to get Capone to pay more than $300,000 in back income taxes, and getting nowhere. They had scoured Capone's financial records looking for assets they might seize, and had taken a lien against his house on Palm Island to no avail. If Capone had money stashed somewhere, the feds couldn't find it. On November 8, 1939, Eddie O'Hare left his office at Sportsman's Park and got in his car. He set an automatic pistol on the seat beside him and took off toward the Loop. On a busy stretch of Ogden Avenue near Rockwell Street on the city's southwest side, another car drew alongside O'Hare's. O'Hare gunned the engine and tried to get away. 2 shotgun blasts flew from the approaching car. The driver's side window of O'Hare's car shattered into tiny pebbles. His head and neck burst open, and blood sprayed across the car's steering wheel and windshield. He died instantly. The car flew across the street, careened a few seconds along a trolley track, and smashed into a light pole. Initially, police investigators thought O'Hare had probably been killed in a dispute over racing receipts from Sportsman's Park. But in the days ahead, cops and reporters speculated that O'Hare might have been killed on orders from Capone as punishment for helping the feds in their investigation of his income taxes. After the hit, 2 former inmates from Alcatraz told newspaper reporters that Capone had been angry at Fast Eddie and wanted him dead. Capone's medical records show that he frequently expressed anger at his own attorneys for their poor performance at his trial, at Judge Wilkerson for his apparent bias, and at the newspaper magnate William Randolph Hearst for what Capone perceived to be years of unfair coverage. But if he ever mentioned O'Hare, the psychiatrist never noted it. Capone could have ordered the hit on O'Hare. Though his mind was turning to mush, he had moments of lucidity. Newspaper men at the time of the murder speculated that Capone initiated the attack to send the message that he was back in business. Chicago, beware. That seems unlikely. Capone was neither capable of nor interested in picking up where he left off. But he might have had another motive. The family needed cash, lots of it, to pay Capone's fines and to see that he got the best medical care possible upon his release. In rounding up money, the Capones might have gone to O'Hare. After all, Capone and O'Hare had been partners in the racing business. While Capone sat in prison, O'Hare had grown fantastically wealthy. He owned Sportsman's Park, the Chicago area's most popular horse racing venue at the time, had a big stake in the Chicago Cardinals, one of the city's 2 professional football teams, and was in the process of working out a deal to start a roller derby league that would cover much of the southern United States. He owed much of his success to Capone, and Capone may have remained a silent partner in his organization. If the Capone family felt O'Hare was holding back on them in their time of financial need, or if they felt like he had received more than his fair share, they might have made him pay with his life. On the other hand, O'Hare had never stopped serving as an informant for the feds, which meant that any number of criminals might have wanted him dead. As if to remind the world that some things in Chicago hadn't changed, the O'Hare murder went unsolved despite a great wealth of clues and any number of motives. After the assassination, Frank Wilson, formerly of the Internal Revenue Bureau and now Chief of the Secret Service, stated publicly for the first time that O'Hare had indeed played a key role in the investigation and conviction of Capone. He described O'Hare as the best informant he had ever had. But Easy Eddie O'Hare's greatest legacy turned out to be his son, Edward Henry Butch O'Hare. The elder O'Hare had always had high hopes for the boy. When Butch decided he wanted to attend the U.S. Naval Academy at Annapolis, Maryland, Eddie may have pulled strings on his son's behalf. He certainly had the connections, both in Missouri, where Butch went to high school, and in Illinois. Did Eddie offer information on Capone in exchange for a favor on his son's admission? No one knows. But Butch did attend Annapolis, and he did become a Navy fighter pilot. On February 20th, 1942, a swarm of Japanese bombers roared over the Pacific on their way to attack an American carrier, the USS Lexington. 6 Grumman F-4 Wildcats, one of them piloted by Butch O'Hare, took off to intercept the enemy planes. O'Hare and his wingman were the first to reach their targets. But when his wingman's guns jammed, O'Hare found himself alone in confronting 9 Japanese bombers. He soared straight at them, attacking the planes one by one, darting and diving until 5 went down and a 6th took damage. Just as O'Hare ran out of ammunition, support arrived to finish off the depleted Japanese attack force. The Lexington was saved. In awarding Butch O'Hare the Medal of Honor, President Roosevelt described the pilot's accomplishment as one of the most daring, if not the single most daring action in the history of aviation. Less than 2 years later, he was shot down over the South Pacific and killed. In 1949, Chicago named its principal airport in his honor. After 7 years, 6 months, and 2 weeks of federal confinement, Capone was finally set free on November 16, 1939. To avoid detection by the press, he was taken by train to Pennsylvania and met by his family. From there, the Capones drove to Union Memorial Hospital in Baltimore, where Al would be treated by the eminent syphilis specialist, Dr. Joseph Earl Moore of Johns Hopkins University. At first, the family thought Capone would remain in Baltimore for a few weeks. He wound up staying a few months. There are no details on the course of his treatment, but there was only so much the doctors could do. Even penicillin would not have saved him. The remainder of his life was not all madness. He enjoyed long periods of lucidity and decent health. After his release from the hospital, he spent most of his time in the house at Palm Island, lying about in his pajamas, smoking cigars, casting a fishing line into Biscayne Bay, and playing cards. Sometimes a friend would pick him up and take him to a driving range where he practiced his golf swing. After a few months, he was well enough to go out occasionally to nightclubs and restaurants. Old friends dropped by, but Capone seldom spoke of his former bootlegging life. He seems to have a blank memory about that phase of his life, his doctor told the Associated Press in August 1940. He is more cheerful than before, but he isn't a well man by a long shot. That same summer, a federal judge ruled that Capone still owed the United States $265,877 in back taxes. Summoned to testify about his ability to pay, Capone at first claimed he was too ill to appear in court. He produced a note to that effect from Dr. Kenneth Phillips, the same physician who had been accused of contempt of court in 1929 for helping Capone fake an illness. Finally, on February 17, 1941, Capone agreed to testify in a private meeting with federal officials in Miami. He looked fairly healthy, fat and balding, smiling broadly behind tinted glasses, puffing on a big cigar. He wore a striped suit with a straw hat and a white bow tie. He claimed in the meeting that he had no income and very few assets. Astoundingly, he never did pay his tax debt. A few years later, in about 1945, the Capones received a surprise. Al's oldest brother, Vincenzo, resurfaced nearly 4 decades after leaving the family's Brooklyn home. It turned out he had joined the circus and traveled throughout the United States and Central America before settling in Homer, Nebraska, where he had changed his name to James Hart, married, and raised a family. After lying to local residents about his background and claiming to be a veteran of World War I, he was appointed a commander of the local American Legion post and served as Homer's town marshal. In the early 1920s, while his younger brother had been making a name in bootlegging, Hart had served as a special officer for the Indian Service, investigating liquor sales to Indian tribes. Twice he had been charged with murder, and twice he had been acquitted. When he was caught stealing from shops in Homer, including his father-in-law's grocery, he was dismissed as town marshal. When the American Legion learned that he hadn't served in the war, he was relieved of his membership. Finally, he reconnected with the Capone family and asked if he could borrow money. Teresa was the only one who recognized him. When newspaper reporters got wind that another Capone brother had surfaced, they managed to overlook most of his sordid history. The irony for the newspapermen was too great to resist. Al Capone's brother had been a lawman. In truth, the only Capone man who seemed capable of living cleanly was Al's boy, Sonny. Sonny grew into a shy, quiet, and sullen young man. He never tried to get into his father's business and never tried to cash in on his famous name. Mostly he wanted to be left alone. In December 1941, he married Diana Ruth Casey, a Miami Beach native whose family owned a popular local bar called Casey's Oasis. They bought a house near the beach on 10th Avenue in Miami and began raising a family. They had 4 girls. Sonny opened a flower shop. At the start of World War II, though partial deafness made him exempt from war service, he quit the flower shop and went to work as a mechanic's apprentice at the Miami Air Depot. After the war, he sold used cars. Later, he and his mother ran a restaurant called Ted's Grotto at 6970 Collins Avenue, which they owned along with Al's brother John. May operated the cash register, and Sonny served as a maitre d'. In 1964, after his wife left him, taking the girls and moving to California, Sonny filed for divorce. The following year, on a shopping trip to the Quick Check, where Sonny was a regular customer, he filled his cart with groceries and paid for them. But he also stuffed 2 bottles of aspirin and some batteries in his pockets. Retail value, $3.50, and tried to slip them out of the store. A detective stopped him at the door. When a criminal court judge asked him why he'd stolen from the store, he answered, "Everyone has a little larceny in them, I guess." The story of his arrest made headlines worldwide. 9 months later, he legally changed his name to Albert Francis, dropping Capone. He was never heard from publicly again. He died in 2004 at age 86. May Capone never overcame her shyness. In fact, she emerged from her anonymity only once in all the years after her husband's release from prison, and even then it was only to take up the fight to protect her privacy. In 1959, Desi Arnaz, the producer and co-star of the popular TV comedy series I Love Lucy, launched a television series called The Untouchables, starring Robert Stack as the axe-swinging Eliot Ness, based loosely on the book by Ness and Oscar Fraley. In 5 episodes, actor Neville Brand portrayed Al Capone. The series infuriated May. It made Capone and the gangsters famous again, perhaps even more famous than they'd been in the 1920s, thanks to the multiplicative powers of television, and it cemented many of the stereotypes of the day. The feds were unemotional, efficient, and brave. The gangsters were wisecracking and dim-witted, but most of all, cold-blooded. Sonny Capone tried to intervene. He had gone to high school with Desi Arnaz in Miami. But when he called Arnaz and asked him to cancel The Untouchables, Arnaz refused. The show was a huge success, running for 4 seasons, making Eliot Ness a household name. Finally, May sued. In her complaint, she said that she and her son were running a restaurant, not bothering anyone and trying to avoid publicity when Desilu, Arnaz's production company, CBS, and the show's sponsor, Westinghouse, forced them back into the spotlight. As a result of the unwanted attention May claimed in the lawsuit, Sonny's children were mocked at school, and Sonny and May were forced to sell their restaurant and open at a new location. A federal judge ruled that the television show had indeed overstepped the bounds of decency, but that there was nothing the Capone family could do about it. Al Capone was part of history now, said the judge. His story was fair game. With that, May resumed her private life. In 1986, at age 89, she died at the Hollywood Hills nursing home in Florida. Teresa Capone was long gone by then, having died of natural causes in 1953. Ralph lived to age 80 before a heart attack killed him in 1974. Mafalda died in 1988 at age 76. Those who saw Al Capone in his final days were usually impressed by how healthy he appeared. He looked tanned and happy, sturdy and well-fed, but anyone who spoke to him could see that his mind was melting away fast. "Nutty as a fruitcake," said his old partner Jack Guzik after a visit to Palm Island. By 1942, a limited supply of penicillin had become available, and Capone became one of the first syphilis patients in the United States treated with the antibiotic. But by then it was too late for the medicine to do much good. Capone continued to slide. He suffered seizures, threw fits, and became frequently disoriented. He required the constant attention of an aide. His speech grew more slurred. In carrying on a conversation, he would wink a lot for no apparent reason and hop randomly from one subject to the next. He whistled, hummed, and sang seemingly at random. In the summer of 1945, he was well enough to travel north for part of the summer, staying at a cabin owned by Ralph in Mercer, Wisconsin, and returning to his old home on South Prairie Avenue in Chicago. At family gatherings, the Capones would reflect on all that had happened to Al. They wondered how much of his behavior in the 1920s might have been attributable to syphilis. Had his judgment been impaired? If he'd been thinking clearly, would he have shunned the spotlight? Would he have escaped the ire of the federal government? The Capones agreed that Al had been unfairly made a scapegoat for the failures of Prohibition, but they also agreed that he had brought the troubles upon himself and the family. By 1946, Capone was too unstable to travel. Still, he continued to make news. When Winston Churchill visited Miami Beach in 1946, he was asked if he knew he would be a neighbor of Al Capone's. "Oh," replied Churchill, "the former distinguished resident of Chicago." By then, though, Capone's mind was so wasted that he probably would not have recognized the former British Prime Minister. Capone was nervous and excitable, according to his doctor, and largely unaware of the world around him. Capone was incapable of leaving home by himself, and had little interest in going anywhere but to the drugstore for Sen-Sen breath mints and Dentyne gum, which he chewed with manic fervor. Like a child, he hoarded candy bars, hiding them in his bedroom. The Associated Press reported that Capone spent his days dawdling with a tennis racket, aimlessly batting a ball into a net with childlike happiness. The nervous chewing of gum and the mindless swatting of tennis balls may have been Capone's way of staving off panic attacks. Memory and fear melted together like wires in a shorted-out machine. All it took was a loud pop or the crunch of car tires to set off one of his paranoid delusions. Suddenly, he would imagine that it was all over, that the assassins had finally caught up with him. He slept not in the master bedroom, but in a smaller room at the front of the house, overlooking the front lawn, so he could see and hear the automobiles coming down the road. In Chicago, when he had been among the world's most fearsome men, he had seldom been seen carrying a gun. But he had had a calling card, a signature way of killing, and everyone had known it. A car would come out of nowhere, a window would roll down, and the nose of a Tommy gun would emerge, barely visible. Then, before anyone could duck for cover, a flash of orange would light the inside of the attack car. A sharp would echo through the night, and the death car's engine would roar as its driver made his escape. That was the Capone way, quick and terrifying. Now, though, he might have prayed for such a quick ending. Though he appeared to be in no pain, he was a lost soul. On January 18th, 1947, he marked his 48th birthday. It was a quiet celebration, spent with family. At 4 a.m. on January 19th, he collapsed with what appeared to be a stroke. A Catholic priest came to the house and administered the last rites. For the next 14 hours, Capone lay in a coma. The United Press reported him dead. Reporters camped out beyond the gates of his home waiting for news. Ralph Capone brought them bottles of cold beer. Then, to everyone's surprise, he snapped out of it. He rallied briefly, but soon after he contracted pneumonia. Doctors and nurses and relatives cared for him around the clock for the next 6 days. On January 25th, America's most infamous criminal died. His wife, son, mother, sister, and 2 of his brothers were by his side. Capone was laid to rest in a new suit, double-breasted and dark blue, with a black tie, white shirt, and white shoes. His attorney told reporters that the gang chief left no will and no inheritance. The Palm Island home, according to the lawyer, was mortgaged to the hilt. The Tribune bade him farewell with an editorial that said, "Al Capone was a vile influence on Chicago from the day he came here until he was finally rendered harmless by an occupational disease of his original vocation of pandering." His body was shipped to Chicago by car, with Ralph Capone along for the last ride. On February 4th, a bitterly cold, gray day late in the afternoon, his casket was lowered into the earth between those of his father and his brother Frank at Mount Olivet Cemetery on Chicago's far south side. The crowd on hand was small. Reporters appeared to outnumber mourners. There were no emotional tributes, no long eulogies, just a few perfunctory words from a priest who felt he owed it to Capone's devout mother to perform the ceremony. A few years later, the family moved Capone's body to Mount Carmel Cemetery in the western suburb of Hillside. More than 60 years later, visitors from around the world travel to see the final resting place of the man whose name and image remain synonymous with crime. They leave flowers, cigars, bottles of whiskey, cans of beer, toy guns, and St. Valentine's Day cards. The marker reads, Alphonse Capone, 1899 to 1947. My Jesus, mercy. The phrase, My Jesus, mercy, comes from a Catholic prayer that reads in part, To the souls of those who strove for hardly anything but riches and pleasures, Jesus, Mary, Joseph, my Jesus, mercy. To the worldly minded, who failed to use their wealth and talents in the service of God, Jesus, Mary, Joseph, my Jesus, mercy. To those who witnessed the death of others, but would not think of their own, Jesus, Mary, Joseph, my Jesus, mercy. It is a prayer for souls suffering in purgatory. This concludes Get Capone. Please visit our website, www.tantor.com, for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks